मेजबान वक्ता और सभी उपस्थित साथियों का संवाद पीठ की ओर से हार्दिक स्वागत है। Today we gather here with a shared vision to explore the evolving dynamics of capital formation and its critical role in driving economic growth. It is my honor to extend this warm welcome to all our esteemed dignitaries, speakers and participants as we embark on this enlightening journey together. With that, may I now request everyone to rise and join us for the national anthem, please.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा। विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा। तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे। गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे।
Thank you. SEBI and NISM initiated this journey of organizing research conferences 6 years back. Today, this journey has been further enriched by the participation of NSC, BSc, NSDL and CDSL, making it truly collaborative and impactful initiative. This is something which I would like to express in a few lines. मैं अकेला ही चला था जानिबे मंजिल मगर, मैं अकेला ही चला था जानिबे मंजिल मगर, लोग साथ आते गए कारवां बनता गया, लोग साथ आते गए कारवां बनता गया. Together we will achieve many more milestones. In the inaugural session of the symposium, we will have the privilege of listening to Mr. Suman Berry, Vice Chairman Niti Aayog, Ms. Madhavi Puri-Buch, Chairman SEBI, Mr. Sethi, Chairman State Bank of India, and Mr. Shashi Krishnan, Director NISM, whose insights will enrich our discussions. Mr. Sethi is joining us online. Welcome address of the session will be delivered by Mr. Ashish Chauhan, MD and CEO, NSC. I request all the dignitaries to kindly join us on the stage, please. As we commence this symposium, let us begin by invoking the blessings of Goddess Saraswati, the embodiment of wisdom, knowledge, and creativity. In her divine presence, we seek inspiration and clarity to make today's discussion fruitful and impactful. May I request Ms. Vanya Singh from SEBI to kindly come forward and present the Saraswati Vandana. I also encourage the audience to join in and sing along with her. I request our esteemed dignitaries to please light the lamp.
हे शारदे माँ, अज्ञानता से हमें तार दे माँ। हे शारदे माँ, हे शारदे माँ, अज्ञानता से हमें तार दे माँ। हे शारदे माँ, तू स्वर की देवी, संगीत तुझसे हर शब्द शब्द तेरा, हर गीत तुझसे। तू स्वर की देवी, संगीत तुझसे, हर शब्द तेरा, हर गीत तुझसे। हम हैं अकेले, हम हैं अधूरे, तेरी शरण में हमें प्यार दे माँ। हम हैं अकेले, हम हैं अधूरे, तेरी शरण में हमें प्यार दे माँ। हे शारदे माँ, हे शारदे माँ, अज्ञानता से हमें तार दे माँ। हे शारदे माँ, तू श्वेत वर्णी कमल पे विराजे, हाथों में वीणा मुकुट सिर पे साजे। तू श्वेत वर्णी कमल पे विराजे, हाथों में वीणा मुकुट सिर पे साजे। मन से हमारे मिटा दे अंधेरा, हमको उजालों का संसार दे माँ। मन से हमारे मिटा दे अंधेरा, हमको उजालों का संसार दे माँ। हे शारदे माँ, हे शारदे माँ, अज्ञानता से हमें तार दे माँ। हे शारदे माँ। थैंक यू।
This year marks the 6th year of organizing this distinguished gathering of academicians, market practitioners, and policy makers. Over the years, this conference has served as an excellent platform for fostering dialogue and collaboration. While the earlier format of the conference was different, this year we have adopted a symposium format. We believe this change will make the discussions even more engaging and thought-provoking, providing valuable insights and food for thought for both regulatory and market participants alike. The overarching theme of this symposium, Capital for Growth, underscores the pivotal role that capital plays in driving economic expansion, innovation, and infrastructure development. In today's rapidly evolving global economy, efficient capital allocation is crucial for sustaining growth, fostering entrepreneurship, and addressing emerging challenges. This symposium seeks to delve into these critical aspects through insightful discussions and innovative ideas. The overall theme of the symposium is thoughtfully divided into two parts. The first focuses on plotting the future path, where we will explore topics through panel discussions on areas like ideas on capital formation, the future of market intermediaries, social stock exchanges, and building investor trust. These discussions aim to shape a forward-looking strategy for overall growth. The second part, under the theme Reflections and Ideas, will delve into more specific areas like bonds for Viksit Bharat, financial inclusion, RegTech and SupTech, and capital formation in financing infrastructure. Together, these discussions promise to provide actionable insights for a thriving and inclusive financial ecosystem. We are privileged to have esteemed speakers among us today, whose insights will illuminate the topics and guide us towards meaningful directions. Before we begin, I would like to sincerely thank all the dignitaries for taking time out of their busy schedules to join us and grace this event. Without any further delay, I now invite Mr. Ashish Chauhan for the welcome speech. Before we start, actually, I would like to, Madam, to welcome Mr. Suman Berry with the memento and a plant. May I now invite Mr. Ashish Chauhan to felicitate the guests. Sir, for the welcome.
Dr. Suman Berry, Srimati Madhavi Puri Buch, Sri Sashi Krishnan, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is with immense pleasure that I warmly welcome all of you to each one of you to Samvad, the symposium on securities market on capital for growth. This gathering brings together leaders, experts and students from across government, regulators, industry and academia, and your presence enriches the significance of this platform. On behalf of National Stock Exchange, I would like to express our deep appreciation to the Securities and Exchange Board of India and the National Institute of Securities Market for partnering with us. The steadfast leadership of SEBI and the invaluable contributions of NISM continue to shape and strengthen our financial markets. I would also like to extend my gratitude to BSE, CDSL, and NSDL for their association and contributions in making this event possible. The theme for the symposium, Capital for Growth, is very apt at this time. Capital markets, along with the banking sector, are the pillars of India's growth, playing a crucial role in keeping the domestic economy resilient, largely unaffected by the extant global environment of rising rates and high levels of debt, along with a lot of uncertainty. As India marches towards becoming the third largest economy in the world, we can count on these sectors to provide sustainable, inclusive and long-term growth. India needs a substantial amount of capital to grow exponentially. Fund mobilization shall lead to capital allocation, which shall lead to job creation and wealth creation. This virtuous cycle of capital shall be the catalyst for Viksit Bharat. Today, India stands as the fifth largest economy globally with an estimated GDP of rupees 324 lakh crore for financial year 25 as per the first advance estimates released recently, and is poised to become the third largest economy by the end of this decade. With a market capitalization of around 432 lakh crore, over $5 trillion US, India has the fourth largest capital markets in the world after the US, China and Japan, with a size that is nearly 2.5 times that of the banking sector today. Over the last 30 years, India's market capitalization has grown more than 108 times since NSE was set up, translating into an annualized growth of over 17% on market capitalization. As a share of GDP, it has increased from less than 43% in 95 to now 140% today. As an ecosystem, what we manufacture is trust. Small investors from Dibrugarh or Jorhat or Srinagar invest their hard-earned money into companies in Salem, or Rajkot, which are thousands of kilometers away from their places of residence. In this trust market today, we have almost 11 crore unique investors with 21 crore accounts that covers 20% of all households and 99.8% of all PIN codes in the country. Less than 30 PIN codes now do not have NSE registered investor, and most of these PIN codes do not have even a single person staying full day because most of them are airport PIN codes. What is heartening to know that over the years, proportion of female investors have grown. Female investors now account for a quarter of total investors. The median investor's age has also dropped to now 32 years, which is indicative of a more young but prosperous investors participating in the markets. It's also showing how India's middle class is building up over the last 10, 20, and 30 years. Over the last 30 years, capital markets have played a catalytical role in capital formation and wealth creation, channeling household savings to various industries. With sustained growth and rising complexity, as well as maturity of the Indian economy, markets have become a viable complement to the traditional funding avenues. India was a global leader in terms of IPOs. In calendar year 24, NSE saw 268 IPOs in calendar year 24, facilitating capital raising of rupees 1.67 lakh crore via IPO alone, which is highest in the world. Total fund mobilization at NSE between 22 and 25 December was 56.4 lakh crore, which is nearly 85% of the incremental credit offtake by the banking system during this period. Estimates suggest that the household wealth in Indian equities has increased by over 40 lakh crore in last 5 years and over 28 lakh crore in last 3 years alone. Retail holdings as direct and indirect investment via mutual funds rose more than 10 times in 10 years from 2014. From base of 7.9 lakh crore as of March 14 to now 82.5 lakh crore as of September 24 at a CAGR of 25%. The total number of demat accounts now stands at 185.3 million. That in 2024 rose by 46 million, marking an average addition of 3.8 million accounts per month. Of course, there will be a little bit of duplication because many people may have more than 2 or more than 1 depository accounts. Alongside this remarkable achievements, I would like to take a moment to acknowledge the pivotal work of SEBI in shaping and strengthening India's capital markets. Through its proactive regulatory measures, SEBI has not only enhanced investor protection and transparency, but also fostered market integrity and resilience, from mandating robust disclosures to promoting financial literacy and safeguarding investor interests. SEBI's efforts have been foundational to the development of a fair, inclusive, dynamic, low-cost, orderly financial ecosystem. This two-day symposium is a unique platform to deliberate on the critical issues facing the securities market and explore pathways to harness capital for sustainable growth. Over the course of the program, we anticipate engaging discussions, valuable insights, and actionable takeaways that will drive innovation and inclusivity in our financial ecosystem. As we commence this journey together, I encourage all of you to actively participate, share your perspectives, and forge meaningful connections. The strength of our securities market lies not only in policies and infrastructure, but in the collective vision and wisdom, as well as efforts of all stakeholders present here today. Once again, I welcome all of you to NSE as we look forward to fruitful and enriching symposium. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Ashish sir, for setting the stage for this event. May I now invite Mr. Shashi Krishnan, Director, NISM, to deliver the opening remarks.
Dr. Suman Berry, Ms. Madhvi Puri Butch, Ashish Chavan, and all the distinguished guests who have sort of taken time out to come in to attend this symposium. Welcome to Samvad 2025. The word Samvad has many meanings. For one, it means dialogue, an exchange of words and ideas between people, either directly or through books, films, podcasts, and what have you. Samvad also means discourse, the spoken word or communication between people. Contextually, Samvad also refers to consultation, to a conversation, to a discussion, or to a debate. But in whichever way you look at it, people use Samvad to express their thoughts and feelings and opinions. SEBI and NISM, along with the NSE, BSE, NSDL, and CSDL, are delighted to have you here today for this two-day session, of consultations, conversations, discussions, debates, and exchange of ideas, and all that Samvad is all about. As in these 2 days, you will get to meet and hear from, I think, the brightest minds in the financial sector. And I'm just a pygmy in front of all these great minds that you will meet and hear. I thought that instead of talking, about, the financial sector and markets, I would spend the next 10 minutes, sharing with you some of those thought-provoking insights on both the financial markets and the universe beyond that I crossed paths with in 2024. That is my Samvad with 2024. In the podcast I listened to sometime in May in 2024, Morgan Housel said something that I think I need to remind myself nearly every day. I did it every day in 2024. And what he said is that not having FOMO is by far the most important skill that one can have in today's world. And he said, and I quote, "You cannot ever imagine accumulating wealth over your lifetime if you are susceptible to FOMO. If there is literally one trait that you want that is going to allow you to accumulate wealth, it would be the lack of FOMO." And I think in modern markets, things get so crazy, what with Reddit and X and WhatsApp, working overtime. I ran into another very deep insight from a podcast by Naval Ravikant, where he said, individuals can search for truth, but groups search for consensus. Because if a group does not have consensus, it cannot get along. And if it cannot get along and the group falls apart, there is conflict. And therefore, the last place that you're going to find truth is in large groups. I hope Samvad is an exception. That 2024 was a year of many parts, and many parts of the world, I think, were under significant strife, and thousands of innocent people lost their lives, I think, in 2024. But I ran into this beautiful insight from Gulzar. In a book I picked up when I visited Amritsar and the Partition Museum during the Christmas break. And this was from a book called Divided by Partition, United by Resilience by Malika Ahluwalia. And for those who don't know Gulzar, Gulzar was born in Dina in Jhelum, which is now in Pakistan. And he grew up as Sampuran Singh Kalra, as a young boy of 11 in Delhi during the years of partition. But I think he was old enough to, go through that agonizing time and those images of corpses lining the streets of Purani Delhi. And Gulzar says this of partition, and I think it's true of everything that we see in the geopolitical conflict that we see in this world today. Countries can be divided, land can be divided, but you are dividing people, you are dividing cultures. These cannot be cut. How will you partition air? The trees that were divided will grow again, And their shadows will fall on one side of the border in the morning and on the other side of the border in the afternoon. There is no use cutting shadows. And that left me wondering, where will all this geopolitical conflict lead us to in the years to come? Another book that talked to me in 2024 was a book called AI 2041 by Kai-Fu Lee and Chen Qiufan. As a genre, you could call this book a, eco-techno thriller, as some people say, or maybe even future science fiction. And, the opening story of this book is set in Bombay, and it is about a family who signed up for a deep learning-enabled insurance program. And it's a story that revolves around a company that drew inspiration from Agastya Muni and used artificial intelligence to perform deep learning, auto-translation and analysis. So what this company used to do was, it picked up all the nadi leaves, and for all those people who, are followers of astrology, they'll know that nadi are those palm leaves where everybody on this universe future is written on, and from which you can read their, everybody's past is written on and you can read their future. And it sort of created 8.7 billion nadi leaves for every single individual in this world. So that's what the story is about. But I think the insight I got was not so much from the story, but from the commentary that Kai-Fu, gave after the story, where he says that beyond internet companies, the next industry that is low-hanging fruit for artificial intelligence is finance. Artificial intelligence based on fintech companies are poised to overtake the brick and mortar financial companies because they deliver better financial results, instantaneous transactions, and lower costs. Another benefit of AI tech is that they can use data beyond those considered by human professionals. It can improve predictive power by tapping into massive heterogeneous data that would not be feasible for humans. I don't think this is 2041. This may be as good as 2026 for all of us. 2024 was also a year where I had some, great insights and fascinating conversations with many of the gurus of the securities market. But two insights, stand out in my mind in all those conversations. One was a conversation which I had with Professor Jayant Varma of IIM Ahmedabad, and he reminded me of something. He said, markets are efficient most of the time, and therefore one should start with the presumption that market is efficient. If you want to refute this, you must have strong evidence that markets are mispricing a stock. You must do an enormous amount of analysis to come to that conclusion, and that stock is underpriced. This cannot come from a gut feeling, as the chances are that the market is much more efficient than your gut feel. The efficient market hypothesis, therefore, is primarily a prescription of humility, saying that however smart you may be, chances are that in most cases, the market has already figured it out. Another very counterintuitive insight that I got, and that was given to me by Lalit Kesari of Grow, was when he told me, when we started our business of online distribution of mutual funds, we were advised to follow the traditional process where one would ask a potential investor to, a set of 10 questions, and then based on the answers to those 10 questions, we would advise her on which mutual fund to buy or invest in. But our approach was to give the customer the choice of all the 5,000 mutual fund schemes. Every conceivable information on every single fund was made available on our platform to our investors. It was a very counterintuitive idea that we should offer so much of choice and not be driven by the need for conversion. We found that offering complete choice engendered customer trust. If you open everything to a customer, the more he trusts you. Transparency overpowers choice paralysis. And I found that very, very intriguing. In conclusion, yet another thing I learned from 2024 is that Samvad or consultation has to become a way of life. And I think what better example than SEBI for that? In 2024, SEBI put out 20 consultation papers, close to, I think, 2 papers a month. And to quote Madam Chairman, and this is a disclaimer, I am not trying to steal words from her. She said that SEBI's goal is to engage with stakeholders rather than to react to issues after they arise. So much so that, in a very amusing side, she also said that, SEBI didn't want to be like that police person we see in Bollywood movies who enters a scene years or maybe months after the mischief has already been done. So thank you so much for being here today, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, this, I think, is exactly what Samvad is all about. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. It was an absolute privilege to listen to your thought-provoking words today. Your perspectives have set an excellent tone for the discussions ahead. Our keynote speaker for the event is Mr. Sethi, Chairman, State Bank of India. He will be addressing us virtually. Sir, we look forward to hearing you.
Yeah, good morning, Dr. Suman Berry, Srimati Madhavi Puri Buch, Sri Ashish Chauhan, Sri Seshi Krishnan, and other distinguished guests. I want to thank SEBI and the NISM for inviting me here today for the keynote address. Also my apologies for not being present here physically for this very important event. My compliments both for NISM as well as SEBI for organizing this Samvad. So I would like to share a few thoughts in terms of, the theme capital for growth, both in terms of what capital markets can play in terms of contributing to the growth capital, the increased requirements of growth capital. So if you see, Indian capital markets have a history of more than a century. However, they remained largely inactive till the 1970s. Post the economic liberalization in the early 1990s, India's capital markets have witnessed transformative growth, enhancing access to funding for businesses across sectors and sizes. India's market capitalization today has surpassed, as Chauhan has mentioned, about 450 lakh crores, with over 7,500 listed companies, making it one of the most diverse markets globally. Today, segments of India's capital markets are comparable with counterparts in many of the advanced economies in terms of efficiency, that is basically price discovery, tradability, which is low impact cost, resilience, which is co-movement of rates across product classes and yield curves, and stability. Well-functioning capital markets are critical to accelerate the sustainable economic growth needed to broaden prosperity and reduce poverty. Deeper and more efficient equity and debt markets can be more effective in helping to mobilize and deploy domestic savings, thereby complementing traditional bank lending by fostering long-term investments. Further, vibrant capital markets can protect the Indian economy from volatile fluctuations in capital flows and reduce the dependency on foreign debt. Capital markets also promote transparency and governance and provide diversified sources of investment to savers and corporates. India today has all the diverse drivers in place to foster deep and well-functioning capital markets. These drivers include macroeconomic stability, market autonomy, fair and efficient legal and judicial systems, efficient regulatory regime that creates conditions favorable for financial contracts and investor protection, easy access to high quality material information, diversity in investor base, efficient market ecosystem for trading, so on. So Indian capital markets have deepened significantly with domestic institutions like AMCs and insurance companies commanding significant AUMs, thereby serving as a significant counterweight to foreign capital flows. Today, there is significantly greater access to far deeper pools of capital than what it was a decade ago. The Indian asset management industry today has an AUM of 63.5 trillion rupees compared to 1.13 trillion in FY 2000, a massive 60x increase. Mutual funds have emerged as key players in Indian capital markets with monthly SIP contributions exceeding 25,000 crores. I think the December number says 26,000 crores, showcasing rising domestic interest. Foreign portfolio investors in FY24 contributed net inflows of over 2 lakh crore Indian capital markets with a focus on sectors like financial services, capital goods, green energy, and healthcare. Some outflows are definitely balanced by the domestic inflows. Demat accounts have surpassed 17 crores, with majority of new accounts originating from Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities, marking a shift towards more inclusive investing, with retail investors contributing directly as capital providers to build India. The calendar year 2024, that is till November, saw 76 IPOs raising 1,34,000 crores across sectors such as automobiles, renewable energy, financial services. QIPs contributed 1,23,000 crores, supporting expansion, mergers, and deleveraging efforts. The record volume of equity issuances and the ability of the capital markets to absorb this significant supply of paper provides confidence that Indian capital markets today supplement banks and institutional lenders to fund capital needs of India. The richness and maturity of Indian capital markets is further reflected in the fact that Indian capital markets have come up as an alternative where the global corporations are looking at to list their Indian subsidiaries, making India possibly the only non-home jurisdiction where such MNCs list their subsidiaries. The derivative segment, of course, of the Indian capital market has also become one of the largest in the world. NSE remained the world's largest derivatives exchange for the 5th consecutive year in 2023. It ranked 3rd in the world in the equity segment by number of trades in 2023 as per the World Federation of Exchanges. Now coming to the funding perspective, financing growth from banks' point of view entails assessing two questions: availability of growth capital and garnering enough lendable resources to fund growth. At the macroeconomic level, for the first leg of Viksit Bharat, that is time horizon up to 2036, we envisage a growth rate of at least 8 to 9% on average. This rate can be achieved if we can increase the investment rates to 35% by 2036, approximately 200 basis points higher from the current levels in 2024. Thus, the domestic saving rates must rise from the present level by at least 350 basis points to 33.5%, so that CAD stays around 1.5% of GDP, its long-term sustainable level for India. This back of the envelope calculation shows that capital markets must gear for additional supply of savings to the tune of 3.5% of the GDP over and above what is presently coming in as annual inflows. Further, we must keep in mind that these incremental flows will come from a segment that is young, who have a different risk appetite and outlook on investment. it is important that institutional arrangement such as the mutual funds and primary markets look at this as an opportunity so that these savings are channelized into productive sectors of the economy and do not flow into derivative segments, as has been the case in recent years. This also calls for greater focus on investor protection and investor education. On the demand side, we find that higher investment rates of 35% will require at least 127 lakh crore of funds in corporate bonds, assuming the size of the corporate bond market at 30% of GDP. At the conservative level of credit to GDP ratio of 75%, the cumulative funds from the banking system amounts to 323 lakh crores. So when we aggregate all the sources of external finances, bank borrowing and corporate bonds, then at 70% debt to equity ratio, we need equity mobilization of 643 lakh crores by 2036 to support the envisaged growth by 2036. This is something, which we need to ponder how this depth in the equity mobilization is achieved. Another area which will need special focus in India are obviously the MSMEs and their need for capital to propel India's growth, especially in light of the Make in India initiative, where MSMEs have an important role to play. MSMEs already contribute almost 1/3 of India's nominal GDP and account for 40% of our exports. Most importantly, they're also a major employment generator in the economy. Traditionally, a big challenge in providing credit to MSMEs has been the lack of credit information and information asymmetry created due to it. Many MSMEs tend to lack proper financial records or the financial resources to get external credit ratings. On the equity side, the SME platform has made significant strides in becoming a viable alternative for the MSMEs to raise equity capital. But due to these limitations, it becomes challenging for banks as well as the public debt capital markets to properly price the risk and hence to lend to these SMEs. There are a lot of data points which are available now, whether it's the GST or the bureau data, which is making the lending to MSMEs to that extent much easier now. I'm sure in the equity markets also, these data points will help in structuring the equity offerings. In recent years, fintechs and banks have started to dig for credit information from publicly available data and using analytics to create a credit profile. For instance, SBI has launched a business rule engine based credit assessment for SMEs, which is end-to-end digitalized process depending on the data available. And today we are able to give an in-principle credit approval in 15 minutes to an SME. So RBI has also made important contributions like the TREADS facility, which allows an MSME to access trade receivables financing through an electronic platform. But for greater involvement of capital markets in funding these important pillars of the economy, we will need to find a way to formalize and collate all these disparate sources of information and create a repository to enable investors to correctly price the credit risk on these MSMEs. In addition to this, we will require a viable mechanism to track the actual use of these funds to ensure that the funds are utilized for the purposes they have been raised for, probably through the establishment of a separate market infrastructure institution with powers to track the use of borrowed funds or the funds raised through the equities. This will provide comfort to lenders as well as investors to make pricing more competitive. Furthermore, these calculations do not include the need for climate finance and green transition. Estimates suggest that annual green financing requirement could be about 2.5% of GDP to address the infrastructure gap created by climate events, which could increase if faster carbon emission reducing goal has to be pursued than what is committed under the NDC, Nationally Determined Contribution to United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. It is estimated by the Council on Energy, Environment and Water that a cumulative investment of $10.1 trillion is needed in India to meet net zero commitments by 2070. Of this, $8.4 trillion investment is needed to meet power sector transformation, shift to renewable energy alone. Industry will require $1.5 trillion, and the mobility sector is estimated to need about $198 billion. Thus, when we reflect on these projections, we have to objectively assess that there are institutional gaps that need to be bridged to mobilize these funds with minimum possible impact costs. Developing a requisite market and achieving self-sufficiency in financing growth is important in a world that is rapidly undergoing geo-economic fragmentation. So what is the way forward so that India becomes self-sufficient in efficient mobilization of savings through capital markets? To my mind, there are some areas we need to work upon. First, we need to widen the pool of listed companies and encourage more spot transaction for price discovery. The reliance on derivatives is not the best way to achieve depth and liquidity. To this end, the recent measures by SEBI to curb the access to derivatives is definitely a step in the right direction. Second, we must devise mechanisms so that private placement gives way to more open offers. Third, we must strive for better use of technology to reduce costs and also enhance investor education. Fourth, strengthening investor protection and how the investor protection fund should evolve under emerging circumstances. Developing capital market is a long-drawn process. Only when we evaluate our successes and look to improve gaps will there be a chance to improve. I will conclude my address by summarizing my position. Capital markets are indispensable to the growth of any country. The importance of capital markets to achieve the ambitions of Viksit Bharat is critical. The vision of Viksit Bharat requires mobilization of funds, as I mentioned, and if you summarize, to the tune of 1,094 lakh crores by 2036. This creates challenges and also opportunities to develop markets both from buy side and also sell side. Looking ahead, capital markets need to play an even bigger role by mobilizing more private capital for key sectors with financing needs to power future economic growth, including infrastructure, housing, SME, and many other sectors that create impact. Developing capital markets successfully requires a supportive institutional, legal, and regulatory framework for institutional and retail investors, as well as the issuing companies and banks. For such frameworks to develop, a highly coordinated approach is needed. It requires a wide range of experts and involves a large group of different stakeholders. That includes central banks, ministries, regulatory agencies, market infrastructure providers, the private sector, and non-sovereign issuers and investors. In addition to the enabling framework, well-functioning capital markets require strong capacities in asset, risk, and capital management. Today, we have a world-class market regulator in SEBI. SEBI has put in place several initiatives and policies to ensure capital market stability and instill confidence among stakeholders and minority shareholders. There are several initiatives I can mention here: liberalizing the process of innovation of new products, putting in place comprehensive market regulations by addressing gaps, in particular by issuing market abuse regulations, as well as regulating the market ecosystem, so many other things, including efficient disclosure regimes to ensure equitable access to material information across all invested categories and deepening of the domestic institutional investor base, complementary markets development, including F&O and derivatives, and so on. By prioritizing these areas, India can sustain its trajectory of capital market growth, fostering innovation, inclusion, and economic resilience. So I once again thank SEBI for the invitation and giving me an opportunity to share my thoughts, and also thank the audience for a patient listening. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful day ahead.
Thank you so much, sir, for your enlightening words. Next, we have the honor of inviting our chairperson, Ms. Madhvi Puri-Buch, whose leadership and vision has been instrumental in shaping India's securities market. This is the PowerPoint.
Mic is on. Check.
Dr. Berry, Mr. Sethi, Ashish, Shashi, and all our friends of the market who are here, 300 of you present here, and I'm told another 1,700 online. It's really a pleasure to be here. And I must say that as I heard Mr. Sethi speak, I was getting more and more worried because SEBI today faces a lot of criticism that we are moving too fast and that the industry and the ecosystem is not able to keep pace with us. And yet the ambition of the nation, as outlined by Mr. Sethi, demands that speed. And it demands that if we have to realize that aspiration for our country, which we know is within reach, we know it is within our grasping distance, we do need to move with speed. So I'm very grateful to Mr. Sethi for setting KRAs for all of us. So here's to nation building. The subject today is capital for growth, and I would like to hark back to a statement I made many years ago to say that the purpose of existence of SEBI is capital formation. So to me, it's really déjà vu to say that today I have this wonderful opportunity to be standing here after roughly 3 years and to be able to be addressing a generation of people in the market who have been so fortunate that the entire universe has come together over the last many years to help us to grow in the way that we have as a nation grown. Whether it is the government policy, whether it is the entrepreneurship, whether it is the regulations, whether it is the markets, all of it has come together to create a wonderful ecosystem that not only has demonstrated the growth, but has built such a strong foundation for future growth. So it's a privilege for us as the markets to be facilitating the growth of the nation and the real economy of the country. And we've had a wonderful run. So while looking back, and this was something that a very, very experienced administrator once told me, she said, you know, Madhvi, people like us, we see so much opportunity going forward, and we have so much we want to look forward to, that we sometimes forget to look back to see how far we've come. So, honoring that sentiment, I would like to recap some numbers. Many of them have already been shared. But as a backdrop to what we believe in SEBI is what is actually possible in the future. So, in terms of equity raise, everybody is familiar with what happens in the IPO market. I think what sometimes goes unnoticed, the IPO market is the green stack there. What sometimes goes unnoticed is the preferential issues and QIPs, which really add a significant number. So if we look at today, just in the last 9 months, 3.3 lakh crores of equity raised just in the last 3 months, so in the last 9 months. So you can safely assume another lakh for the balance quarter. So we'll be roughly at about 4.3 lakh crores at the end of the year. Now, one of the steps that we have taken recently is to try and increase the orange bar there, which is the rights issue. We have come up with a system of doing a fast track, very, very fast track rights issue, which can then be followed by a preferential allotment for the amounts that are not taken up by existing shareholders. And the total end-to-end time for actually doing this is the shortest amongst all the stacks and is under 26 days from end to end. We do hope that industry will use this extremely fast track, which not only gives speed and lower cost of raising money, but also gives the right of first refusal to the existing shareholders, and that is what the shareholders will bless all our companies for. Equity itself is only a part of the overall fundraise in the markets. So this again is a statistic that is sometimes forgotten. So if we look at 24-25, again just the 9 months, we are already at 10.7 lakh crores overall capital formation, because the debt market, the primary debt market, has raised 7.3 lakh crores, which is sometimes an under-reported number. And if we project for the next quarter, we'll probably end somewhere like over 14 lakh crores raised for the year in terms of capital, both equity and debt. Looking forward, our view in SEBI is that the green stack, which is actually very slim at the moment, the REITs and InvITs, and I would actually personally prefer to put muni bonds there as well, we believe that the potential for this green sliver to grow over the next 10 years is so significant that it could not only match the 7.3 and the 3.3, but it has the potential to exceed that. So we believe that that's the kind of opportunity that our market has, and if we collectively really put our minds to it, the kind of assets that we have in this country, not only the existing assets, but the ones that are yet to be built, together can actually double that stack there with that little green sliver which is there today. All of this is partly assisted by direct investments by investors, both retail and institutional, and partly through pooled investment vehicles like the mutual funds that we run in our country. The growth of the mutual fund industry is now legendary in our country, and I would only say that I would want to compliment the industry and its association, because what they really did over the last many years, 10 years I would imagine, is they have built such a strong foundation of good quality of governance, good quality of disclosure, good quality of responsiveness to the investor, that they have been able to log this growth, working in full partnership with the regulator to strengthen the foundation on which the superstructure has been built. So if you look at the way the mutual fund AUM has grown today, we're almost 67 lakh crores. The number of mutual fund folios has also grown very significantly. Number of SIPs has grown very significantly. And equally importantly, if you see the yellow line, when we talk of financialization of savings, we look at how the number of AUM as a percentage of bank deposits has grown from just under 16% to over 30%. So over this period, it's been almost double, and perhaps by the time we end this year, touch wood, that might be the case. So the reality today is that more and more of our citizens are participating in the wealth creation of the nation. They are benefiting from the wealth creation of the nation, and that is something that gives us huge amount of inspiration. So if we look at the investor base, now these are, the blue line is the number of unique demat accounts, right? So this is not accounts, but unique accounts. So we are at about 11 crore, yes, this is in crores, 11.5 crore unique demat accounts. The total number, of course, is much larger at 18.5. That's because people have joint accounts with various family members, etc. And the total number of unique mutual fund investors is 5.3, roughly about half of the total number of demat accounts. So we are looking to see even further penetration of the mutual funds amongst the investor groups. And we believe that, Mr. Sethi has been very, very gracious, not only as a person who, of course, is overall responsible for SBI Mutual Fund, but for the entire group and the bank, that he would actually assist the SBI Mutual Fund to popularize the low cost SIP, which is the 250 rupee SIP, popularize it across the width and length of the country. And when you have the banker to every Indian pledging that support, we believe that there's no way that that won't happen. So Mr. Sethi, thank you very much for all your support, and we look forward to taking this number of unique mutual fund investors to a very, very large number in very short order. The overall impact of this, as has also been said earlier, is the kind of resilience that our markets have seen on account of the fact that our domestic institutions lend such a strong countervailing force to the global, I would say, trends, which sometimes are negative or sometimes flat. So when you see foreign money, it sometimes goes the blue bands. They sometimes go up, they're sometimes flat, they're sometimes negative, as we have seen in the Q4 of calendar year 24, so up to December. And yet what you see is the countervailing force of the domestic institutions through the orange bars, and that is what has given tremendous resilience to our markets, and that is one of the most attractive features of our markets for foreign investors as well, because they know that if and when they have to leave, the impact cost of leaving is very low, and the fact that despite headwinds globally, the resilience of the Indian markets will continue to deliver returns to them because of the strong domestic demand. It is because of this that we find that the benchmark index, really on the strength of all of this investor trust, has been going up, and in just a very, very short period, we have seen it going up from a level of 9,000 to almost 24,000, and of course there have been a bit of volatility there, but clearly the direction is completely a very, very smart slope, upward slope. A concomitant repercussion of this, a positive repercussion, is India's weight in the MSCI Emerging Market Index has been steadily increasing, and we are just under 20% now. And this has huge implications for us as a market, because what it means is that the global global passive funds which are there globally and which have a very dominant position in global markets, when they choose to invest in the emerging markets, we get an automatic share of almost 20%, and that money just flows automatically into our ecosystem. So this is something, again, that as a country we are very, very proud of. And for a moment now, going to the bonds, because a lot of discussion on equity, but we saw that the bond market in India also is very, very large and contributes a lot to capital formation for the economy. So what we are seeing here is the chart of, if you take all the outstanding corporate bonds and you compare them to the outstanding bank credit to the corporate sector, this is the proportion. So this is often not understood, that the bond market actually contributes almost $60 for every $100, or 60 rupees for every 100 rupees that the banking system gives to corporate India. So the primary market of bonds in India is very, very strong, and there's a huge amount of capital formation that is happening there. The reason we don't see a lot of that result in secondary market trading is because most of the investors are buy and hold investors. But it leads to significant capital formation, and this is the kind of growth and the kind of role that the market needs to play in terms of capital formation going forward as well, if we are to meet all the aspirations that were outlined by Mr. Sethi as a nation. What is the role that SEBI has sought to play in all of this. As I said, we are a very fortunate generation that the economy, the government policies, the ecosystem, the corporate sector, the entrepreneurs, everybody has contributed to this growth. Our little contribution to this is that when there is capital formation, SEBI should be a facilitator and should not be coming in the way of capital formation. In fact, it should be a facilitator. So we have been tracking that what is the aging and pendency of public issue applications with us over all of these years. And as you can see, when there is high pendency, it's actually a good thing, because it means that there is so much activity in the market. In fact, these days, almost on a monthly basis, we are flooded with IPO applications, which is a very good thing. But as you can see, the aging has been brought under control by SEBI through a huge amount of effort in recognition of the fact that when markets are good and companies need to raise capital, they cannot afford to wait. And therefore, end to end, this metric is calculated by SEBI, I have articulated before, from date of first application. In SEBI, we do not allow ourselves the luxury of saying that we will compute aging from the date of receipt of all information. We don't allow that, because that's a very convenient way that usually we as bureaucrats can get away with, just asking a question at the last minute and resetting our own clock. So we don't give ourselves that luxury. So this is from date of first application, and as you can see, there is hardly anything pending more than 3 months, which I am told globally is just amazing. When I attend the IOSCO meetings globally, they cannot believe that with the number of applications we get, we are able to turn around everything within 3 months. Even the 2 which are pending beyond that are usually for very good reason, either judicial intervention or we are awaiting regulatory approval from a fellow regulator or something of that nature. So this is something that we are exceedingly proud of. But again, I worried a lot when I heard Mr. Sethi speaking that they now approve SME credit in 15 minutes. I'm thinking, oh my God, we take 3 months to approve a public issue now. We need to really think about how we need to move the needle on this. So I'm sure technology will come to our rescue, and it is already so. A large number of AI-driven projects are already underway within SEBI, and one of the key utilizations of AI that we are deploying is to do faster processing of all applications so that we can turn this around even faster. So hopefully, 1 year down the line, if this chart is being seen, you may see very few yellows as well, and you may see mainly all greens is our hope and our aspiration. You can already see that effect happening in mutual fund scheme applications. As you see, almost everything is in the green. And from where we have come in September 22, when even more than 6 months we used to have applications pending, large number of applications pending for more than 6 months. This has been a collaborative effort by the industry and SEBI to simplify, standardize, harmonize, so that we can get the industry to get on with their business of the markets sooner, and that they don't really have to spend their time engaging with us. Another very important piece, we have, which we track internally, is that when we issue circulars and when we issue regulations, there is a common misperception that, first of all, too much is happening, and also that it is all bad. It is all adding to the cost of compliance. In fact, nothing could be further from the truth. This is for the year that has just gone by, but I must caveat this was an outlier year, and I'll explain why. If you see the investor protection and risk reduction, which usually increases the cost, the requirement of compliance by various entities, it is only 21% of the entire set of circulars. 42% was ease of doing business, 21% was actually to ease the compliance, 16% was market development, which means new products, new channels, new investor categories, and so on. So, contrary to popular perception that all regulation is bad and every circular is only more compliance requirement by the ecosystem, is actually false. Now, as I mentioned, the last year was an outlier year because we had a very, very significant initiative. It was announced by Madam FM in the budget for ease of doing business, and we actually constituted 16 or 17 working groups across every segment of the market to give us suggestions on how to do more ease of doing business. So this proportion, I would say, is an outlier for last year. But in general, if we look at SEBI's pie chart, over the years, the ease of doing business, ease of compliance, and market development has grown and has stabilized at around 45%. So just under half of everything that we do is developmental and ease of doing business, and does not, in fact, add to the regulatory requirements of market participants. So this is something that we are very proud of in last year, and we believe that this helps in the entire process of capital formation. And for us, what is really important is that as we move along this path, just as capital formation is important for the economy and its growth, equally the flip side of the investor, we want that financial inclusion to reach, and which is why the 250 rupee SIP is so important to us, which is due to be launched very shortly. And we want that tomorrow these young girls who are there studying and looking forward to a future, we hope that their parents will be able to participate in the wealth creation of the nation through the 250 rupee SIP. All of this over these years has been possible through one key philosophy of SEBI, which is Samvad. In everything we do, in every single regulation, every single circular that we have issued, there has been consultation, public consultation, stakeholder consultation, all views taken into account, and co-creation of the entire regulatory environment. The latest entrant to that process of Samvad was the Industry Standards Forum, and I'm happy to see Uttam here, one of our key Sherpas, as we call them, in various industry standard forums, where even the modality of complying with our regulations is created by industry. It's not created by us, it's created in consultation with us to make sure it's aligned with the regulation, but is actually created by industry itself. So our belief in SEBI is the reason we have been able to facilitate all of this growth, and the reason that we have been able to participate in this entire growth of the ecosystem and to facilitate the growth of the economy is because of the Samvad that we have had, and therefore it's a very fitting theme for today's, for the next 2 days, and here's to more and more Samvad and more growth. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for sharing your inspiring thoughts with us. Your words have added tremendous value to this symposium and will guide our discussions today. We have with us Mr. Suman Berry as the chief guest. He is Vice Chairman Niti Aayog, a thought leader whose expertise has shaped many crucial policy decisions in our country. It is an honor to welcome you, sir, and we are eager to hear your valuable insights. If you are comfortable.
Okay, I'll stop there and then move here.
Okay.
Let me, can somebody make sure this is working before I move across? Shri Ashish Chauhan, Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer, NSC, Shri Sashi Krishnan, Director, National Institute of Securities Management, in absentia, Chairman SBI, Shri Srinivas Sulu Sethi, and most of all, Madam Madhavi Puribuch, Chairman SEBI, the Chief Economist NSC, full-time members of NSC, of SEBI, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I am somewhat vertically challenged, but I don't have the, as it were, the flair of Madam in speaking without notes. So I may go back and forth between here and the hand mic. But before I do, one of the reasons I asked for the hand mic was because the acoustics were difficult. It's not important that you be able to see me because you can see me there. But can I be heard from here at the back? It's okay. Well, then maybe it's easier for me to consult my notes here. We have heard a lot about the very impressive achievements of SEBI, of the capital markets ecosystem. The structure of my talk would be, in a sense, to look back, to look forward, a theme that Honorable Chairwoman had raised herself. And I do this because I was privileged to actually be in India as a consultant to the Reserve Bank on leave from the World Bank in the crucial period 92 to 94. I had previously worked on the financial sector in Latin America, and Governor Venkatramanan had invited me to the Reserve Bank because India was at that time moving from the initial 91 Big Bang to financial sector reform. And I think NSC was created in 94. SEBI really gained its stature, and I think maybe even its statutory powers under first, I remember G.V. Ramakrishnan, who was associated with the Planning Commission, where I am right now, and D.R. Mehta, who was a Deputy Governor. So I have a sense of the extent of the journey and the magnitude of what's been achieved. And let me just say that we talk of Viksit Bharat 2047 as though it's the never never, but it's much closer to us than, as it were, that Big Bang. And so the question of whether there's a need for a Big Bang, why a second Big Bang, what the elements of that Big Bang might be, would be what I would discuss in the looking forward kind of piece. I think we've already heard about the many successes of SEBI, and I would fully concur with what Madam Chairperson has said, that a culture of consultation has been a very important part of SEBI's success. And I think that is probably unique in the world. But more importantly, I think we should recognize that, and it was recognized in various articles in The Economist, that actually finance is something that India has turned out to be quite good at, as it were. I mean, when I was at the Reserve Bank, the banking landscape was dominated certainly by SBI and the PSU banks. The private sector banks were only slowly given licenses. And now we all know what our domestic banking system looks like. I don't have to repeat all the achievements of our capital markets. And so a question that interests me as one from Delhi is whether, in contrast to, say, London, where both the Bank of England and the Securities Administration are in the capital, or Washington, where both the Board of Governors of the Fed and the SEC are located in the capital, whether the distance between Mumbai and Delhi has been one of the reasons for the success of the financial sector. I won't comment on that, but I certainly like to come to Bombay because the atmosphere is quite different here from Delhi. And But frivolities apart, let me just indicate why I, as Vice Chairman of Niti Aayog, am very pleased to be here, apart from celebrating the success of the last 30 years. And it links up with the issue of the need or the possibility of a new Big Bang. I think Chairman Sethi gave a very detailed account of the need for a step up in the rate of capital formation in order to support the increase in the growth rate that we need in order to achieve the goal. I won't call it a target, the goal. And here I must, coming from Delhi, indicate that the goal is not to be a developed economy by 2047. It is to be a developed society by 2047. And the Honorable Prime Minister is very clear in public interactions and in private interactions as well about two things. One, that growth is a means to an end, and that end is to realize the aspirations, the legitimate aspirations of all of India's citizens, but in particular India's youth. And so it's a means to an end. Second, because this question is sometimes raised, that this is not, unlike a 5-year plan, not a top-down set of aspirations. It's really for all organs of the state, including SEBI, RBI, Niti Aayog, to stimulate a desire and a belief in the population of India that this can be achieved and we must all work towards it. Now, obviously, the devil is in the details, but all I'm indicating is that unlike, if you like, the 1950s, it's not a question of following a blueprint. It is creating conditions for, as it were, the entrepreneurship and the aspirations of young, talented, and, let me say, now much better educated India to take forward in the next less than 25 years now. And so why it's important and Niti to be present at conversations like this is because finance is both very powerful and very toxic, risky, and to make sure that we are harnessing finance for the ultimate ends, rather than it becoming, as it were, as it has become in some of the economies of the West, if you like, a horse out of control. I think that's a very difficult and delicate balancing act that we're going to have to make sure that we articulate. I think we've done a pretty good job. I think our regulators have been ahead of the curve, but the question then becomes, is this at a cost, and what might be that cost? I will raise questions, I won't answer them. So, I've talked about investment finance as being a core part of what the financial system needs to contribute to. But I do want, because these things are probably not as widely reported in Mumbai as they are in Delhi, to draw your attention to very important comments, in my opinion, that the Honorable Prime Minister made at the 100th anniversary of the Hindustan Times in Delhi. I think it was about 6 weeks ago. His point, and that's particularly relevant on the west coast of India, is that India was traditionally a seafaring, risk-taking, trading culture, but that if in the era of central planning, if you will, some of that zeal got substituted by, if you like, a belief that the state would do things for you. He has used, and indeed the late Dr. Manmohan Singh also talked about the transformation of India into an aspirational society, which it is. And an aspirational society is a society of risk takers. And so in thinking about the role of the financial system going ahead, it's not only, I think, resource mobilization that ought to be concerning ourselves. It is also to back risk-taking, but not at the same time be unaware about the many risks that finance can pose, and also the low level of financial literacy. Now, we have talked about financial inclusion up to now as largely the provision of bank accounts and the Jan Dhan accounts, which I think were a very important part of and really were an innovation in the Indian financial system. I think now we are going to have to, and I'm sure SEBI is active on this, be engaged in very aggressive investor education as the willingness of Indian households to move into the riskier world of capital markets becomes as established a reality as it has. And I was associated with a think tank in Europe, and even in Europe, they are very concerned about, if you like, the lack of financial literacy in their population, and certainly those of us, who have household staff at home, know how parlous and perilous their existence is in terms of safe assets, in terms of scams, etc. This is not particularly about SEBI and the capital markets, but simply to say that as incomes rise, the need for financial literacy and the need to encourage risk and to make sure that, if you like, an excess focus on safety does not push people into even riskier portfolios is something we would need to think about. Now, the one element that did not come across in the discussions was really how much and how quickly India should integrate with global financial markets. And here, the second issue that I also could pose right now, and I'll talk about how we might go about thinking about this, is the issue of what is the blend of capital markets finance and bank finance that India should be aiming for, recognizing that this will ultimately be decided by the preferences of households and by the market. And here I think we have a very interesting contrast between the experience of Europe and to some extent the UK the EU, I should say, and the UK, and the experience of the US. Now, there are many ways in which the US is atypical, most of all because it has very deep financial markets and because it is the reserve currency. But it is still intriguing and interesting to know that even though the US has a relatively low household savings rate, that it is very, very well equipped with institutions to provide risk capital, hedge funds and early stage venture capital, etc. And I think for the kind of entrepreneurial society that we would wish to become, there are capital markets will have and are playing a very important role. On the other hand, Europe, which has traditionally been a bank-dominated system, has found it very difficult, even though they have the latent entrepreneurs, to come up with the financing structures that are appropriate. So I think talking about the next big bang, having a view on what the right blend and balance should be going forward is something that the system needs to think about. I don't know what the right way is of going about this, whether to commission an expert group or something like that. But I think that's one of the strategic issues going ahead. And NITI itself has been working with some of the people here as part of its overall work on climate change in trying to get a sense of where the financing is going to come from. To return to the issue of that I raised about integration with global financial markets, how do I see it? First, it should be, and this is another formulation of what sometimes is called capital market liberalization. In lots of ways, we started down that path, indeed in the first Big Bang, when we cautiously allowed in foreign portfolio investors, and they've become, with some hiccups, the whole issue of participatory notes, etc., they've become a part of the Indian landscape. But at the end of the day, there are economists who argue that we maintain capital controls at the moment, partly to as a matter of financial stability, but partly also in a way as a form of financial repression, so that there is a guaranteed market for government debt. I think that may once have been true, but I think that if we are to go down the path that Madam Chairperson articulated about a vibrant corporate debt market, a second balance that we're going to have to get right is between corporate debt and government debt. And exactly what that takes in terms of both fiscal adjustment and in terms of the liquidity in the corporate debt market. These are issues that we've been exploring at NITI. So this program has been impressively on time, and I'd like to end at 10:45, which was the allotted time. So let me just make some final comments. I've tried to argue, perhaps not too coherently, that while there is a lot of uncertainty in the world today, there is also considerable appetite for risk, particularly among India's young, India's investors. This has been exhibited in derivatives markets. It's also exhibited in the embrace of crypto, etc. And so actually creating a culture where people are allowed to make their own mistakes, and we learn from them without smothering, as it were, risk-taking behavior. I wouldn't know how to do this, but I do see it as an issue, is an issue on the agenda. Second, that India has depth of financial talent, and the development of that talent could well be an increasing source of engagement with the rest of the world. As it is, much of the financial talent in Singapore, Hong Kong, London, New York actually is expatriate Indians. And so I don't know whether that can somehow be mobilized. And that, if you like, sandbox type arrangements might be used, and the Reserve Bank has used them extremely well, I know, in exploring CBDCs and payment systems, but it may be, and I'm not aware of the extent to which this is a practice in capital markets. And that finally, if you like, India could end up being a very important and a very interesting blend between a banking-dominated system and a capital market system, and that some thought may need to be given either in discussions like this or in Delhi about where we want to get to and why. So with that, again, thank you for giving me the opportunity. A Diliwala in Mumbai, although I should say that my background in Mumbai is at least as deep, and I wish the rest of the proceedings every success. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your enlightening words. Your insights have provided us with much to reflect upon as we delve deeper into today's discussions. I now have the pleasure of inviting Mr. Tirthankar Patnaik, Chief Economist, NSE, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Dipali. Ladies and gentlemen, as we conclude the inaugural session of Samvad, the Symposium on the Securities Markets, it's my privilege to deliver the vote of thanks. First and foremost, I extend our deep gratitude to our chief guest, Dr. Suman Berry, Vice Chairman of Niti Aayog. Your insightful address has set an inspiring tone for our discussions and encourages us to think boldly about the future. We're also very grateful to SBI Chairperson, Shri Sethi. Your keynote address was not only enlightening, but also a powerful reminder of the synergy needed between the banking and the securities market. I would like to express our sincere thanks to SEBI Chairperson, Madam Madhuri Buch. Your dedication to fostering a transparent and robust regulatory framework is vital for the integrity of our markets. The insights you shared today will undoubtedly guide our discussions as we explore the challenges and opportunities that lie ahead. I extend our gratitude to NISM Director, Shri Shashi Krishnan, for the opportunity to host the conference at NSE. Your opening and thoughtful remarks, very thoughtful remarks, I also like Naval Ravikant a lot, have laid a strong foundation for this symposium. I'm very grateful to Shri Ashish Kumar Chauhan, our Managing Director and CEO, for his support and guidance. Your leadership and vision for the National Stock Exchange plays a pivotal role in shaping the landscape of the securities market in India. Your ongoing efforts to promote innovation and transparency are essential to our growth as a community. I also thank the organizing teams at SEBI, NISM, and all the MIIs for their meticulous planning, tireless efforts, and unwavering dedication in bringing this conference to a fruition. I'm extremely grateful for all the cooperation we received from our colleagues at NSC, various departments, for ensuring smooth logistics and technical support. I would like to express our sincere gratitude to all our participants here in the auditorium and the boardroom and online for their overwhelming support and enthusiasm. We're thrilled to have over 300 participants, as Madam Chairperson said here, for attending the symposium in person. We had to add many more chairs on the other side, and an even greater number joining us virtually. Your involvement through the day makes this conference truly special. I also thank the media for being here for all the 2 days. Thanks for covering us. Let us carry the insights gained from this session into our forthcoming discussions and continue to build on the foundation that we have established today. I hope, ladies and gentlemen, you will find the takeaways useful from this conference. I would now request our Managing Director to present the commemorative photograph that we took at the inaugural session to the dignitaries on the dais. It is accompanied by our coffee table book, which commemorates 30 years of the NSE. With that, we come to the end of the inaugural session. We break now for a short break. We resume at 11:15. Or 11. Yeah, 11:15.
Shri Anant Narayan Gopalakrishnan, whole-time member SEBI, will be moderating the panel discussion. The panelists for this session are Shri Sajid Chinoy, Managing Director and Chief India Economist, JP Morgan, Shri Neelkant Mishra, Chief Economist, Axis Bank, Shri Rajesh Gopinathan, Public Interest Director, National Stock Exchange, and Shri Hitendra Dave, Chief Executive Officer, HSBC India. I would request all the dignitaries to please come up on the dais for the panel discussion. May I request all the panelists for a group photograph, please. Now, before we begin the session, we would like to have a small quiz on the panel discussion topic. And here are some basic rules for the quiz. Although this quiz is open for everyone and we would love each one of you to participate in it, but the prizes are exclusively for the young and the bright minds amongst us, that is the college students. Now to join the quiz, you may scan the QR code displayed on the screen to go to the Slido website. Now enter your first name followed by underscore and your college name. Do remember, without college name, you might not get any prize from us. There are 4 multiple choice questions in the quiz and each MCQ has 4 options of which only one is correct, and you will have only 20 seconds to select the correct option. The top 3 students who answer the most correct questions in the shortest period of time will get the prize. So yeah, let's wait for enough people to register for the quiz. So here is the first question of the quiz. More than half of the participants got it correct. The second question, please. Almost everyone got this one correct. May I have the third question, please? Now moving on to the last question of the quiz. Almost 50% exact got it correct. So the winners are, I guess, none of them are from any institute. So yeah. So now we'll move on to the next part. I will hand over the stage to you, sir. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Am I audible? Yeah, am I audible, please? So good morning, everybody, and welcome to the second session on ideas for sustained capital formation. This is a session where the regulator listens to all market participants. This is a great forum for a no-holds-barred set of ideas to be thrown at us. We promise not to ask your PAN number or your DIN number when you give us these ideas. But on a serious note, at the beginning of the year, and we did this last year as well, it's a great time to sit down and reflect on the core objective of SEBI and the ecosystem as a whole, which is capital formation. We exist here to ensure that there is sustained capital formation. And it's a great time in the beginning of the year to look back a little bit, but more importantly, look forward on what are the big ideas towards capital formation that we as an ecosystem should be pursuing. Now, of course, I promise to speak less and let the experts here who need no introduction to do a bulk of the inputs. But at least from a regulatory perspective, the ideas and the thoughts in our mind are as follows. The chairperson, SEBI, mentioned some of this. Clearly, a big part of capital formation is ensuring that money comes in from investors and that it flows towards people who are seeking to raise risk capital to create new businesses. On both these fronts, over the last few years, we've made remarkable progress. So if you look at, in fact, from April to December of last year, and the chairperson mentioned some of these numbers, in terms of IPOs, FPOs, rights issues, QIPs, we've already hit 3.8 lakh crores between April and December of last year. This is an all-time record for any fiscal year, which we've already achieved in 9 months of the last fiscal year. This is almost twice what we raised in the last fiscal year ending FY24, already raised in 9 months. So in terms of actual capital raising, we are at all-time high records. On the supply side of money coming in, that is also at all-time high records. So if you see risk money coming in through mutual funds into the ecosystem, into equity funds, balanced funds, hybrid funds, ETFs, index funds, and so on and so forth, non-debt funds, the inflow seen between April and December of last year was 4.8 lakh crores, again an all-time record. So actually both on supply of paper and in demand for paper in the equity side, we are at all-time highs. So much so that despite this small 25,000 crore of net outflow from FPI, we still have a very healthy net demand-supply system. Now, but that raises questions. Is this money which is coming in from investors, is this sustainable? What do we need to ensure that this remains on a sustainable basis? Are we doing adequate in terms of investor protection, in terms of building trust in the ecosystem? Are there risks that's building up? So both in terms of opportunities and threats, both in terms of supply of paper and in demand for paper, we would love to hear ideas from the ecosystem. Third idea, third question and thought in our mind, while the retail investor, the domestic capital is doing extremely well, we still as a country need foreign savings. As a country that's short of capital, that has aspirations for capital formation, we cannot, be oblivious to the need for foreign capital. Both net FDI as well as FPI in equities, we have seen some weaknesses in the last few quarters. In fact, net FDI for the last 2 years has not been great. So again, we would love to hear ideas on what needs to be done in ensuring that foreign savings coming into the country remain robust. finally, in terms of what's happening on the ground in actual capital formation, whether it's the manufacturing sector and PLI, whether it is services, which seems to be doing so well, what are the takeaways from what's happening on the ground, and what are the takeaways for us as a capital markets ecosystem on what we could do further to ensure that this growth in the real economy continues. Finally, are regulations coming in the way of capital formation? And this is where we hope to hear a robust conversation. The chairperson presented data which showed that for the 9 months between April and December, only 21% of the circulars that were issued by SEBI actually were towards investor protection and enhancing the risk protection in the ecosystem. Having said that, it would be great to hear from the participants on what's really happening on the ground and what are the takeaways for us as a regulator. So the way we will try and do this is, I will invite comments from each of the experts that we have on the panel. I will dispense with the need for introductions because everybody knows these 4 very, very expert gentlemen here. We will have opening comments for about 5 to 7 minutes from each of the 4 panelists who will throw ideas on capital formation. And thereafter, we'll have a bit of a discussion based on the inputs that they give us, where all 5 of us will try and engage. And we'll try and keep some 10 minutes in the end towards audience questions as well. So in no particular order, Hitendra, since you're on the extreme left of my side, why don't I start with you? Your ideas on big ideas for sustained capital formation. What is it that we need to reflect on as an ecosystem?
Okay, it's done. Well, thank you, and it's a great privilege to be a part of this panel. I think the 4 quiz questions tell you why we are having this panel discussion, right? So it creates stock of physical assets, which produces goods, which creates employment, which chugs the economy along. So I think it's an excellent idea to have a discussion on this. We hope that we can all contribute to the broader subject of capital formation in the country, given that this is a SEBI-led panel, maybe more with a focus on the securities market side. So I think maybe just the opening comment I would make is, you look at any economy, right? Any economy where capital formation is relatively easy or straightforward, that economy has always done well. And the premier economy of the world, which is the USA, right? I mean, you go there, the number of people who drop out of Ivy League colleges because they have this brilliant idea, and the fact that they pool in their parents' money, their own money, pocket money from friends, and then very quickly they get access to capital by whatever name called, private equity, venture capital, straight listing, or typically it'll be more the first 2. So I think as a subject, I would start by saying that if we really wish to achieve the very noble intention of being an advanced economy or a Viksit Bharat by 2047, we will need to significantly increase and improve the ease of accessing capital by anyone who wishes to start a business. I think that's the one thing. I think the whole time member spoke a lot of data on the number of IPOs we did, the values, the QIPs and the IPOs and all those things. I think that part is, I would suggest, more or less mature, and we are at par, if not better than many economies in the world. But if you take the more tougher, how does someone raise 1 crore rupee? Right? Because before the companies list, by the time the companies are ready to list, bulk of the hard work is done. You ask any entrepreneur, the hard work is getting to a point when the merchant bankers start knocking on your door. Right? That is the difficult part of the journey, and that's where I think one of the discussions we should have is, how can we institutionally, from a regulator perspective, market infrastructure perspective, investor protection perspective, have a 1 crore kind of a market right now, because currently that very high risky seed capital is largely coming from outside India. And therefore some of our most successful companies, by the time they're ready to list, the entrepreneur or the Indian investor is not making the money. It's largely the soft banks and so on and so forth of the world. So I think that's one thing I hope during the course of this, how do we make the original, I'm saying 1 crore, could be 10 crores, could be, that's the initial capital. I think the other thing, obviously a lot of capital formation discussions can focus in exclusively on equity. right? But as most business people will tell you, there is always a debt equity ratio, and typically it's more than one. That is, you need access to debt capital much more than equity capital usually. And as a system, we have struggled on that count, right? I mean, we have a very, very large government securities market matching many, many advanced economies as well. But go below the AAA, the NABARDs and the PFCs and the RECs or the big private sector corporates, if somebody wants to raise 20 crores through a bond, paying even 15%, even escrowing his cash flows, there is no market there, right? So I think one of the challenges we will have on the subject of capital formation is we do need the central bank, the securities market regulator, all other regulators, the pension fund, the IRDAI, etc., to recognize that there is a problem. Each one is looking at their own defined set of stakeholders and trying to protect them, as SEBI rightly protects small investors, IRDAI is protecting policyholders, PFRDA is protecting the pensioners, etc., but in the process a broader macro is getting lost out. So that's the other thing I would mention in my opening comment, that on the debt market, I think I have been part of at least 15 panel discussions on how to increase depth of, and before I became panelist, I used to write speeches for my earlier CEOs. So, you know, when we've seen almost no progress on that count, and unless companies which are rated, let's say, below, in using local rating A or A minus, are able to issue efficiently as we are able to do small ticket IPOs, etc., I think we as a system will have let down the micro. I think the third kind of capital, again, I think it doesn't, you know, and we should, and SEBI should certainly consider, why is it that convertible bonds take place only outside India? There was a time when you could issue convertible bonds, and there was a market outside. You would basically use the equity optionality, and there are lots of students here who should study up on how, when you have a convertible bond, there is a coupon in the bond and there is a convertibility optionality which allows you to pay a much higher coupon in lieu of selling your equity optionality and things like that. What I'm trying to say is that all kinds of capital we should have the ability to do locally, right? I mean, and then you get I completely agree, we need the foreign savings in. I also think that is it time we recognize that not everybody who invests in a mutual fund, since that has become increasingly a very large channel of channelizing savings into the capital markets, not everybody is your, you know, some people are reasonably sophisticated. So should we allow mutual funds to have, you know, we used to, I mean, on my point of less than A rated, there was a market created through the mutual fund itself in such illiquid instruments, right? That market is needed. But then the structure that you have a daily exit and a daily NAV when underlying instruments are illiquid is a recipe for disaster. And, you know, so is it time to say, okay, we can have, not everybody needs, everything needs a daily NAV. Not everything needs a daily exit. You know, can you have illiquid instruments with once a month exits? Typical of what happens in a hedge fund, where you have to give a notice for exit and you can't do it on any given day, kind of a thing. But in a public form. Similarly, is there a market ready now to invest in a pre-IPO fund, which does not have to get invested within 30 days or whatever the new norms are, right? I mean, are there wealthy individuals out here who are willing to put some of their money in pre-IPO funds and trust that the fund will invest over the next 18 to 24 months, as opposed to needing to invest fairly quickly? But overall, I think, you know, India's come along wonderfully well. SEBI's done a brilliant job. I think in just what the market was just a decade back to what it is today, the depth, the size, the liquidity, etc. Along with the depth and size, since we also want to talk about not just the opportunities but the threats also, that you know, we've seen this recent SEBI order that tells you of the malpractices that are there in the market as well. So I think as long, you know, there is, if we deepen it and make it bigger and better, I think our regulatory infrastructure, regulatory capabilities and the technology behind that, I think it needs to be worked on. I would maybe just pause here now.
Thanks a lot, Hitendra. Really appreciate it. I think excellent points made on access to capital for the startups. We have a market which is over-focused on equity, convertible bonds outside India, and maybe appetite for higher risk investments, even within the mutual fund space. By the way, we forced him to say all those positive things about SEBI as well throughout. Now, let me switch to the other side and give her the macro global picture with Sajid. A lot of questions which will come up based on what you said, but let's get the opening comments first. So Sajid, all yours.
Anand, thank you very much, and thank you very much for inviting me to this wonderful forum. So I will take the kind of the 40,000 feet view of the ground, and the beauty or the problem with that is I can lay out all the problems, but I have very few specific tangible solutions. No, I think it's perhaps the most non-controversial statement we'll make today is that investment rates in India have to be higher if we have to sustain 7 to 8% growth over the next 10, 20 years, as this economy must, as we go through a demographic transition. The challenge is to identify what the binding constraints on investment are and different types of investment are, because I would argue those binding constraints have changed quite sharply over the last 10 years. So here's the good news, and Anand, this ties in with what you said in terms of capital formation, but if you just look at the big macro numbers between the start of the pandemic, 2019, and today, gross fixed capital formation has gone up quite meaningfully from 31.6% to about 34.1%. Right? So it's about 2.5 percentage points higher. That's clearly very encouraging. But let's break that down, because I think the devil is very much in the details. We've seen half of that has been a pickup in residential real estate. And the good news is I think that market is in kind of, I'm sure Neelkant will speak more about this, is kind of an autopilot, and hopefully we'll see that broaden out from just the top tier. So household structures, household investment is doing fine. I want to focus on the other two parts. Corporate investment, right, and public investment. Corporate investment, because it's important not to conflate the two, has been in this 12% of GDP range for the last decade. 12, it's been at 12.3 the last 2 years. That's where the policy focus needs to be. Now the question is, what is the binding constraint? Because 10 years ago, the binding constraint was regulatory, it was institutional. We had this twin balance sheet problem. We needed to have a bankruptcy law to resolve this, then recapitalize this, to deleverage. That whole process took a decade, and kudos to all the regulators, including SEBI, for ensuring that we have successfully transitioned out of that phase. We're now in a situation where corporates are very deleveraged, very strong balance sheets, very high cash levels. The constraint, I would argue, is not the supply side now. It's not regulatory. It's not institutional. It's a good old-fashioned macro constraint on demand. And it's very important to understand that distinction, that the supply was the constraint for many years, which had very direct policy implications. Today, that constraint is demand, and India is not the only emerging market facing that constraint. What do I mean by that? If you're a corporate in India today, despite the fact that India has recovered in the last few years, capacity utilization for manufacturing has been stuck at the 75, 76% range for the last decade. Now, whenever people say, well, it's at a decadal average, that doesn't tell me very much, because the last decade we haven't seen much gross fixed capital formation in corporates. So to invoke a decadal average is actually we have to be higher than the decadal average to get that. This is where the global picture becomes worrying. Because I think we can spend a whole conference talk about Trump 2.0, but it's important to identify what are the channels of transmission that the next year in the global economy will impact India. And I would argue the most important channel is the excess capacity that exists in China. I think by all accounts there's massive excess capacity, a lot of deflation that China is exporting. And to the extent that the US puts on tariffs on China, guess what? More and more of that excess capacity will be redirected towards countries like India to Asia. So in that environment, it almost makes sense for Indian entrepreneurs to be on the sidelines to see, until I don't have more demand visibility in India, until utilization rates don't go up further, given this competitive threat from Chinese imports flooding the market, at low cost, I'm going to take a step back. So I'm sorry I don't have a regulatory solution, But I think it's important to identify that the constraint today is on demand. And you can see this in many different ways. You can look at corporate bond spreads, and these are very AAA, very, very narrow spreads. I can look at the current account deficit, and I think that's perhaps the most holistic way. Anand, you've made this point very effectively in the past, that where the deficit today is 1%, 1.2%, but we know the deficit is nothing but the investment savings gap between the public sector and the private sector. Now, public deficits are running at 7-8% of GDP, depending how you count them. So if your current account deficit is only 1% of GDP, and your public sector deficit is 7 to 8%, it tells you that the private sector is actually swimming in savings. That there's a large savings investment surplus in the private sector, which is offsetting the public imbalances and resulting in a low current account. So really, I would argue on the corporate front, savings per se today are not the binding constraint. Having said that, I'll make one last point before I transition to my last point on the public sector, is this is not a SEBI issue, but we need to ensure that tax policy is neutral across asset classes. We're in a situation now, tax policy on equities versus debt, and that's led to a lot of exuberance, and that's okay today. But if and when we do start a capex cycle, and God willing it's sooner rather than later, and corporate bond issuances pick up, we need to be sure that policy is neutral. So the ability of a household to invest in the debt market and finance those investments is not being distorted by policy. But the third point I want to make is on the public sector, because I think here is where there are some policy implications. And I think here again, let's look at the macros. The government, to its credit, center and states, has really walked the talk. In 2020, they said there will be a strategic policy to do infrastructure, and central government infrastructure has doubled over the last 4 years. That's no mean feat. The state capacity required, the fiscal resources to be very impressive. But again, if you take a 5 to 10 year view, we know India's expenditure needs are only going to increase. Health, education, energy transition, physical infrastructure. And we know for debt sustainability reasons, deficits have to come down. So at some point, what's going to happen is the ability of the public sector year after year to finance infrastructure will be constrained by the cold, hard logic of debt dynamics over the next 5 to 10 years. And the question for us then is, how do we go back to a public-private partnership of financing infrastructure in India? Because the last 5 years, the government's done all the heavy lifting and done it for us. But when it faces fiscal constraints, how do you then direct private savings towards infrastructure? And there are three points to consider. I think in the last cycle, the distribution of risk between the public sector and the private sector was warped. The private sector took all the upstream risk, right? Land acquisition, environmental clearances, regulatory clearances, which it was ill-equipped to do. So getting that risk allocation right will be crucial. And then getting the vehicles of financing. And the issue, Anand, and you've written about this in the past, is banks are well suited to underwrite credit risk, but they always have the asset liability mismatch. Pension and insurance have the asset liability structure to finance long-term infrastructure projects as they will be called upon to do so, but they don't have the credit underwriting standards, right? And so how do we come up with structures? I know they already exist, credit enhancement, right? How do we work on those structures so that you can marry these abilities across institutions? How can we have a co-lending structure where banks are doing the credit underwriting and take on some of that credit risk, but it's really the ELM of pension insurance that we're exploiting to finance long-term infrastructure. And I think there'll be some level of financial engineering that regulators, including SEBI, will have to put their mind to is what's a workable structure. Last point I'll make is on municipal financing. Because around the world, as we're going to find, if the center and the state are fiscally constrained, a lot of local infrastructure gets financed by local municipalities, right? And that market is very nascent in India. And over the next decade, we have to work really hard. The US is a vibrant $4 trillion market, but it's a very mature market. And there again, there are issues about disclosure. This is the classic lemons problem. But municipalities that are cash rich and well rated don't want to borrow, and those that need to borrow, no one's going to lend to them, right? So how does regulation and policy resolve the information asymmetry? How do we get a more vibrant market? Because then you can begin to think of a 10-year project on capital formation infrastructure without burdening the fisc, which will have to come down for macro stability.
No, all excellent points, Ajit. Thank you so much. Very quickly, the first point you made about there being a kind of a savings glut on the corporate side, and the constraint really is not availability of finance. It's something that we notice as well. So a lot of the actual supply of paper that's coming in is either an offer for sale or monetization of a private equity investment rather than actual fresh investment at this stage. Of course, I would love to hear your thoughts on what we could do to maybe instill some actual investments coming through. Quickly on this point about public sector and munis that you brought about. In fact, I have my fellow whole-time member Ashwini Bhatia here, who's evangelical about InvITs, REITs, and municipal bonds. This has been, in fact, our chairperson also mentioned this. InvITs, REITs, and munis has been something tying back to what you said about going beyond equity. I think this is a set of instruments that have a whole host of promise. I see Pramod Rao here as well. In terms of both monetizing the existing set of infrastructure, including in the local governments, as well as therefore fueling the next stage of investments in the economy. So ideas on how we could actually get this up and running, and we are doing a lot of work here, would be again very, very welcome. Before I come to the next economist, let me intersperse that with Rajesh, who is the tech whiz. Services sector has been doing extremely well, but your ideas, Rajesh, on capital formation and what we could be doing as an ecosystem.
Thanks, Anant, and I'm still wondering what I'm doing here between economists and bankers, but let me, try to give not even a micro view, more anecdotal view of what is happening. I don't have the, the structures that you guys have described. So if you go back to what, all this capital formation, how do we know it is working, right? Of course, there is the whole measuring part of it. But end of the day, I think the measure of it should be to see is the entrepreneurial energy in the ecosystem increasing or not. And on that one aspect of it, I think we have done a phenomenal job. So I have had the opportunity over the last year to meet with, young students and, who are about to graduate, have just graduated. And that energy, that, the mindset change is so palpable. And I believe that that's the most important aspect of what has happened here, and goes to, creating the foundation for that long-term growth. So we need to be mindful of that, a lot of what has happened, maybe it is not showing up on the numbers that we currently measure, but there is a significant change. 25 years ago, 30 years ago, bulk of our, students, both from premier institutes as well as from the tier 2, tier 3 institutes, would be job seekers. Now, irrespective of finally where it happens, but their talk is all about how can I have a startup. And that is if a 20-year-old believes that, there is nothing that can stop them, right? And we got to make sure that, that mindset is cultivated, supported, nurtured, and do whatever. But it's a huge change that has happened, and I believe that everything that has happened, both on the government policy as well as on the regulatory side, and the larger ecosystem over the last 10-15 years has massively created a wave, which is something that we can all be proud of and we need to nurture. And in terms of nurturing that, I think it's not a resource-constrained market per se. I still don't. While we see that, aggregate numbers on startup funding is going down, etc. But at the ground level, it is not as if, at least I have not seen and I have not heard that there are phenomenally good ideas that are struggling to take off because they're not getting money. In fact, if anything, people have become more savvy. So their expectation of what they want on the valuation has significantly increased. So there's a bit of a mismatch in that, rather than if you were to go back to where it was 5 years or 10 years back. At that price point, money is still available. So it's not the gross money supply that has gone down. It is more a valuation expectation that has changed. So, and probably it goes to the heart of, I think one of the points that you spoke about, that what is the role of the public markets? Is the public market the originator of investable capital, or is the public market a more a downstream element of democratizing that capital and generating the surplus that goes back and creates this pool? So we shouldn't worry too much whether if it is OFS, because end of the day that money hopefully will come back and get cycled through. And maybe the kind of risk taking that we want to do, maybe the public market is not necessarily the best place with its necessary requirements on regulatory oversight, etc. So we need to think that through. And one of the ways that we could think about is that when are we going to see the first PE listing in India? Because can we generate, why are we afraid of a SPAC listing in India? If the public markets is and has the appetite and is capable of generating that risk capital, we should be trying to encourage, let's have a domestic PE that comes and let's have a, why should we not have SPACs? I mean, SPACs seem very odd to us, but that's why the US is what the US is. So maybe that's a path that we could, we should be thinking about, that are we mentally comfortable with that? The second part of it is that, so one is that whole entrepreneurial spirit. The second is, are we really seeing capital formation on the ground? And there also I think, in fact even in the quiz, we said that the measure of it is net asset creation. In the new economy, that's not necessarily a measure. If somebody wants to set up, let's say, AI infrastructure, where they're essentially buying in bulk from, let's say, NVIDIA, and then selling in retail in India, and that bulk buying is financed through equity capital, I would argue that that should still count as asset creation, because that compute asset is critical for a lot of downstream activities that need to happen. We don't necessarily look at it that way, and we need to see whether we should be looking at what are the kind of things that we call under that. Same thing with services. The net capital asset formation on a services side of it might be less, but what is the right measure of doing it? Because it's a huge job multiplier, and it's a huge multiplier of the investable surplus that can come out of a services job that produces the retail capital that is at play. And otherwise also, the ability to finance riskier, more impactful capital formation, like what happened in renewable energy, or what we are now seeing in healthcare, what we are seeing in the whole EV space. So we are seeing that there is a fair amount of capital formation on the riskier side, which is happening at a scale that would have been unimaginable 10 years ago. So the access to the markets and the kind of flows that have happened are really showing up. They might not be at gross level very large, but the total impact that it has from a strategic side of it is significant. And I would even argue that some of that capacity, even if utilization is low. So if you look at what happened on the electronics manufacturing side, we incentivized capacity creation on the electronics manufacturing, and it is now said that we are at about 50% capacity utilization. That remaining 50%, while it might be loss-making for the initial investors, I'm sure will get cycled through the economy, because once that capacity is there, it will get put to some other use, and it might not be mobile phones, it might be something else that will get created. So capacity formation is happening, especially I would say the transition capacity or the new gen capacity, and that's another great thing that is going on. And finally, the last aspect of it is this, I think Dr. Suman very eloquently put it. If our average age, the median age, of the investor is 32 years, and bulk of them are in their 20s, their risk-taking capacity is quite high. And that risk, because they have a couple of decades or more of earning visibility ahead of them. So do we need to get too worried about whether they are doing the right thing or not? And then look at it from Dr. Berry's lens, that do we really have the right lens to consider what is right or wrong? Because finally we are looking at it from our generation's lens. And it is but natural that a younger generation has a different level of risk appetite. So governance, disclosure, etc., fine. But do we need to necessarily get too worried about the fact that the youth are more risk-taking by nature? And that's the nature it is, let it be. I know it's risky for me to say that in the role that I am, but I do believe we need to balance that need to be, I think he used the word, we shouldn't smother that youthful energy in our perspective of what risk ought to be. So these are the three things that I thought I'll lay to the panel.
Excellent points, Rajesh. Thank you again so much. To your first point on what are you doing here, I suspect you've done more towards capital formation than anyone in this particular room, so you deserve very much to be here. I think the broader point you make about, it echoes with what Hitendra said about, startups and making sure that resources are available. You said resources is not a constraint, but nevertheless making sure that resources are available. I loved your point about SPAC and private equity listing. We'll discuss that a little more in the same theme of the last point that you made, which was Dr. Suman Berry's point about let people take risk. And this is a very different generation. So we'll talk about all of that. Last but definitely not the least, Neelkant, one of the most thoughtful people coming out with out-of-the-box ideas. We save the best for the last. All yours, Neelkant.
Thank you, Anand, for inviting me and for the pressure of giving you thoughtful ideas. One of the things about going last is that you get an opportunity to synthesize thoughts from some excellent speakers and try to put a framework on top of them. I want to focus on risk, and risk on two fronts. One is risk taken by regulators, by policymakers, and I think we have become as a country too risk averse. I'm not specifically talking about SEBI, but as a country I think we've become too risk averse, and that I think over a period of time will start showing up in our growth as well. So as you know, risk and reward go together. That's one of the first principles of economics and finance that we hear. But I would like to start with the risk-taking by savers in general. An example I would give of, say, the Chinese. The Chinese have been the biggest savers in the world, among the biggest savers in the world. 40, 45, 50% of GDP saved every year. The problem has been that most of those savings have gone into assets like real estate. And so imagine a 50-year-old in China who owns 2 or 3 houses, and the prices of those houses are falling. And it's very unlikely that they're ever going to rise again. Now, so therefore it is as important to deploy those savings productively so that the returns keep coming through, and that there is enough long-term risk-taking and long-term return management that we are starting to do. When we think about India's savers, so far we have, in fact, I would say till about 10 years back, we were too scared of letting them take risk. Over the last 10 years, courtesy, I think, excellent regulations by SEBI, by a lot of hard work by AMFI, we have opened up one risk channel, which is the equities channel, the systematic investment plans. The SIPs, I know equities are among the riskiest of asset classes, but as financial theory shows, history shows, if you invest regularly into them over a period of time, the 10, 20-year returns on some of these assets are quite reasonable. There will always be some risks that because the plumbing is so, and the gush of water coming in, or the gush of savings coming in is so strong that there are feedback loops, self-reinforcing loops. What we have seen is that equity valuations have been driven very high because certain types of assets like mid caps and small caps, they are illiquid, they get too much of fund flow, the stocks go up even more, they attract more fund flows. I think those kind of loops are natural in capital markets. I'll come to what regulators perhaps should be approaching them with, but the point is that over a period of time, these should be reasonably, there should be reasonable returns, and therefore trying to stop that flow would be unwise. Even trying to manage that flow, I would say at this stage, may be unwise. Now, the response to this has been that, like in any financial economic market, if the demand goes up a lot, and the way I use demand and supply is the opposite of the way Anant was mentioning it, so just to clarify. So demand is the demand to buy equities, supply is when someone comes and sells equities. Now, in the last year or this current year, we have seen supply now exceeding demand. So for a long time, the SIPs and the EPFO flows and all that were in excess of supply, so the stock prices were going up. Now we have seen, as the prices have gone up, supply is responding. And so 7.5 lakh crores, so if you include the block sales, so the 3.8 lakh crores till December you mentioned was through IPOs and QIPs, but if you include the block sales, that number goes up to 7.5 lakh crores. Only 37% of that has gone into what I would call fundraising for investment or deleveraging. 63% has been promoters or venture capitalists or private equity firms taking advantage of high prices and selling off. In the near term, it seems counterproductive, but as regulators, I would advise that we kind of stay away from excessive regulations and let the markets function. As of now, this has also put some pressure on our balance of payments. Many of these are foreign venture capitalists. They're taking money out. Like when Hyundai, for example, sells $3 billion and takes it out, that's a balance of payment outflow. But as companies see, or the venture capitalists see good returns over the medium term, this will attract more capital. So if we take a long enough view, I think even this is not bad. So there's nothing to fret about the fact that high prices are not generating investment capital. But what we can do, given that the equity risk premium in India is at record lows, and it's almost as if the government bonds are now cheaper than equities. What can we do? And that, you know, I think everyone here mentioned about the importance of bond markets. This is generally, I mean, people who are old enough, this generates smirks. For 25 years, we've been trying to create a vibrant bond market and we have struggled. But I think we have to keep trying, and some measures, for example, like, you know, how can we generate secondary market liquidity? How can we, so if the issuance size initially is too small, and therefore that lot, or, you know, so how do we maybe club the bonds from certain types of companies into tradable instruments? Can we create market makers? Because there are several things we need to do in order to encourage risk taking. I presented this at a forum just 2 weeks back, and that maybe the pension and insurance funds should be allowed to buy riskier bonds. One of the speakers slammed it down, saying they're taking enough duration risk anyway. Why should we take them credit risk? But, you know, as you start to create the market, collectively we have to understand that putting all the money into equities is also, as an economy, very risky. We need to get the money into bond markets. If someone wants to borrow at 15%, they should be able to borrow it. And for that to happen, of course, there are things to be done for PFRDA, IRDA, etc. But as SEBI and as in the capital markets, can we look at market making mechanisms? Can we look at how we classify securities that can be traded, and try to create those structures? Once we do that, I think the medium and long-term allocation of savings will be proper. And different types of firms will start. And one very small example of that is like the private credit funds. They're all the craze, right? The problem with private credit funds is that that's not a very scalable model. I mean, the way you distribute them, the way you go out raise funds, the way you deploy them, I think are constrained. And what they have replaced is the credit funds that we have. And so actually the credit funds is a much more scalable structure. And so instead of getting into private credit, I mean, I think all fundraising is great, but I think, you know, not letting the credit funds shrink into oblivion is also an important cycle. One last point I'll make on the foreign portfolio investors is that, as Sajid mentioned, and I think all of us know, with the 10-year bond yield in the US approaching 5%, the competition for capital, global capital, has intensified. We are worried about FPI outflows. You should see that China saw $49 billion of outflows in October, $25 billion in November. Vietnam in the last 12 months has seen 1.4% of market cap worth of outflows. We have seen maybe 0 or maybe minus 0.1%. So this is going to be a very hard game. Today, even $40–45 billion of CAD is hard to fund. At some point, the US exceptionalism is going to go away. The fact that their yields are high is because their fiscal is unsustainable. At some point, the markets will start worrying about it. That point could be 3 to 5 years away. How do we fund ourselves to that? How do we keep the economy stable? And therefore, working on how to get more foreign capital into domestic AIFs, easing some of those norms, working with Gift City, creating those plumbing channels, wherein not just making it easier to register FPIs, I can get into the specific details with feedback that we get from some of our clients on how you allocate. So suppose one fund has multiple vehicles, how do you allocate losses and credit? So there are some minor regulatory things which also are still deterrents, and I think cleaning all of that up will make us look better in the beauty parade as the competition for foreign dollars becomes more intense. I'll stop.
Thanks a lot, Neelkant. Again, excellent points. Okay, I'm going to try and take up some of the issues which have been brought up by our eminent panelists and look for some specific takeaways for the ecosystem, particularly the regulator, on what we should be doing. The first theme I want to pick up is on startups and risk as a whole, because I think it's a common theme that came across a lot of people. Very quickly, SEBI's perspective on this. On the investor space, we have the alternate investment fund space, which has grown quite rapidly. Commitments have crossed 12.5 lakh crores. The actual investments have crossed 5 lakh crores. The compounded annual growth rate of investments in the AIF space has been growing at over 30% for the last 5 years. It's been a very, very rapid growth. A lot of it is going towards, of course, CAT2 AIFs, which are typically going into startups, etc. Now, I'll tell you what our challenge is, both from an issuer perspective and from an investor perspective. The first element of the preamble of SEBI Act talks about investor protection. So when we are channeling investor money into startups, the need to protect investors is strong. We have this model of accredited investors, people who have meet a certain threshold of financial wealth or financial savvy. There, the level of protection that we offer is intended to be lower. So what we are trying to encourage is make people move into this accredited investor model. Unfortunately, we have still not gone into 4 digits of accredited investors. We barely have Aparna's here. It's about 600, 700 accredited investors in the country. We need people to adopt this model. We are trying to make it a lot more efficient. Then our focus on investor protection can come down, and the investor can sign in blood saying, we know what we are doing, we understand markets and risk better than you do, get off our back, we will do what needs to be done. I think that model will really work in terms of startups, etc. In terms of issuers, look, we have and Mr. Bhatia is here, we have the SME IPO model of, light touch regulation for issuers to come in and raise money. That again poses challenges for us, because again, we've seen, because it's a light touch, we've seen people with not necessarily the best of credentials coming and raising money and questions about governance, etc. So again, that balance of getting it right between light touch regulation and investor protection is a challenge for us. But specifically, and this is open to all 4 of you, if there are suggestions that you'd like to give us or the ecosystem as broadly, 1 or 2 things that we should take away. Dabe, why don't I start with you? What do you think we should be reflecting on?
So maybe, like I mentioned, I think definitely on the debt side, I think SEBI should allow for flexibility. Everything cannot have a daily exit, right? So I think just as a bank loan cannot be repaid any given day or whatever. So I think certainly I would think between the market participants, SEBI, to the extent that RBI needs to get involved. And you can have it for accredited investors or with investors putting whatever 10 lakh rupees, whatever you think is a level at which suitability concerns are getting automatically reflected. I think certainly because the need of the market is that. I think that market was playing a useful role 5 years or whatever number of years back when it just died, right? And the reactions have actually created a bigger problem, right? So that is one thing certainly. I think that let's look at fixed income markets in a regulated space, but with reflecting the underlying liquidity, the exits that you offer.
On that, in fact, let me combine this. I wanted to keep debt as a separate theme, but let's combine the two. We all talked about, for the last 30, 40 years, we've all been part of committees and panels on how to improve debt markets in India. But any one or two specific SEBI-oriented issues that you think we could pick up? And I want to add the thing about InvITs and REITs and munis that we discussed as well. Specifically, what should we be doing to grow debt space, to grow the InvIT REITs, muni space? What could we do?
Yeah. So I think I'll stick to this. I think provide for flexibility in schemes not to be homogeneous. Okay, not, if my asset class is such that it takes a month to sell, then provide for me that you can only exit on the first of the month. So you have to give me 30 days notice. As an investor, you have to give me 30. And then we can tweak that's the only way I see A- and below paper finding. And right now, Neelkanth spoke about private credit market. The markets have arisen only because there is no other, so if you want to earn 15, 16% gross and 10, 11% post-tax, that's where the money is going. The distribution is very opaque. I'm sure my distribution team is not going to like this, but they love selling these funds. They don't love selling mutual funds anymore because the commission is just not there, right? So we are driving people into 2.5% upfront incentive schemes or distribution schemes, even if they're on a trail basis. So that would be one. I think certainly we spoke about how OFS is and blocks and all that. Most of those have been by foreigners. So we have nothing against foreigners. I work for an international firm as such, but when will the population of this country at least get a chance to make money off? They will lose money in 90 cases as all PE funds do globally, right? But so can we have a thought behind, okay, we will allow certain mutual funds to run pre-IPO schemes where the investment could be on a capital call basis. The capital call arrangements is between the fund and the end investor. And unlike globally, we don't really have that much institutional money here. We have high net worth money here. I think that's the second thing. I think certainly, there is a space now to have, and that will be difficult for SEBI, I understand, because you're meant to but it's a spectrum, right? You're getting there kind of a thing. I think the third thing, I think I agree. I think over a period of time, we've become so afraid of any of our stakeholders or regulated entities causing problems that, you've over-sanitized. It's a bit like, the use of sanitizer during COVID a little bit, where it's so high now that no one's falling ill also, but no one's, getting excited. We need the FOMO. See, India is a growth market, right? India is not a market where people come for safety. People who invest are also, nobody's putting money in equity to 8. Unfortunately or fortunately, nobody's there in the market to make 5-6% returns. And finally, I would say, I think, even on valuation, the word was spoken. We don't, when people buy houses for 100 crore rupees in Mumbai, Gurgaon, nobody talks about the fact that the valuation is off. Right? So leave it to the buyer and seller to decide the valuation. You just make sure the disclosure and the accounting and the, all the other good things that your norms do. So yeah, thank you.
No, thanks, Dave. In fact, that is the philosophy we try and follow. We are a disclosure-based regime. We don't comment upon the valuation per se. Even the point that you made, Neelkanth, about the supply being larger than the demand at this point in time, and don't interfere. We don't interfere. All we try and do is make sure people are aware of what's happening, what the flows look like, and then it's your hard-earned money. Do what you have to do. But coming back, so on the point about the way on allowing, for instance, pre-IPO schemes, etc., and risk sanitization, and you also mentioned that we become too risk conscious. Genuinely, I think if we move towards the accredited investor model, the comfort that the ecosystem will have to allow a lot more. See, we've seen SEBI come out with the new product in mutual funds, which allows for a higher risk in between PMS and mutual fund and in between AIFs and a mutual fund. The point is, as long as we have a set of investors who are savvy, we are very happy to withdraw back and say, you know what, you guys decide what needs to be done, and with that caveat emptor. So coming to you, Rajesh, on startups, on risk, and maybe on debt markets, if you have any specific suggestions for SEBI to take away.
I think it's the same thing. As I said, it's not that, you know, there is a lack of resources. There is a bit of volatility of resources because a lot of the entrepreneurial capital is foreign, and therefore it is more exposed to what is happening in international markets. So if you can generate more domestic capital that goes into the entrepreneurial funding side, it will give a more stable pool of capital. It can still be 2/3 international, but if it is at least 1/3 domestic. So towards that, this kind of a tiering, as you said, AIFs, maybe pre-IPO mutual funds, more risk-taking mutual funds, and at some point in time, you know, PEs listed, etc., that will generate domestic funds into that side of it. So I think it's the same point that is coming in multiple ways. Debt, I don't have much visibility.
Thanks a lot, Rajesh. PE listing and SPACs, we can probably have a whole session on that separately, so we'll keep that aside. On domestic capital, it's interesting. I think the AIF corpus that we have, about 40% is foreign, 60% happens to be domestic at this point in time. But coming to you guys, on risk and on debt markets specifically, any specific takeaways for us? Neelkant, let me go with you.
Yeah, so see, clearly it's a market formation problem. So demand and supply have to come together. And the parallel I use is when Uber and Ola were starting off, you know, you had to first subsidize the driver and also subsidize the rider. And then slowly you start pulling back the subsidies from both. And then you see a period of adjustment. Some people give back their cars, some people stop using Ola, go back to their private drivers. But I think that's the phase which we are missing. We are trying to tweak at the sidelines and thinking that the system will work. So I think there has to be maybe a 3-5 year period where we increase the allocation, say from pension funds, the insurance funds, so that happens. We slightly relax the issuance norms. And, you know, adding to what Hitendra was saying, see, bubbles are, of course, when they burst, they do a lot of damage. But, you know, sometimes bubble formation, in fact, this is one of the things that people are complaining about the US also. Now that in the last 20 years, I mean, there are many bubbles I can see, but they're saying that at least the risk-taking bubbles, they're trying to keep things too safe, is also becoming a problem. And therefore, see, there has to be euphoria where, you know, the big railway lines, I mean, a lot of people lost a lot of money in the US, but eventually, they, like, you know, the 2000 bubble in telecom infrastructure, we all benefited from the cheap internet that came after that. A lot of people lost money. So we shouldn't be too afraid of bubbles is the first thing. But I think on the debt market side, managing or working with other regulators and trying to control demand and supply at the same time, creating a market making mechanism, all the things I talked about, may be a good way to start.
Thanks, Neelkant. There has to be euphoria. I see a lot of my regulatory colleagues here. I'm sure we're all shivering a little bit at that thought. But Sajid, let me come to you last but not the least on debt and risk, specific measures for SEBI.
Thank you, Anand. I agree with a lot of what was said, especially what Hitendra said. I think, you know, this may sound too theoretical, but it's important to understand what the market failure is in specific markets. In the case of the municipal market, it's really an asymmetric information problem. That may not be a SEBI issue. How do we increase disclosure? How do you increase transparency? How do you work with governments to make sure that happens? Is maybe a pooling model viable across multiple municipal corporations? What are the trade-offs of that? SMEs, again, there's a trade-off here, but the problem again is an asymmetric information problem. So for many of these underdeveloped markets, there is the lack of transparency, lack of disclosure, that is at the heart of the market failure, and I think that's where regulators need to come in to fix that problem. I agree with Neelkant completely that we want insurance and pension to go down the credit curve. Right now we've got this bipolar thing where you've got some firms, AAA, cash rich, they can access the bond market at 10 basis point premium, they can undertake ECBs, they've got a wealth of options to build capital. And another set of firms down the credit curve that are completely washed out. And the question then is, do you want to almost impose these credit underwriting skills on insurance and pension? Do you want to say your allocation at some point has to be to go down the curve and almost put the cart before the horse? Those kinds of things. So I think identifying what the market failure is and then fixing that in particular, and the failure is different across different markets. I do believe that bringing the synergies, and you've seen this in some emerging markets, between credit underwriting skills of NBFCs and banks and the ALM benefits of pension insurance, there is a happy merger there. We haven't fully exploited that. Two other points, we talk about capital buffers being counter-cyclical. I think regulatory policy also at some level, at the margin, needs to be counter-cyclical. When growth is very strong, then you don't want to make a type 1 error. But when you're sitting on a savings glut, the constraint on investment is demand, right, risk-taking, then at the margin policy needs to go in the other direction so as to be counter-cyclical and be more principles-based and less prescriptive to the extent possible. Last thing I'll say on, there's a lot of hand-wringing about we want more foreign inflows, not now, but the last 10 years, what can we do to get into a JP Morgan bond index or get A or B or free? Ultimately, let's look at the macro math, right? How much money, how much foreign money does India absorb? It's only the current account deficit. If my current account deficit is $40 billion and my capital flows are $70 billion, what's happening? The RBI intervenes to the extent of the BOP surplus, buys up those $30 billion and recycles it as capital outflows into US treasuries. So the absorptive capacity of the economy is the current account deficit. The reason we're not using more foreign money today is not because there's a shortage in the capital account. There may be for 3 quarters, but not for the last 5 years, is because those excesses are being recycled by the central bank. So the absorptive capacity is the current account, which goes back to my last point, that today I think the binding constraint on a lot of investment is demand. If we fix our demand problem, we will get capital formation. The prerequisites, savings, regulatory policy, risk appetite exist.
Thanks a lot, Sajid. Totally agree with you on the need for the regulatory approach to be counter-cyclical. Specific suggestions would be very welcome on what we could do to get the investment cycle actually up and running if the question is of a savings glut and not enough of investments coming through. The last theme I want to pick up, and I'll go in the reverse order, is, all of you mentioned about, Sajid, you mentioned, Neelkant, you mentioned about this being tough times from a global flow perspective, right? The fact that with US treasuries at 4.7%, 10 years and all of that. Now, specifically for FDI, FPI, for foreign inflows, for foreign savings, are there any takeaways for the regulators on what we need to be doing, specific things that we could be looking at? And more generally, the question which I promised to ask, is there regulatory cholesterol in any aspect, not just in foreign flows, but in terms of issuers, in terms of savers, specific areas that we should be looking at to try and de-cholesterolize the situation? Let's go with you.
Thanks, Anant. So I just want to emphasize, don't want to be a party pooper on the 10th of January, but this is going to be a difficult year for the whole world. And I think there are two parts to this. One is just the volatility that's going to come out of the US every single day. But I think we have to talk about where we are, and I'll just spend 30 seconds to just lay the stage and then talk about foreign flows. We're seeing incredible US exceptionalism, right? That the US has grown much sharper than, much stronger than was thought. The last mile of disinflation is getting extremely hard. Fed rate cuts in 2025 went from 7 to 6 to 4 to 2 to 1. And that, even without a Trump administration, was challenging, because that's meant the DXY is at 110 and 10-year bonds are close to 470, 480. The tightening in those global financial conditions has put pressure on every emerging market. India is not unique. My worry is the following, that MAGAnomics or Trumponomics is going to accentuate the US exceptionalism. Because if Trump is true to his agenda, puts on tariffs on the world, has restrictions on immigration, those are adverse supply shocks that hurt the US. But guess what? If he's going to be expansive on fiscal policy and deregulate, that buffers US growth. So you're in this crazy situation where the US is inflicting all this damage, but the hit hit on US growth is much less than the hit to the rest of the world. These growth differentials, if anything, widen, and that accentuates tightening global financial conditions. That's the environment in which Neelkant is saying 10-year bonds could go to 5.5 and 6. Now we can talk about a list trust moment all we want. Oh, that's not possible, they'd be bottom. But because of exorbitant privilege, the US can play this game for longer. It just takes 3 or 4 quarters of this kind of these conditions to be very damaging to emerging markets. So I think the first lesson is, we've all spoken about growth and risk appetite. There's a good reason to hunker down. And I want to give policymakers, including SEBI, enormous credit, as we keep using the phrase, macroeconomic stability in India has been institutionalized since the taper tantrum, whether it's foreign exchange reserves, whether it's regulatory policy, inflation targeting, fiscal architecture, all of that stuff. And we should never for a moment in this environment let our guard down on that front. And so if it means sacrificing of foreign inflows for 12 months while the storm is at its peak, that's exactly why we built reserves of $700 billion. You open your umbrella when the storm is on. Now, having said that, one source of concern for me is FDI flows around the world have slowed, because when US yields are 5%, FDI is going to slow. But for me, the slight concern is India's fraction of EMFDI has declined. So we want that fraction to go up, even if the envelope will not grow. And that again comes back to real economy issues. How do we get a larger piece of China +1? Because the FDI flows will then track some of those issues. So again, I'm sorry I don't have specific regulatory issues. I think it's a function of how successful you all have been. That all of those micro issues have been resolved. Some of these constraints now have bubbled up to becoming more macro in nature.
No, thanks a lot, Sajid. In fact, I see a slight difference between what you're saying and what Neelkant was saying. Neelkant was saying we're too risk averse. You're suggesting maybe it's with a good reason that we should be risk averse. A nuance, I guess. But yeah, you're painting a fairly bleak picture, essentially asking us to be hunkering down and be ready for a few quarters at least. Neelkant can probably provide a different perspective.
Yeah, so this is a SEBI and markets discussion. So on the macro side, the fact that we have so much slack, as Sajid himself was saying, means that, and the fact that our balance of payment stress that we have seen in the last 3 months is mostly, I would say, one-off, and a lot of elements of one-off. We shouldn't be wary of stimulating the economy, because generally when currency is under pressure, you want to slow the economy down. This is not one of those environments in my view. But anyway, on the regulatory side, see, I'll just make 2 quick points. I can see the clock ticking. The first is that because the tussle in the last 6-7 years has been between FPIs selling and domestics buying. So what tends to happen is you see a gush of savings into equities, valuations go up, Indian equities become way more expensive than other equities, FPIs then sell off. So that has been a very natural market phenomenon, and therefore the focus on how many FPIs are registered, how easy is it to register, I think all of those things have taken a back seat. And maybe even if for this 3-4 quarter period or a 3-year period, I think prioritizing, okay, so what are the challenges today in terms of not just registration but operations? And I said there are FPI clients who complain about the fact that the structures in India are unnecessarily complicated, that if we have to allocate funds between various, I know there are still going to be challenges on the taxation side and all that, but we need to keep working at that. The second aspect we need to be very focused on is that the 10-year bond yield in China is 1%, or going to be 1%, or likely to be 1%. And China is going to spew out a lot of capital. So net FDI in China is now minus 200. Their inbound FDI is maybe 5 billion, their outbound is $200 billion. This is very similar to what Japan saw in the 80s. So when everyone in the world is starting to say, oh, the Japanese are too aggressive, or that they're taking away our jobs, they start investing in Mexico, Thailand, India. Maruti started that time. And why not India? And therefore, as we think about Chinese insurance funds, Chinese pension, I know there is press note 3, but that's a separate, different ball game. But as if there are funds, and we already have, like China Light and Power owns power plants in India, so it's not that we haven't seen that, but that can be a very important source of capital. And as we think about a much more competitive world in terms of capital flows and tight financial conditions, I think these kind of parallel structures will actually help us navigate.
Thanks a lot, Neelkant. I think two good takeaways. One, China as a source of investment dollars, point well taken. On FPIs, happy to tell you guys, actually we are seeing the number of applications for fresh FPIs actually going up. We are tracking very closely. NSDL, which is here, deserves a lot of the credit. We are tracking the time it takes for processing of FE applications very, very closely. They have a tracker in place which actually gives us actionable data as to where the bottlenecks are. In terms of actual times being taken to register FPIs, it's actually coming down. A lot of work has been done by the FPI team and SEBI along with the other market infrastructure institutions on reducing the number of fields that they actually have to input to set up a threshold for investment manager, multiple investment manager structures. The number of fields have come down by 45%. So there's a lot of work happening in trying to reduce any kind of cholesterol which is there in terms of registrations. We've not let our eye off the ball as far as the FPIs are concerned. Rajesh, again, any regulatory cholesterol that we need to be worried about? Foreign flows, anything, any suggestions?
No ideas on foreign flows, so sorry.
Hitendra.
Yeah, no, I think maybe it's time to relook at our FPI entire architecture that we have for debt funds. It's, complexity is natural to Indians, so we don't, what is not complex to me is complex to a person in, especially in the Western world. So FAR, non-FAR, 1 year holding period, this maturity, that maturity. I think that is one thing I think we should relook at and simplify it. And at a broader level, I think, I know a lot of our guidelines on UBO, etc. When we look at FPIs, I'm talking about who's the ultimate beneficial owner is around making sure there is no round tripping of money, right? I'm sure there are many reasons. One of them is this, principal one could be this, but nobody's going to round trip money for fixed income. The returns in India are not such. So maybe relook at the KYC norms for FPIs, which are dedicated debt, right? Because yes, there could be an issue of a unscrupulous promoter buying his own debt or something. Those you could address through specific holdings and things of that nature. But as long as it's government securities, SDL, listed bonds, etc., maybe just that process should be a 24-hour process because you really should not be particularly concerned about whether it's Mr. David Beckham owning something or an institution. It really shouldn't be. So that's a specific one for you.
Another, just take 10 seconds to say
sure.
that. And this is an important point because the first reaction will be, withdraw from all emerging markets. But then when things settle, you tend to be more discriminating. And I think here is where India's macros come across as being very attractive. So we will get a higher fraction of what flows exist. And that's why taking away the cholesterol, streamlining, making it easier for these people to access India will be what we can perhaps do best to enable these flows.
Yeah. So I'm glad you picked this up the way and Sajid. Very quickly, I'll tell you what we're doing as far as FPIs and government debt is concerned, the government-oriented funds. We are saying we will not have any specific SEBI-oriented requirement for data. Whatever RBI requires for its KYC, whatever CBDT requires for the PAN number is all that we require. There'll be zero requirement. So a lot of stuff, including investor group, are you, to combine to see are you holding too much of one particular security, all of that data will absolutely not be sought as long as it's a Government of India only bond. I didn't want to say this because it's not been done as yet, but this is pretty much on the anvil and we will announce this pretty soon. I see a couple of hands. We'll just take a couple of very sharp questions if you don't mind. Please, if you can, somebody can bring a mic if you don't mind. Very sharp questions for the panels, please. Yeah, he's coming. Maybe you can start, sir, if you don't mind. If you can just give it. Yeah.
Hi, thank you. Yeah, hi. Indra from Tata Consultancy.
A little louder, please.
Yeah, Indra from Tata Consultancy. First and foremost, since morning, we heard about the journey of SEBI as the, I would say, that regulator. And right now, the session which has focused on capital formation. And you have been emphasizing on this aspect of like the softer or the collateral nuances part of it. More so how to bring that like market resilience in character and capability side of it. So let me first like bring some piece of information and then probably I'll give the basic submission. First and foremost part, probably this morning someone spoke, probably Mr. Sasi spoke, probably some 2 that consultation paper per month. But let me give the factual information per SEBI side. Since January 2022, there are 180 consultation has taken place on different topics. Of course, let's see like that reflects the proactive stance of SEBI in market development and innovation part of it, including ease of business. That translates into like that almost 5 a month or kind of thing. Circular almost 399 in last 3 years. Number is not important. The question or the thought which SEBI must reflect is it going to go for that disclosure based or prudence based kind of regulatory regime, or it is going to have this like prescription based, rule based kind of that like architecture. That's the fundamental question. The 3 submissions.
So, okay, I think I got the gist of the question. I would prefer questions for the panel, please, but having said that, let me quickly take this. You would have seen the presentation the chairperson made on the split of the various circulars that we brought out. See, first thing is the number of circulars sounds very large, but remember we have 26 sets of regulated entities. Not every circular applies to every single entity. Secondly, as the chairperson mentioned, for the 9 months as of calendar year, the fiscal year FY25 9 months, only 21% of those circulars or regulations were towards investor protection or increasing risk protection. The other 79% were towards ease of doing business or reducing regulatory burden. Here is my simple suggestion to all participants. This is not to criticize what you're saying. It's quite possible that there are some circulars which are either superfluous or creating what I call type 2 errors, coming in the way of good business. Suggestion is, which is exactly the question I asked, if there are specific circulars that you want us to relook at, as the chairperson said, we are the most consultative regulator. Tell us about it. You have our email addresses on the website.
Sure,
drop us an email. Every single email is looked at, and we will see if at the appropriate advisory committee or standards forum, this can be debated. I can tell you one more thing. On every issue that is debated, we get 10,000 views, all of different hues and shapes, and it's not a consensus view which comes to us. And we have to take a tough call of actually taking a choice. If you don't mind, let's go to the last question. You had a question, sir. Hopefully for the panel.
Yeah, hello, I'm Kevin James from the London School.
Yeah, it's on. Go ahead.
Is it working? Hello,
Yeah.
sound?
It's working.
Okay. Kevin James from London School
Sir,
of Economics.
the diagnosis of the problem is well done by all the panelists. So now, as you have asked, specific, this FPI behavior is meant to be foreign portfolio investor, which is actually becoming foreign portfolio trader. They are drying away the money whenever at their sweet will, and they bring the money whenever they're sweet. So why not have a system of lock-in, so that at least when the lock-in will open and when the outflow will open, because it is damaging the currency also. Today see our position of rupee versus the dollar. This is on the foreign part, and the domestic part, all bankers, all this thing. When the issuer comes, the monitoring is through DRAFPH, post-issue monitoring is through LODR. Auditors are there, valuers are there, rating agencies are there, still the failures are happening. So, splurging the money by the promoters, say a company of 40,000 crores cannot, the business risk cannot be so that the 90,000, it erodes 90% of the value. There the post-disbursement monitoring is very much necessary.
Okay. Which panelist would you like to answer this? I'm definitely not taking it.
See, the problem of the lock-in that you mentioned, if there is no exit door from here, you would not have entered the house. So it is extremely important that the exit is kept open so that the entry happens. So by locking in investors, you will only be pushing out investors. So I don't think that's a very viable suggestion. I think the best way to handle it in an open market environment is to make your investments so attractive that they don't go away. but trying to lock in investors is not really the right.
In the interest of time, we will be available for questions and discussions after the session is over. I notice the time is already up. But I wanted to thank each of the four panelists, Hitendra, Rajesh, Neelkant and Sajid. We couldn't have asked for a more erudite and knowledgeable panel of people with such diverse kind of views. So thank you for an excellent discussion, and thank you audience for a very patient hearing. We'll be available for more discussions outside of this panel. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you all the panelists for such a wonderful and insightful session. Now may I now request Sri Anant Narayan Gopalakrishnan to hand over mementos to all the panelists as a token of appreciation. I would like to call upon stage Shri Ashwini Bhatia, whole-time member SEBI, to felicitate the moderator of this session, Shri Anant Narayan Gopalakrishnan. Regarding the quiz, I request all the quiz winners, the top three, Aditya Pratap, Harsh Sharma, Angel Mehus, to contact anyone from the NSE team regarding their prize. Thank you everyone for joining the session. We have a second session lined up soon on an equally exciting topic. Thank you. Over to you, Ashiana.
We move to the next session. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll move to the next session. Building trust in financial markets requires accountability, transparency, and regulatory safeguards. Our next panel discussion is on the topic Investor First, Building Trust. This panel discussion will be moderated by Shri Ashwini Bhatia, whole-time member of SEBI, and the panel will comprise of Shri Sanjay Sapre, President of Franklin Templeton, Shri Kalpen Parekh, President of DSP Investment Managers, Shri Harsh Jain, Co-founder and Director of GROW, Srimati Anisha Singh, Founding Partner of She Capital. I request the panelists to come on stage. I request the participants to go to the atrium. We will start the next panel discussion. We'll have a group photograph. We also have a quiz for this session. Can we have the quiz QR code, please? I request media colleagues to please go to the atrium so we can start the panel discussion. To all the winners, I request you to collect your prizes during the Q&A session. Thank you.
A very good afternoon to all of you. We've had two very interesting sessions, engaging sessions also, with a lot of data, the kind of progress the capital markets have made. So just to recap what the numbers look like as far as the capital markets are concerned. Mutual fund flows, massive, huge, over 10 years. We've gone up from 8 lakh crores to currently 67 lakh crores. SIPs from about 3,000 to the numbers that came out yesterday, which is in excess of 25,000 crores. The number of folios in mutual funds is about 21 crores. The unique investors is in excess of 5 crores. So we are very happy. We have two mutual fund stalwarts here, Kalpen and Sanjay. Welcome you over here. And obviously the numbers, the amount of capital that has been raised is truly amazing, and we are also kind of overwhelmed. This year alone in IPO, FPO, rights, all those numbers combined, the primary raise is about 3.3 lakh crores. If you add debt, you come to a number of about 10 lakh crores. By the time we end the financial year, we'll be at 14 lakh crores. So the focus of this panel is on the investors. So obviously our worry, the big one was F&O, and I do recall that when we did our public discussions, we have never had so much feedback. And the feedback was, jo ho raha hai, wo hone do. It was as if they were dying to make losses. And this is despite warnings from SEBI, which told you that 3 continuous years, 60,000 plus every year, 1,80,000 was the losses that they have made. Obviously, there are systemic risks, but nobody likes to listen. SEBI has also been talking a lot on the SME side. So there also we have seen some risk building up. RBI also has been talking about it. Lagta nahi hai, but it actually happens over a period of time. So we are here this afternoon to discuss on the fact that are we there? And obviously we are a young population. The number of investors that we have got post COVID is huge. No one has seen a correction, and the numbers on the mutual funds or on the subscription side, on IPOs, on SMEs, on subscriptions is massive. So at one level we feel very happy, but on another level we are not happy, and it is a matter of concern. So we'll keep this discussion pretty open-ended, and we'll start with the opening remarks, and then we'll move to the specific questions. We'll start with the lady.
You know, this is why I started She Capital. Hamesha ladies se shuru hota hai. It should be the gentlemen first and then going to the ladies, because apparently we follow everywhere. So I'll give you a quick background on myself. It'll give some context. I have been in the startup ecosystem for now over 20 years in India. My first company I sold in the US. My second was a startup which I did in 2009. So I have literally grown up with the startup ecosystem in India. And last 6 years I've been running a fund. It's a venture fund which is called She Capital. Name is very simple, unlike my startup which was called Maidala, and everybody asked, what do you do? What does Maidala mean? She Capital is very simple. We invest in diverse startups. You have to have one female founder. The genesis and the goal of this is to get more women investing in markets in general. That has been a goal for a very long time. I have 2 daughters, and I want to see more female participation in general, across the board, in private markets, public markets in general. And that has been what we've been working towards. So I'm very excited to see what we talk about at the panel and how we get even that mobilized. Currently, we're seeing a high growth in women participation. There's 1 in, every 4 women that is now investing in markets in general. But I want to see it happening more in the private side as well, where we've got more female champions that are investing in the fund sector as well. So I do want to see a lot of that happening in the private side as well. And I hope the conversation moves towards, we're talking about capital growth. Let's see how we do that by getting more women participation as well.
Over to you, Sanjay.
Thank you, sir, and thank you for having me on this panel. As you know, I'm now based in the US, so it's fortuitous that I'm in India and able to participate before I head back. So thank you very much. So I think in terms of investor transparency, I'll start there. I think the disclosure regime in India is, in my opinion, one of the best in the world. And I think availability of information, particularly in mutual funds, is absolutely excellent. I think the challenge actually is not just the disclosures, but it is the understanding of the disclosures in the language that the client can understand. And you talk, sir, about this young India, and we've seen a lot of data saying that the demographic that is coming into the capital markets is getting younger and younger. So I read a piece of research that said now the age at which the youngsters start investing in India is 22. The corresponding age in the US is 19. So we're really having a much younger audience coming here. And I think the challenge we should discuss is, one, how do you reach the audience that is here today and that will be the audience of the future in a manner that they can relate to? And two, how do we keep an eye on the trends that we know that are going to come, that we are seeing in some of the more aging economies, like transfer of wealth from people like us who have it today to the next generation, those people moving away from the traditional advisory that we are seeing going on, and therefore how do you actually engage that audience to come into the capital markets with better understanding and transparency?
So from the mutual fund side, I mean, what do you think has led to the fact that you've had such a huge multiple? I mean, AUM has gone up 10 times. Is it education? Is it fiduciary responsibility? Or is it regulations that have been made so tight that a customer feels happy to come to the market?
I think all of the above. I think I don't think any one of those things is a sufficient condition by itself to create trust in the ecosystem. And I think the very consistent, and hopefully we'll talk about this, but the very consistent investor education efforts that have been made by SEBI, by NISM, by the industry, I think those are bearing fruit.
And as was suggested by some panelists previously, are they ready to take more risk, get into riskier assets?
So I think that depends on the investor. So if we're talking about the broad market investor, first of all, I think even investors coming into passive funds don't understand the risk they're taking. I think there's an issue even in terms of, I mean, there's some research which I read which said that when a survey was done, almost all investors were aware of passive funds, but more than half of them said, we don't actually understand this very well. We know what it is, but our understanding of it is limited. But then when they were asked, why do you invest in passive funds? They said risk-adjusted returns. Do they understand that concept? And then if you look at the actual behavior, a lot of money is going into sectoral indices. So I think there's a lot of disconnect between words, actions, behavior, and understanding. And I think that's maybe where we have to focus.
But if there was a single factor?
I would say it is the fact that investors believe mutual funds are heavily regulated and SEBI is there to protect them.
Harsh, your opening remarks.
Yeah, thank you so much, sir. So I believe that the contrast that you drew in the beginning, that there is a concern happening because a lot of retail investors are taking extensive risk, whereas there is a happy situation where a lot of the country people, like a lot of Indians, are able to participate in the capital market, which traditionally has been more enjoyed by, or I would say, has been benefiting the foreign investors. So that both two changes are, I think, in some way looking contradictory, but in some way it's also the evolution of how the penetration is going to go up. It's very difficult when the markets are not attractive or nobody's talking about it. At that time, it's very difficult to see a lot of participation coming in, and people participating in capital market is also a sign of them diversifying their holdings, financialization, their savings, and also contributing in the country in different ways with their capital. So I believe technology has played a role. It will continue playing a role in both making the access go to the different nook and corner of the country, truly democratizing the way people can invest their money, democratizing the information and the knowledge, like what is risky, what is return, what is the right product for them, what all products exist, what is the right way to invest, what is regulated, what is not regulated. So all that information has also become so democratic. So I believe that a lot of this has happened because of, I mean, technology has played a significant role, and it will continue to play if we want to keep the markets and keep the investors safe.
So from your perspective, are you always looking at top line or bottom line, or do you actually talk risk? So do you talk risk?
Oh yeah, definitely. So, so for platforms like us, we have two products to offer, where people see one product, which is the app or a website. The other is the content and the information that we. So there is a platform which is DIY, which is enabled through data, through technology, through a lot of intelligence, which is exposing the information. Say, for example, if you look at a mutual fund page, so the things that you will see is not just return, you will see the expense ratio, you will see the risk, you will see the holdings, which in a traditional world, if I interview, like, or if you just talk to 100 investors from my dad's generation versus I do today's generation, I think the level of information knowledge will be so different. People will know so much more now. So yes, we do like make sure that the right information is available for people. And on the other side is to create that information from the outside environment. So the educational content that gets created on our platform, on social media platforms, and on various ways to reach out to the customer through emailers, through different blogs. I think the last 4-5 years, we've seen abundance of that information, and large part of that information is helped people differentiate between just following the returns or choosing the right product for them.
Kalpen, over to you.
Thanks for inviting me. I think apart from everything that Sanjay mentioned about why we've seen growth, one of the most important reasons why we have seen a surge of number of investors investing is returns. So if we look at crypto doesn't have any of the 4 things that we like to say, whether transparency, regulation, awareness, risk management. It's pure sheer greed. So human beings are driven by greed and fear. We are in a greed cycle right now. Past returns are significantly high. Last 5 to 10 year returns are on an average 1.5 to 2 times higher than the 30-40 year long-term returns. So partly that also explains the huge demand for our products, for capital market products, and partly everything that Sanjay mentioned and even Harsh mentioned, because the access has been simplified like probably nowhere else in the world. So if you talk to our relatives who are NRIs and living in different countries, and if they have to start an SIP, I was told that a country like US doesn't have the concept of SIP. You can't do an SIP in a mutual fund there. So imagine what we take for granted. I think some of these youngsters have cracked that access dimension by giving technology in a very simple way, where in 3 clicks transactions are done. So I think it's a combination of multiple factors, but the most important one right now, and generally in every cycle, is always returns. If we plot the last 1 year, 3 year, 5 year returns and flows, the correlation is extremely high. When returns come down for reasonable periods of time, even flows slow down, and vice versa. And in that context, in line with the topic that we have, it's very, very important to bring the role of responsible advice and helping all investors see 2 sides of the coin. The coin should not be like the Sholay coin, where on both the sides there was only one message. The coin should be about returns and the fluctuations that are inherent in investing. Investing is volatile. Markets fluctuate. They don't go up one-sided. So I think that balance will help increasing the durability of this cycle of bringing in more. So right now we are getting consumers on board. I think our great opportunity and responsibility is to convert these consumers into good, disciplined investors for decades. Because 1 year, 3 year, 5 year returns will mean nothing. But if we are able to convert this tribe into a tribe of decadal investors, not easy. It's very difficult, because the human mind likes to chase greed and get afraid when markets fall. So it's a great intent, but the real challenge for us, the marketing challenge, the regulatory challenge, the communication challenge, is how do we explain risk in a very honest, authentic, credible way. And one framework that I always have, we all like to quote Warren Buffett in programs. He says that his role model in terms of who do I communicate every year is Bertie, who is his sister. So if I can write and explain in a language that my sister can understand, or likewise in our case, our fathers and mothers whose hard-earned money we are managing, if they can understand our language, I think this great objective of leveraging. I think transparency is already there. SEBI has done a massive, great job in the last 10 years. The next step is to convert this. Transparency is availability of lot of information and risk factors and disclaimers. But is it reaching the consumer in a language that the mind needs is where there's a big opportunity to solve for all of us collectively.
I mean, you touched upon durability. What does durability mean? Is it 1 year, 3 year, 5 year, 10 year, or, suppose there's a panic. What happens? There's a panic.
Okay, so ideally, what is the right durability? Durability is a personal, concept, because if I need money after 5 years, my durability is 5 years. If I need money in 30 years, it's for every household of India, there are different tenors for different goals. And the real wealth creation compounding durability only starts after a decade. Before a decade, everything is random. The real, meat of value creation is after 1 or 2 or 3 decades. So what happens in a panic? So we have to look back at past panics. The COVID panic was short-lived. It was there for just 3 months. February is when market started correcting. In fact, April onwards, it started hitting upper circuits and turned around. So we have not seen a real panic in the last 5 years for the new crop of investors. The prior panic which some of the older people like us have seen was 2008. In 2008, 50% SIPs got cancelled. So that was the panic. We don't think that will happen this time again, because or as grievously as that time, because more awareness, more conversations, more conversations about volatility and how volatility is your friend. And in this cycle, two very big weapons of discipline have been embraced by the fund industry and investors. These two weapons are asset allocation and SIP. So what's happening is every correction, the investor actually in an automated manner is just buying more units. So he's benefiting by buying more units. And a lot of money has come in asset allocation funds also. Of course, a lot of money has gone into thematic funds in the wrong way. But the beauty about asset allocation funds, today, 90% of these hybrid asset allocation funds have 60-70% in cash or bonds, because in an automated way, they have cut down on equity risk because valuations have risen. So the experience of the investor, so if markets fall another 10%, most of these funds will buy 10 to 20% more of equities. So they will behave in the right way, but left to ourselves, we will behave the wrong way. So I think in the next round, if the panic is the usual reasonable panic, we should be able to navigate better because of these two vehicles. But we still will have some damage, because otherwise markets will become very linear like a fixed deposit, and then we'll earn returns also like a fixed deposit.
So then, is that the direction of the movement of funds, say from active to passive to allocation?
I think active-passive is not a very meaningful differentiation, because end of the day, both are 100% equity funds. So the same risk is there. In fact, contrary to the belief that we are fed or we read, last 2-3 years, large cap funds, active funds have done far better. And in small and mid cap, passive funds have done far better. So these cycles will be there, but they'll give same return and same risk. There's no difference. But the allocation funds is where there will be, more controlled volatility. Of course, it will bring down some returns also. So instead of 14%, maybe the investor will earn 11%. So each investor can then decide his risk profile and, accordingly decide what type of allocation I want. A more aggressive investor will be more tilted to equity. A first-time investor will be more in an asset allocation, dynamic asset allocation fund, which is what the industry has really promoted in the last 5 years very extensively.
Anisha, on the subject of durability, I think the best example of durability is maybe everybody's mother, including mine. And she bought gold at 100 rupees a tola when I was born. And today it's at 80,000. Right. And if I tell her, aaj bechne chalte hain, to possibly no dinner for us. Right. So a woman is not only a saver, but a very, very long-term investor. Do you see that trend in your funds or amongst your clients who are new age and who are into newer categories of funds?
So, sir, I run a venture fund. I think in general, what we're seeing really cool is the younger generation, especially the founders now, are reinvesting back into the startup ecosystem. In general, we are seeing that happen. So there is more capital that is coming back into the ecosystem because of that, which is just beautiful to see. Women entrepreneurs or women in general tend to hesitate, and I'm only going to talk from an AIF perspective, not an MF perspective, because the ticket size tends to be, we've been put on a 1 crore ticket size. That women in general will not. If you look at it, women in general, वैसे ही डरते हैं. Like you said, your mother will do gold, but that is something tangible that she believes that she's holding on to. If you tell her no, do stocks or bonds, it's something that they don't want to, nobody wants to touch. So women in general have been, the only time you see a woman really take control of wealth till about a decade ago was if 2 Ds happened, death and divorce. Okay, before that they just did not want to touch it. That is changing over generations, and we're seeing that happen more proactively. Are we seeing that in the funds? No. Are we seeing that in mutual funds? Yes, absolutely. But a great peg for a woman is very different from how you get a man to invest. If you tell a woman that you're building generational wealth, this we are seeing across countries, not just in India. US has used this marketing peg all the time. Telling a woman that investing in markets builds generational wealth. You see 70% of the women in the US now invest actively. And that is because they have been told it's generational wealth building. So a woman definitely cares a lot more about the long-term aspect, just like your mother and everybody else. And the communication has to be very simple to them. It has to be taught. I always talk in terms of fairy tales. I'll even do this for SEBI. My thing is, I think SEBI is at a helm and a crux point when it comes at least to venture investing. And I talk from a small fund perspective. I think some panelists touched on this earlier as well. I think it's interesting to see where the venture industry is headed. After the mutual funds, AIFs are just a big, capital market generator. And there is a lot of excitement in the startup ecosystem in general. I met a lot of founders that are in the US, NRIs, that want to invest back into India because they're hearing about Shark Tank India, ye chal raha hai, wo chal raha hai. But I think we really need to, on an AIF perspective, really evaluate on a SEBI side, whether it's a one-size-fits-all, whether larger AIFs are regulated in a different way and smaller AIFs are regulated in a different way. We definitely want to try and do that so that the market in general, and I talk from a venture fund perspective, grows aggressively and doesn't stall at where it's at. So we're at that Goldilocks level. Is it too hot, too cold? When are we going to get to the just right, especially when it comes to the venture fund industry?
So your customers, do they come in on their own? Do you need to do a lot of marketing? And the transparency bit, how does that happen?
So, bhag to hum sare hi rahe hain. Venture fund has to run. It is not compared to mutual funds that are just something that have been around for a long time and have more trust built into them. AIFs have been kind of like the ugly stepsister. We are now coming to be the belle of the ball because Paytm aa gaya hai, this one's come and they're seeing the success of a lot of the startups IPOing. So suddenly we're now seeing, before this it's always been having to go out and build trust, and a lot of it is family offices, and you have to market and build that trust with your LPs and just really be able to reach out to them and be very transparent with them in terms of fund performance, what is going on and everything. So definitely you have to go out and aggressively market it, especially on a micro fund level. If you look at the VC industry in general, you see most of the domestic capital or capital in general is going to the larger funds. So the smaller funds definitely have to do a lot more. And I really want, if SEBI can look at something where there is some general, statistic put out for the industry at large that helps us, kind of do a benchmark, which is self-attested, but kind of almost like a BRSR kind of thing that helps all the new investors that are now trying to look at the AIF industry.
And do you have customers from tier 2, tier 3, or is it metro basically?
No, there are now actively, and I think this is a factor of education from influencers grows being one of them, everybody, and the Shark Tanks and everything and the excitement around it, you're seeing now a lot of tier 2, tier 3 actively investing into funds. And I talk of AIFs in general. I'm not talking about just my fund. We're also seeing a lot of NRI interest into, you know, investing back in the AIF. How do we, and for them rather than, and a lot of Bollywood interest too actually. Rather than look at one startup or whatever, look at AIFs at large to hedge their bets in terms of investing into the startup ecosystem.
So I think you need to meet up with Aparna, and she'll be able to help you with some of the stuff or the requirements that you may possibly. Over to you, Sanjay. Hitendra in the previous discussion did make called for rather a different kind of a mutual fund for the debt schemes that have limited windows. You don't need daily NAVs. Would that work?
I think for a section of the population that is able to understand that risk, it would work. I think what was being mentioned on that previous panel, and I think which makes a lot of sense, is creating broad market access for the simplest products. That's already in place today. But then creating opportunities for higher risk products, but with more guardrails in terms of who can actually access those products. And I think Anant Narayan sir was talking about the accredited investor ecosystem. I think that's a great way. It could be accredited investor, there could be a different modality done for that. But I think to the extent we can make sure, and I think this is what he was saying, right? The belief is larger investors who are able to deploy more capital generally are able to make their own decisions. And for those investors, absolutely, I think we should allow for products which are easily accessible and which they can take risk commensurate with their capacity. And I think, you know, as was said earlier, for the broad market retail, I think we have a plethora of really good products that are already available to them. And I think this is a question of maybe sort of filling in some gaps, right, which SEBI has already started. Because you have mutual funds, you've got now a regime, well actually now you've got the light regime for passive, you've got the mutual fund regime, then you've got the slightly higher risk mutual fund regime, then you've got the AIF regime. So you have that striation. Maybe it's a question of one or two more things that have to be added to it to make it appropriate.
Okay. So mutual fund Sahi Hai campaign talked about Sahi Hai, Sahi Hai, Sahi Hai. There could be, and of course the previous panel talked about 25 being a tough year. What would be your catchline?
I don't think the catch tag changes. I don't think the passphrase changes. Mutual funds are here because mutual fund आज के लिए सही नहीं है. Mutual fund long term के लिए सही है. And if you look at mutual fund sahi hai, it has been backed up not just by saying mutual fund sahi hai, but the actual campaigns talk about understand risk, do SIPs, look at volatility, you know, don't redeem at the wrong times. And more than just the tagline of mutual fund sahi hai and what we've seen in media, it's then backed up by a lot of education, which is what I think is super important, right? So mutual funds are running IIPs all over the country. Our partners who help us reach the end investors are participating or bringing their investors to those IIPs. NISM is running it. SEBI has enabled it. So I think it is that combination of a very simple, catchy tagline and the education behind it, which has worked. And I don't think that changes just because you have one tough year or two tough years. I would say even 3 tough years.
Harsh, so SEBI has this whole terms, right? ASM, ESM, GSM, and there are pop-ups when you invest. And you have a choice between large cap, mid cap, small cap, micro cap, and now there's a new category called nano cap also, right? And the frenzy is all there, right? The excitement is all there. And we know what kind of corrections have happened. We know what kind of the median correction is also. What does that tell you about the awareness, the transparency, and the thinking of the investor when he does such investments?
So we looked at some data, and lot of when we say people are following the higher returns funds, and definitely part of it is true. But if you look at overall portfolio, almost everybody has been making money in the last few years. But it's a short term. Of course, there's like a 3-4 years of history where this has happened. So there will always be a starting point for a lot of investors. And if we talk about the exposure to the information that they have, I still feel that the level of information today's investor have as compared to maybe a decade back. If you talk to people, they will say, oh, I have 5 SIPs. If you ask them which funds, what are the informations about the fund, I would guess the level of information then versus if you ask people who are investing in the products, that the knowledge and the risk awareness, they are doing it a lot with the awareness, at least on the, on the digital platforms where the information is available, where there's a lot of content about the products or about the way of choosing the right products. So definitely there is a bias towards higher returns because that brings people to start doing investments. The reason why you don't want to keep the money in fixed deposits or for that matter land or gold is because you want to make it more liquid, you want to have higher returns, at least beat the inflation, at least have some aspirational goal for the returns of your money. And there is a starting point, and then there is a balancing. So all those investors that we see have been doing like micro, nano, or some like really, I would say risky strategy. If you look at their portfolio, a lot of them will have a balance of the other products also. So overall, it's the balance of the investment, and it's also the awareness and the it's a self-awareness. I as an investor, if I am aware what I'm doing and I am able to track it, I'm able to balance my portfolio with some risk, with some low risk products. That's one way to build on the investments for long term.
So with all the technology you have and all the data that you have with you, and you have a lot of it, right? You have the trading patterns, you have the investment patterns, you have the knowledge of the portfolio. Would you ever go to an investor and tell them that, look, your risk profile is very high, be careful?
Yes, so definitely. So there are two parts to it, and I think important insight is that this information, like just knowing how my portfolio looks, a lot of time makes a difference, and that's what, using the technology and the data, we are able to do it at scale. What we, or like, what is difficult to do without having a proper advisory framework is to tell whether this is too much risk for you or too less risk for you. You can, and we do, and everyone can expose the amount of risk as a portfolio. And to give an example, when we say, contrary to the point that accredited investor or 1 crore plus, now the level of information that investor typically has, or the interest he takes, because 1 crore for a person who has 100 crore investable money may not be as serious about somebody who's putting 10,000 rupees who has 15,000 rupees. So the level of information they try to find, the questions they ask, and the investment savviness that they show, I have been surprised to see that is far more than the ultra HNIs who will probably put 1 crore in AIF or startup funds, because that is the ratio of the investable amount they have. So I think a lot of times we undermine the effort retail investors put in to learn about the risk and the investments that they're making. Just share, the indication is like the emails that we send about general markets, the level of penetration, like people who are reading those emails and reacting and replying on it, is just overwhelming. We never thought that people will be able to understand so much, take so much interest, but over the last 4-5 years, I think the investment savviness amongst these retail has gone up like anything.
Kalpen, in one of the discussions in the earlier panels, Dr. Suman Berry said that he was surprised by the level of financial literacy in Europe and in America. And he thinks it's not very different in India. And as wealth grows, as expectations grow, we may have to do much, much more. But he doesn't see much difference between our markets and theirs. Are we doing okay, or much more needs to be done?
You mean, he said the literacy levels
The literacy
better or poor?
Poor.
They are poorer. Okay, so I don't have a benchmark to really compare or contrast, but I have a very generic view of the human race, the human mind, whether he's an European or an American or a Chinese or an Indian. The two factors which I said before, which governs our decision making in life, are greed and fear. And that is universal, whichever country we belong to. I feel the level of transparency, the level of access, and the regulatory framework here to simplify things, while a lot more should be done. But I feel personally, we have progressed a lot as a country. And in terms of literacy, at least for our industry, I do echo what Sanjay mentioned, that we started off with a superlative tagline, which became the talk of town or the talk of many households. But it followed up with a lot of on-ground work by all asset managers, our distribution partners, and the fact that COVID gave free time, and platforms like Grow gave great content to an investor who wants to get educated. So I think it probably was also good luck that all happened together. It's not that we were not doing these things 10, 20, 30 years back. We were doing all of it, but it all came together. But having said that, see, in a country like India, which is a 150 crore population and 10 to 20 crore investors in different asset classes like stocks or funds or deposits or real estate, the opinions we make also are not are fragmented. So there are enough investors who want to learn and be disciplined. Equally, there are enough investors who are frivolous about their investing approach. They may not even know why they've invested in a fund. I was surprised to see that a lot of our marketing communication in the last 2-3 years has been on hybrid funds and asset allocation funds. And the highest amount of inflow we've got digitally in terms of number of investors or amount is in our thematic natural resources fund, which has given some 60%, 50% return, whereas Nifty has given only 10, 12% return. So unintentionally, we have not communicated, we have not, wooed them, but they have come and invested extensively in these products, and that's universal. It would be true on their website. So there are, every day, there are two different paths, the path of good investors and everything right that we are doing. And there is also alternatively a path where people are making mistakes, people are buying, wrong stocks. I live in a building where, there's a friend of my wife who for last 18 years since she knows me, every time we meet, she says, tip de do mujhe. मैं उसको बोलता हूँ, मैं 18 साल से SIP तुमको बोल रहा हूँ, उसका इतना रिटर्न बना होगा, but वो चेंज नहीं होगा. But she has given money to a broker who blew up 3 crores, and one night she called up in panic. So both outcomes will happen, and that's part of life, day and night.
So I was meeting an investor yesterday, and I asked him, what is your strategy? And he says, sir, मैं रोज, and there is some software, and he says, sir, मैं रोज upper circuit पे invest करता हूँ. I said, how do you make money? He says कि सर कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता, कभी कभी आ जाता है, कभी नहीं आता है, और अगले दिन फिर से upper circuit में लगता है. ऐसे जी म्यूचुअल फंड बेकार है सारा का सारा. So of course there are different strategies, there are different ways of looking at all of this. So Anisha, are women early adopters of new themes also, ESG or those kind of things that are in fashion?
No, sir, women tend to be cautious about everything in general, okay, just in general across the board. That being said, that we've touched on ESG, I think in general what we've seen is the themes now, and I'm talking till Trump 2.0, we don't know what happens after that because ESG might just fly out of the window with that. Everybody tends to take, investors at large do care about what has been going on in terms of what any company is doing in terms of ESG. There has been enough education or noise being created that people are asking about it. People are asking about ESG, diversity. Pata nahi, after Trump, all that might just fly out of the window, but so far that's the case. If you talk about women in general, do they care about sustainability? Yes, absolutely. Will they look at that more consciously if they're investing? Absolutely. Are they going to be on the helm of it before? Unlikely. They will probably follow suit so far. But we are seeing that change. I think over the next decade, you'll see them take a big lead on thematic stuff, which is more aggressive.
So, Kalpen, back to you. So, there have been some mutual funds that limited or tried to limit the inflows. They said, okay, no more bulk, no more large investments. We are happy with SIPs. Many times the SIPs have also been limiting in size and all. So obviously the message to the markets is very, very clear. Yet, the fund that did it lost market share to somebody else. So what does that tell you about investor behavior?
So I repeat that we may have great intent to be responsible and fiduciary. Some investors get that message. They recognize that, okay, if a fund is limiting inflows in a certain category, it means this category could be more volatile, and for my needs, this category may not be suitable for me, so let me buy something else. Not that category, but a safer category. There could be many investors who may say that I don't have that category in the first place at all, and hence even if a fund is stopping inflows there, but I still need it in my portfolio. So there can be multiple reasons why people behave the way they behave, but I feel the primary driver for a human being and a consumer to choose a product generally is past returns and fast returns. Fast and past, and not to last. These are the challenges of the investing community, that consumers want fast returns of the past, and when they come in and then there are accidents, they do not last. And then, every 3-4 years, the cycle repeats. Thankfully, big country, next 10 crore will hopefully, move up. But I feel at least proud. We stopped taking money in our microcap fund when it was rated the best fund of the world. And we stopped taking money because 65% of our flows were coming in that category, and the category was become risky. And many funds have done that. That is a great sign of very mature, responsible behavior by asset management industry. And we can do so much in terms of messaging and taking actions. And it's important that someone ends up losing money for the disciplined investor to make money. So this dichotomy, I don't think will ever change. I'm not being cynical, but for a winning investor, because at the end of the day, it's a zero-sum game. There will be a losing investor. It is only fixed deposits where everyone earns the same return. And for that, returns are half of what equity markets would give.
Back to you, Sanjay. So again, we are currently still in the greed phase. When the fear phase comes, what happens?
I think, unfortunately, as Kalpen said, the risk is that the cycle will repeat, and that investors who have not seen a cycle will stop. We saw it in 2008. We saw it, I think, in 2013 or 14. But if you look over the long term, sir, right, in that period of time, in this year, we might suddenly see that the cancellation ratios for SIPs will go up to 75%, 80%. We've seen it before. But if you look at on a stock basis and on a growth basis, if you look long term, SIPs have grown. There were fears about whether the SIP growth would be sustainable 5-7 years ago also. Today we are probably more than double in absolute terms of where SIPs were. So short-term volatility will cause some investors to go away who have come in only for returns. At the end of the day, unfortunately, not unfortunately, but the reality is investor comes for return. Our job is to create opportunities for the investor to understand the risk they're taking for the return that they're trying to seek. And that, unfortunately, in the ecosystem that we are in, we can only influence so much. Because we talked about closing small cap funds, micro cap funds. We had also limited inflows in small. But then what will happen is they'll go and buy a small case basket of small cap stocks. So the money will go somewhere else. In the previous panel, I think it was either Sajid or Neelkant who made that point that when money stopped going into debt in mutual funds, it moved to the private credit space. So if an investor is chasing return, they are going to go find that return somewhere. I think what the industry has done very well, with SEBI support, is creating those products. I completely agree with Kalpen. It is talking about things like goals-based investing. It is talking about SIPs. It is talking about asset allocation funds, which will actually change behavior for the long term. And SIPs has proved it. We introduced SIPs in 1996. It took 20 years, well, 15 years or 20 years before those SIPs actually started to gain any momentum. And that was a very concerted effort across the industry. So I think it's going to take that kind of long-term concerted effort to change behavior. ये साल खराब गया तो पैसा जाएगा, sir. There is no choice. There is little we can do other than continuing to educate and communicate to stop that kind of behavior.
Harsh, again, we've seen that frenzy that we talked about, right? And on the SME platform, issues oversubscribed 500 times, 1,000 times. There was one case that was oversubscribed 2,000 times also, right? And obviously, it's become a kind of a lottery. Your comments, observations there. And what does that have to do with investor awareness, or is it just chasing returns? Is it a lottery, or what happens there?
So, sir, 2 points. One is on the IPO in general. There has been a lot of frenzy. And when it comes to investors, like if any product is available for retail, I think it's our joint responsibility to make sure that there are people who understand if it's for them, then what are the risks involved in it. Because a lot of investors don't really see the difference between IPO and SME IPO. They just apply because they think that there will be a listing gains and then they sell. I think I was in a discussion with the team at SEBI. We were trying to figure out how the IPO, like pre-IPO and the post-IPO, how the difference in the behavior comes, and do people invest only for the listing gains, or they invest because they believe in the company for a long term. And similar is the situation with the SME IPOs. They came by, they became popular, and now the more and more awareness is coming, and a lot of people are now going in the detail of what the company does, whether it's authentic, whether it's worth what the company is asking for price. So there's a learning curve that's happening now. And it's been very short term for the journey for the retail people to be able to put in SME. And there will be, so my strong belief is that there will soon be a time when people will start looking at it just with a full transparency that it's another risky product, and they would be able to use their prudence to be able to invest in that.
Okay, so I think now we'll open it to the public. Any questions?
Sir, the tagline is trust, building trust. So trust can be commanded by example is better than the precept. You are hiding in these mutual funds, they are easily hiding behind the caching line, the statutory warning that mutual funds are subject to market risk, past performance is no guarantee for future risk. So if I have to take the risk, I can directly invest. This is one aspect. Second aspect is that TER, though kept by the SEBI, of the expenses ratio. TER is, once I have invested, I find that TER is increasing every quarter. This is one thing. Second thing, shareholder activism is supposed to be done by the mutual funds who are having more knowledge than funds. How many shareholder activism you have done on the corporate action regarding buyback or the merger or demerger? Why we have to look to Jeffries on the comment on the subject? Take the example of Medanta. He wanted to buy back at 85. Only LIC resisted.
I think you're going back in history. Your limited questions on the first point that he raised.
Thank you.
I was just giving this example of our microcap fund, and we had shut the fund from 2017 when the last 5-year returns were 40% CAGR. So great returns, people were queuing up to invest. We said we stopped the fund. We lost market share. It fell for 3 years, 2018 and 19, and then 2020 COVID correction. We felt now it was a great time to invest. to start investing. So on 1st April, we reopened the fund. A lot of people thought it's an April Fool joke, but we opened it. And the first ad we released when we reopened the fund was -67% in dark red, which highlighted that while this fund over last 17, 18 years has created great wealth, but it also annually once has lost 67%, because that's the nature of small and mid caps. So you can lose such large amounts of money temporarily, or at least the prices can fall temporarily. So these are, and it was a big, bold ad. Of course, a lot of people didn't like it, saying that आप हमें डरा रहे हो. But अगर हम green color का ad दिखाए, हम दिखाए कि ये fund ने 10 साल में 20 गुना NAV बढ़ा दी है, तो a lot of people will jump in without asking any questions. So I think, and like we keep saying, I'm not saying just for my fund, but the industry does a lot of effort to talk. Today you hear so many fund managers and CEOs who are on television who are highlighting that valuations are high, moderate return expectations. आगे के returns पीछे के returns से कम होंगे. Even on the second point, the expense ratios are capped for every fund which is available in the country today. And you can buy Nifty at as low as 3 basis points. 3 पैसे पे आपको इंडिया का Nifty मिलता है. Of course, on the higher side, active funds are at 2.2 also. And as the size of the fund grows, there is a formula that SEBI has given. That जैसे जैसे fund की size बढ़ेगी, अपने आप expense ratios कम होंगे. कभी-कभी क्या होता है, once in a quarter or two, if markets have fallen and the AUM drops because of market action, as per that formula, marginally the fee might go up. But there is no single fund in India which can charge fees higher than what is the cap. And like I said, you have direct plans, you have passive funds, you have a range of expenses from which you can choose where you want to deploy your money.
And I think on this other point also, जो आप कर रहे थे, the stewardship code is again very strong. Mutual funds increasingly are going as per the pattern suggested by the proxy advisors. उस side में भी बहुत development आ रही है, and the transparency is actually increasing to my mind. Any more questions? Yeah.
Yeah. So this is Santosh here. I have a question that आपने बताया कि market monthly में from 3,000 जो monthly था, now वो almost 30,000 तक पहुँच गया है. Okay, that is the case. अगर आप देखेंगे right now when market was around 30,000, now it went down to around 24,000. I mean 26 to 24,000. This is the first month. November was the first month where we have seen that there was a slight reduction, marginal reduction in AUM, little bit of that. Are we sitting on some kind of SIP bubble? क्योंकि क्या हो गया कि 2,000 points ही निफ्टी नीचे आया हुआ है, and we are seeing कि अभी लोग जनता are in a kind of average mode or pause mode. My worry is that if Nifty goes down by another 2,000 point or another 4,000 point, in that case when redemption starts, it would have a very drastic impact on the Indian market. That is one question. Second question, sir, आपके लिए अश्विनी सर आपने काफी अच्छे सवाल पूछे हुए. The question है about the benchmark. So what happened? A lot of mutual funds, they give the benchmarks, assume that they have assets in middle cap में है, large cap में है, but they will consider benchmark as a large cap. That gives sort of a wrong impression कि हम बाकी industry से better कर रहे हैं. So maybe we have to revisit on the benchmark.
I couldn't understand.
आप थोड़ा mic, because second question I don't.
अच्छा, second question was on the benchmark. So what happens? Let's say कि किसी mutual fund में they have 10 categories are there, जिसमें एक large cap है और 10 small cap है. So to show the performance, they will say कि large cap को benchmark बना लेंगे, and they will say that they have outperform. Okay. So we have to revisit on that. Do you have any work on that, work in progress on that thing?
Correct. See, SEBI ने ना, I think 5-6 साल पहले scheme categorization announce किया था, and two big changes had happened. We were a bit irritated that time, but we are seeing the benefits of that. That a large cap fund of 40 mutual funds will largely be all large cap funds, or small cap funds will be largely small cap funds. So, this dilution or corruption of category was eliminated. So, if a fund is calling itself a large cap fund, there is a rule that minimum 80% has to be in large cap, and only 20% can be in mid and small, because there are times stocks migrate market cap. So, I think that worry, almost 99% has been solved.
Kalpan, the question I think was on benchmark. Even there, standard benchmarks have been prescribed for every category of fund. So, no, benchmark. that we compare. Benchmarks are also standardized, so you can't have a situation that the large cap fund of Franklin Templeton and DSP will use two completely different benchmarks. वो हो ही नहीं सकता by regulation.
So we have been told that if there are 40 funds which are large cap funds, they will have the same benchmark, Nifty 100. If 40 funds have a mid cap fund, they will have the same benchmark, which is Nifty mid cap 150. So everything has been standardized and transparently communicated.
Second question, हमें जो first सवाल था about the SIP bubble, क्योंकि 2000 पॉइंट में थोड़ा सा फंड रुक गया हुआ है, so अगर 4-5,000 पॉइंट्स निफ्टी गिर जाता है, then that can be like a disaster हो सकता है.
So my view, many times when we are asked these questions, I feel these are very generic, social service type of questions. आप investor हो, अगर आपको लगता है bubble है, तो आप मत कीजिए invest, या आप आपका risk profile change कर लीजिए. Like I said, 100 करोड़ के देश में हर आदमी को अलग-अलग खाना पसंद है. Definitely market महंगे है. Definitely small and mid caps are more expensive. Everyone has communicated that. But I can't force everyone to think in the same way. And you have a choice. Can SIPs, slow down if markets fall further? Yes, they can. So many things can happen. But we can't plan for all. And that's why we have to keep this simple. Because हम पूरी दुनिया को change नहीं कर पाएंगे. और आपके greed को मैं solve नहीं कर पाऊंगा. और मेरे fear को आप solve नहीं कर पाओगे.
Thank you so much.
Maybe one last question, yes.
I'm a Professor Deepak Parmar, and my question is...
Close it.
It's audible now, sir? Yeah, I'm Professor Deepak Parmar, and question is that trust is a very difficult concept. And last panel, Mr. Mishra has a reasonable return. Reasonable return, which is concept which you said. Now the problem is, all our machinery, all regulatory machinery comes in action when a market is going down. But same machinery is not working at the same pace when market is going up unreasonably. So we need to work at both the side. When market going very unreasonably up, that time also we should act, and at the same time when it is going down. There should not be so different speed for a different directions.
Yeah, so we do give messages from time to time. The messages could be through orders. The messages could be through some tests that the stress testing that we ask mutual funds to do. And to expect a regulator to say that, there's a bubble, may not be appropriate. But yeah, we are in touch with mutual funds. We are in touch with all sorts of intermediaries to ensure that the message kind of goes out.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir, for a very engaging and a thought-provoking panel discussion. May I request Shri Ashwini Bhatia to felicitate all the panelists with a small memento, please. Also request Shri Shashi Kumar, Executive Director of SEBI, to felicitate Shri Ashwini Bhatia. Dr. Thankar Patnaik, can we have a felicitation round from you too? Stage. Dr. Thankar Patnaik will felicitate all the panelists. today. Thank you so much. We'll now break for lunch. Sorry, before we move to lunch, I request the top 3 quiz winners to come to the stage to collect their gifts. Ashish, Rishi, Swapnil, if you are near the stage. Come on the stage. All the quiz winners, please come on the stage. Can we have the gifts of the winners, please? We'll now break for a lunch and resume the next session sharp 2:30. So I request all our participants to be here by 2:30. Can I request NEC team to bring the award for the winners, please?
hello, 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 hello.
Hello, hello, hello. Test check, check, check. 1, 1, 2, 3, 4. Check, check. Hello, test check. Hello, hello, hello. Test check. Hello, hello, hello. Check, check. Hello, hello. Check. Mic check. Hello, hello, hello. Check, check. Hello, test check, check, check. Hello, hello, hello. Test check, 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 check. Hello, hello, hello. Check, mic check. Hello, hello. Test, check. Hello, test, test 1, 2, 3. Check. Hello, hello. Mic check. Hello, hello, hello. Check, check.
Hello. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I request all of you to please be settled down as we are about to start the session. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the third panel discussion on Social Stock Exchange 2.0, Scaling Social Impact. For the session, we have an exceptional panel of thought leaders and change makers. The session will be moderated by Shri Amarjeet Singh, whole-time member at Securities and Exchange Board of India. Our eminent panelists for the session are Dr. R. Bala Subramaniam, Member HR at Capacity Building Commission, Government of India, and the founder of the Grassroots Research and Advocacy Movement. Shri Amit Chandra, Chairperson of Bain Capital Advisors India. Shri T.V. Mohandas Pai, Chairman of 314 Capital and Aryan Capital Partners. Due to some unavoidable reasons, Shri Nitin Kamath won't be joining us today. So before we begin with the session, let us start with the quiz. So can we have a first question, please? All the participants are requested to kindly scan the QR code to enter the quiz. Can we have the first question, please?
doing this quick survey, so that sort of gives me an idea that there's a fairly good understanding of the basics at least, and that sort of connects to SSE 2. Why we are calling it 2.0? Because we have, if I can say, I can't say we've come a long way, but we've come a considerable way since we conceptualized this idea. And I guess just to set the context, before I turn to a very illustrious panel we are lucky to have. In fact, all of them have contributed massively to the conceptualization of the social stock exchange, and also setting it up, and they are helping us even today in terms of how to take it to the next level. That is why I requested all of them and I said SSE 2.0 discussion cannot be done without your participation. So thanks all of you for taking time. For Mr. Pai has flown in from Bangalore, Dr. Balu has come from Delhi for this session. So just to very quickly set the context, what has been the story so far? Very quickly. So the background is that there was a budget announcement in 2019, and it was very clear that a social stock exchange would be set up under the aegis of SEBI. So we took it up, but very honestly, we didn't have the required capacity to develop the concept. So we relied on experts, and we created a working group followed by a technical group, and we were on the drawing board for almost 2 years. And why it took us 2 years? Because the group guided us that if this instrument, if this institution has to succeed, then we have to develop, we have to have a very holistic view and develop it in a very holistic manner. Also look at the ecosystem, also look at the things like capacity building fund, disclosure system and so on. So we came with a full-fledged package, so to say. We were ready by middle of 2021, and we went to our board, and by February 2022 we had all the required approvals from the board for launching it. And July 2022, Government of India agreed to notify ZCZP as a security under the SCRA. The beauty of this instrument is, while it sounds like a donation instrument, zero coupon, zero principal as the name suggests, but it has the promise of a social return which is disclosable, which is measurable, which is auditable. So I think it's a very unique instrument which facilitates listing on the social stock exchange. So final approval given to both BSE and NSE in 22 December and 23 February. Just to give you a very brief idea about the concept. So you have a fantastic securities market in India, which has very well developed systems, very well developed instruments, very well developed practices. We compare with the best in the world. And you have social sector. So the idea is, how can the strengths of securities market system and the expertise and the infrastructure that we have, can it be utilized for the purpose of social sector? That's where social stock exchange fits in, to my mind at least. The current status, we have more than 100 unique NPOs registered with us. And so there is a dual structure. One can register and not raise money, and one could register and raise money through a ZCZP on the social stock exchange. 10 entities have listed so far. Amount raised is 22 crores. Over 5,200 professionals already cleared by NISM for acting as social impact assessors. Very important capacity building fund set up. Initial corpus 10 crores. We aim to take it further as we go along. We have an advisory committee. Dr. Balu heads that committee. exchanges also have set up governance councils, and also we got Section 80G clarity that the ATG benefits would be available for investments in ZCZP. So this is the, ladies and gentlemen, this is the story so far, but this is only the beginning of better things to come. And that's what this panel will explore today, how we can take it to the next level, how we can scale the impact, how we can bring more speed into it. So now I will start. Let me come back here. And so my first, so I'll be doing 3 rounds of questions, hoping we stick to the time. So first round we will explore what has been the current experience, current status. Second round we'll focus, and I think that is very important, on the future growth possibilities of the exchange. And third, we will touch upon the ecosystem, further ecosystem development. So my first question is to Dr. Balu and Mr. Pai. It's a common question, and both of you have been associated with the whole ideation of the social stock exchange as part of working group and the technical group. So how do you see the role of the exchange, this segment, in the overall philanthropic system or philanthropic infrastructure in the country? And what is your take on the journey which I just explained? So maybe Dr. Balu, we could start with you first.
This will be a recipient's viewpoint, the philanthropic ecosystem from the NGO side of it. I think if I were to wear the hat of an NGO or a non-profit, my first reaction is, should I go through all this hoops to get money? That will be the first thought that will come to an NGO. But then the next thought is it worth it even? But for them, I would say, even I would have had the same thought. But I would say that the social stock exchange is possibly the way ahead for organizations wanting to raise consistent, continuous, credible funding, which is going to actually be available to them from philanthropic organizations. Because increasingly, philanthropies can't even be called philanthropies anymore. Because the way they're kind of focused on getting social impact, the way they're looking at measurable, demonstrable, replicable outcomes that can be taken to other places, organizations cannot think it's business as usual to run an NGO anymore. They'll have to look at alternate, possibly newer pipelines. And therefore, if I continue to wear the NGO hat, I think the writing on the wall is very clear. Philanthropy is evolving and maturing into, I won't say demanding, but a fair, just appreciation of what social impact should be. And therefore, we organizations have to do that. The other side of it is also that most organizations suffer from, like I said, consistent, continuous funding. As an NGO, if I were to raise money, a donor can write a check once, or I can get money if I write a proposal for 2 years, 3 years. But social impact is generational. Here is an opportunity for us to say what is it that I can achieve after 3 years or 5 years or 10 years, and make all the disclosures in a prospectus, put it out there, and raise money for it. And earlier the money that we would raise was only people whom we know and people whom we can reach out to and people we can go to. But today now, if the democratization works, it's evolving. Anybody can be a donor of us. Any Indian citizen can be a donor of us. So I think the opportunities are huge. The demand for us to produce impact is going to keep rising, and therefore we need to get people who can understand this and give us money to long enough for us to show impact. All this means the time has come. That being said, it's also true that India's generation which is wanting to give is no longer just the older generation which wants to invest in people's good, but also an younger generation which is restless, who want to participate. And this restless generation is so restless that they'll not just write a check and keep quiet. They will expect results and they'll want to see something happening on the ground. And therefore, and they like to make it easy. They are all the UPI generation. You can't say that you come visit, you write a check, all that is gone. My earlier donors 40 years ago, they would actually come to our project, spend a day, talk to us, have lunch with us, and then write a check. Today, it's a different world. It's a VR world in a sense. So they would like to get knowledge of the organization, vetted by an agency or a regulator which is known for its regulatory processes. So something like an exchange which is monitored by SEBI, that kind of a oversight authority is there. The credibility of the organization getting registered and listed is also high. And therefore, it's easier for me to put money onto them, knowing fully well that somebody is doing the validation and diligence and all that. So that is the generation today. And so if you want to tap into that, it's no longer tugging at the heart anymore. You got to appeal to their intellect and to their logic and then get it. So I think it's a necessary thing. And the faster and the earlier we do it and make it successful, the better for the sector itself.
Yeah, I think you make a very important point in terms of democratization. So very clear shift from one to many to one model. So this facilitates many to one. So Mr. Pai, what is your take on the journey so far and also where it fits into the overall philanthropic system of the country?
Amarjit, my view is it's been a very good start. You have a structure, you have a framework, you have people who are working into the system, you're trained human capital, and now you have to go for the great leap forward. And for that, there are some things that you need to be done. One, we need to understand that it is like an institutional market at this point of time. Because for the general public who are philanthropic, it takes a lot of time for them to understand what this is, to understand why it has to be done. So I think the biggest thing that needs to be done is set up a centralized marketing team for the social stock exchange to get more listing on the side of supply. The demand is infinite. The need for money in this country is infinite. So there are many NGOs who want to come and raise money. So if you get the top 20 philanthropists in this country into a room and get them to agree that there'll be an asset allocation of say 10% of what they spend for instrument on this exchange. The top 10 philanthropists may be giving away 5,000, 10,000 crores. You must get them into a room and tell them, as part of a giving away strategy, allocate 10% of what you give away to your favorite charity, provided they come and list.
Sorry to interrupt you there. So I didn't want to ask this question now, but they tell us you make CSR eligibility there, and we'll do it.
No, I understand. CSR is for corporates, but these are family funds and philanthropists. I'm not come to corporates. The CSR is for corporates, and these are all for family funds and philanthropists. There are a large number of people. For example, Rohini Nilekani is giving away a lot of money. Amit is giving away a lot of money.
So non-corporate side.
Yeah, non-corporates. Because corporates have structures and all that, we'll attack them. And we could start with NSE saying that 10%, 15% of what you give will be given to instruments. I think you guys should do it. You are the founder of this. You better get your act together and do that, right? Next year. Tell your boss to get it done this year itself before March. Because the key is, how do you get these institutions to come in? Asset allocation will work. And then the charities will come and say, okay, we're going to list, we're going to get more instruments, and then it will spread. Because now it's a marketing issue. It's not a structure issue. The structure issue is there. It's a beautiful instrument, zero interest, zero principal, is unbelievable. The concept is unbelievable, okay?
And you remember it was brainstormed a lot in our meetings.
No,
so
it happened in a very nice manner. But I think we must do that. And there are further things that we have to do. I'll answer in the second part of the question. But I think this is one thing. 20 top charities, get them to sign a pledge. Maybe he can get them into a room, you can come and give a speech to them, and he can come and tell them why they should do it.
So Mandas, I gave to the top 10 who got listed now. See? So I'm going to come and get you to give to the next 10.
See? So you got to get people like Premji Foundation. Premji says he's got a corpus of 1,50,000 crores. It's not a small amount of money, and they give away a lot of money. You must tell them to come. And I think we have to get them to sign a pledge that they will have an asset allocation. It's a formal way, like the stock market, you have mutual funds have asset allocation, you have asset allocation. I'm giving away 100 crores, 10 crores I'll give for charities if they come and list. Then the demand will rise up on the other side, instruments will come and things will happen. And then you need to have an award ceremony. Because see, what is the reward? Reward is public recognition. Right? You can ask all these publications to come and have an award ceremony, best philanthropist, best instrument, all kind of stuff which you can do in the marketplace. So now that marketing and recognition, next stage to come up to drive up volumes, apart from doing many other things which I think is time, and we'll talk about it.
Yeah, so you've given a very concrete action point for exchanges and SEBI. So Girish, please make a note of this. So let me turn to Amit ji. So let me, very briefly mention about the gap in funding of our commitment to achieving UN SDGs by 2030. I think Indian philanthropy report done by your company only very clearly brings out that we are going to fall short by at least 4.7% of GDP, and most of the funding, 95% of the funding is public spending. So given that context, Aminji, how can private sector funding be scaled up? And more at a philosophical level, are investors ready to invest for purpose also, not just profits? So in a typical investment, you have risk and return metrics which guides you. But when it comes to impact investing, you also have the dimension of impact. So this interesting trinity of risk, return and impact, optimizing that vis-a-vis optimizing risk and return, do you think it works better?
Yeah, so I think that's a great question. Thank you, first of all, for inviting me on this panel with really illustrious friends. So I think there are a number of themes that you've touched upon in your question. So first of all, I do believe, look, the lion's share of developmental capital will always be from the government. I don't think the ratio, whether it's 95 to 5 or 97 to 3, whatever is the most accurate number, is ever going to change. The question is, how can we make sure that the money which philanthropy provides best informs public policy? And I think, both of them use the word that, democratize philanthropy. It's very important, and therefore platforms like this are very valuable because they essentially bring our social issues into our drawing room. It's very important for citizens to be engaged with what's happening in terms of developmental issues, just like the way in which in the last 25 years, one of the most incredible things in terms of the India story is that, equity investing has come into the drawing room, and we've got now, one of the widest number of folios in the world. And that's really happened because we created this incredible, platform which has multiple constituents, including the National Stock Exchange and SEBI and BSE, etc. And therefore, we really need to build these kind of platforms which will democratize movements like the social stock exchange. So I think that's one point that I wanted to make. Look, sorry, yeah.
I hope we are all good.
I don't know what it is. Backup generator, I guess. Yeah. There you go. The second point I wanted to make is that, look, even if the statistics are what they are, there's no doubt about it that just like if we look at the parallel in terms of the growth of our own equity markets and how the domestic equity investor participating in our equity growth story is one of the most remarkable things that has happened in India. The same way in Indian philanthropy, Indians must participate in our social issues. For too long, we've had foreigners participate excessively in our social issues, and I think our dependence on them must decline. And for that, I go back to the parallel that we've had in the growth of the equity markets, which is we got to make things easier, which is the transaction costs need to decline. We need to make things more transparent, which is people need to have faith in what they're dealing with. And for all of that, you need platforms that people can trust in, and people need to be able to transact from one corner of the country in something that they believe in another corner of the country. And I think that's where the power of a platform like this really can unleash a movement of the sort that we haven't imagined. And then undoubtedly, I think there's so many parallels. I think I completely agree with Mohan Das's point, because the role that role models play in providing guidance to others, just like if you think of it in the IPO markets, institutions, play a big role as anchor investors in giving comfort to others. I think here as well, whether it is philanthropists, HNI investors, or maybe potentially CSR folks, can play a big role in providing retail investors comfort in participating in large numbers. And if we are able to do all of this, in my view, retail investing can really grow at a much rapid rate. And the benefit of that is not just funding to the point that Dr. Balu made, but more importantly, bringing social issues into our drawing rooms and into our heads so that people start participating much more intelligently in dialogues.
Yeah, no, I think that's very thought-provoking. If I could remind you about the second part of my question. So how do you optimize risk return impact vis-a-vis just risk return?
Yeah, I think look, the great thing again about this platform, and I don't say this as someone who's been a part of the design team, is that the platform design has been thoughtful. It has taken into account making sure that investors are protected. And so today, if an investor is donating via this platform, they actually have protection which is a multiple of what they would if they were to discover an NGO on their own. And so when you think of, simply either the discovery process or the process of making sure that they know what has happened with their money, which is the impact part of it, I think there's already a loop which has been completed, which is very different from what an ordinary donation would be. And again, I think the design of some of this is that you, at the end of the day, from a fulfillment perspective, will get an impact report, which hopefully will not just provide you comfort that your money is being used well, but more importantly will provide you the satisfaction, which is at the end of the day, why do we give? We give to see a better society around us. So we should care that our money basically, instead of using it for a meal outside, fed 100 people, or enabled some surgeries or some transformation in a village. And I think the impact reports have been, the format of them, etc., have been designed in a thoughtful way to provide a person the satisfaction that their sacrifice was worth it. So I think that return is essentially that return, and the formats are designed to ensure that.
So I think I completely agree with you. I guess if we have more and more evidence of social impact created through the entities which are listed on the exchange through their impact reports, and we'll come to that question later, I think it will make it, because people need to see the evidence as to how it is making a difference, and that impact disclosure becomes very important there. So let me move to the second segment, and Dr. Balu, if I could ask you, this is now, we will talk more about the growth of how to push the growth of the exchange. So as I showed in the slide earlier, over 100 unique NPOs have already registered, but only less than 10% have utilized the platform for fundraising through ZCZP. And if you recall, we also reduced the minimum application size. Earlier we was trying to protect the investor in some sense, but then probably it made sense that we liberalize that, because if you are donating, you are not expecting any financial return anyways. So we liberalize that limit from 2 lakhs to INR 10,000 to enable greater retail participation. So what is your assessment of the demand side and the supply side dynamics, and how can we facilitate greater retail participation?
I think for most people in the sector, there's a completely new experiment, an experiment which is expensive, and that's a reality. Now, if I were to give the example of the Vivekananda Youth Movement, which is also listed, their annual budget is close to 100 crores, and they listed only for 1.55 crores. And I was talking to the CEO and asking her, why did you not go for a larger amount? She said, it is cheaper, faster and easier for me to raise a larger amount directly from my donors because of my relationship management than go through this. So can you convince me why I have to go through this? That is the question first. Now the answer to that is, it's a novel thing. ZCZP, like Mohandas said, it's a very novel instrument. the procedures are quite diligent. What we are all not getting is today the platform is not just enabling us to raise money from a lot of people, it's also getting NGOs, something which is a completely unforeseen consequence. It is enhancing the legitimacy and credibility by being on the platform. So if you raise money from somebody, it's only one person who knows what you're doing, you do a good job, they pat you on the back, you don't do a good job, they will talk to 4 people. But here the glare of public disclosure also enhances credibility. So good NGOs can really stand out and say that being on the exchange means something. So it's not just, so it will take some time for that to sink in, because though 2 years looks a long time, but I think the way I see it is the social sector, any change is slow, even this is going to be slow. But now the town halls that we have had, and I completely agree with again what Mohandas said, we are focused so much on the demand side that we forgot the supply side. So we have been, that's why we have 100 NGOs listed, but we don't have 100 investors saying I'll come in. So I think that's absolutely timely that we should start doing it now. Today, Harish was telling me there are 200 in the pipeline. So as we started investing on talking to NGOs across the country, more and more people are getting excited. They're slowly seeing the opportunities. But we'll have to innovate now. For example, we should think of a mother NGO concept. Small NGOs feel insecure that they can't manage and handle these large challenges. One large NGO can work through 10 small NGOs. The one larger one can get listed. And the other challenge that we have is that the reality is this coming financial year's the expectations of CSR outflow into the sector is going to be close to 26,000 crores. So even if 5% of it is made available to the sector, and if companies see this opportunity as I don't have to worry and invest on following up, doing the diligence, looking for social impact and spending money on that too, but I just put my money on the social stock exchange, it will suddenly open up 1,300 crores. I'm not even sure we have enough NGOs to handle that kind of supply. So my view is this 3 or 4 issues if we can sort out. Hand-holding smaller NGOs, reducing the price of entry into this exchange, and even small things like the exchanges coming back to the NGO and saying re-registration charges. People have 100 people have registered, only 10 have released money. The remaining 90, why would they want to pay re-registration when they had absolutely no service from the exchange, from their perspective? Right, wrong is different. But they feel that why would I want to pay something when I got nothing in return except my name coming on the website? So I think we need to, now we need to have town halls to go back to those and talk to the 10 listed NGOs and say, entry-level problems were there, we had to sort it out. It's spawning a new industry of consultants, of people telling I'll guide the NGO to get listed and charging a big sum of money. To raise 1 crore today, most NGOs tell me they spend 15 to 18 lakhs, which is very high cost of raising capital. Because even small things like HDFC, when we ourselves went the escrow account, they said you have to pay 5 lakhs to set up an escrow account. It doesn't make sense for an NGO. The first thought is I'd rather educate 50 children. Why would I give 5 lakhs to a bank? So we'll have to educate these people. The larger ecosystem needs education, and that's why we'll come to it later. But the capacity building fund is not just capacities for the NGOs. It's capacities for every stakeholder in the sector, including the exchanges. I think BSc and NSC should also evolve into seeing social sector different from MSME or industry sector. They have a different DNA. And so the responsiveness to this DNA should be different from the way you respond to an industry listing. And so all of us have to learn, and the learning journey has begun. The good thing is, I am very optimistic and positive, whether it's NGOs, whether it's investors, whether it is exchanges or SEBI. Everybody wants it to work. That's a very, very rare alignment, when everybody wants it to work, which means we have to really find a way how to make it work.
Actually, I think the compliance expectations of the exchanges and maybe SEBI also have to be optimized according to the needs of the sector. We can't possibly treat social sector as a financial sector, replica of that, because we are used to dealing with very sophisticated, high net worth institutions and individuals. So I think we need to probably make those adjustments somewhere. Find a need, balancing, please. Yeah.
So Amarjit, I just wanted to build a little bit on Dr. Balu's point. So if you think about it, step back and think about it, first of all, the money is there, broadly. The different reports point to the fact that broadly the Indian retail diaspora gives about 35,000 crores a year. Okay? And this amount is growing at the rate of 10% a year. The problem is, where is it going? It's not landing up to the organized sector. So Mohandas has helped spawn the midday meal movement in the country. People would give 2 times as much amount to beggars to feed them rather than give a NGO which can feed a beggar at 1/3 the price. So we have essentially created a giving industry which is highly inefficient in our country. Rather than support, not that all NGOs are efficient, but by and large, inefficiency is the way that we are giving. So what we need to really figure out is, how do we increase the percentage of market share of the NGOs in this giving pie as the pie itself increases. And this is where the role of the social stock exchange becomes an imperative. So that while this 10% grows, if the market share grows from, it's as per various reports, is believed to be single digit, beggars are almost 2 times of NGO's share, by the way. So even if they, increase to double digit, it means the share of retail giving can actually grow at 20-25%. Now, I think one of the most important things we can do and the most exciting things we can do is very simple. It's just waiting to happen. Today, if you look at the top 5 brokers, or you look at the top 3 or 4 banks, all of them have a few million, say like double-digit million folios. It takes virtually no cost for them to take the top 20 NGOs that he talked about, or any NGO they care about, any cause they care about, and say when the next issue comes up, we will basically blast this to all our retail folios. And as long as we can work with the exchanges to enable straight through processing on the apps that these people are working on, even with single digit penetration or even lower than 1% penetration, you will have tens of thousands of donors participating in social stock exchange IPOs, which will mean that, the numbers we are talking about, you will have hundreds of issues every year. Hundreds of issues every year. So with a little bit of imagination and participation of the key market players, I'm telling you, sky is the limit. You've got 100 people registered now, you'll have 1,000 people registered in 3 years. This is what happened with the National Stock Exchange as well. Some of us were there when it was created, right? So we need to be imaginative. If we care about India, we can make this happen.
Yeah, if you remember in our report also, we talked about mutual funds, if they can be a channel for donation and yeah. So Mr. Pai, yeah.
Yeah, Amarjit, let us widen the scope of the social stock exchange because it has to invest in the social sector. The 2 big social sectors are education and health. Now in education, we have 1,200 universities. 4.3 crore young people in college, we graduate 1 crore young people. Our gross enrollment rate is 28. By 2035, we have to take it up to 50. We may have to get another 4 crore young kids into college. We got to build those universities. So universities are not-for-profit enterprises. That's the nature of the beast. Why can't we create a social bond, social education bond, like a green bond, and list on this exchange? A green bond will pay maybe 0.5, 1% less. Here you can say a social education bond should pay maybe 2% less, and float it on the exchange and say this can be done only by a university approved by government or whatever it is, registered with the government, so they can float the bonds, 12-year, 15-year bonds for building infrastructure. Because we need, let's say, to go to 50 GR, we need 8 lakh crores of infrastructure. Let us use that to build that. And then we should also have banks to say 1% of your lending, annual lending, you look at social bonds. And this will be viable because those universities already have a revenue model. They have a revenue surplus. They have a model to repay. What they need is access to money, long-term money, access to lower cost money, both of which will be there. So we can have 50,000 crores of social education bonds placed there. Second, social health bonds.
Without any financial return or with financial return?
With some financial return, 2% less is okay. It's okay.
That which is compensated by social data.
What are we interested in? We are interested in investing in the social sector for public good, and these are done by not-for-profit enterprises, right? Not-for-profit enterprises, and not-for-profit enterprises, basic difference is they don't pay a dividend, or there's no master for them to pay a dividend, but they need to raise money. If there's been a university which has been there for 25 years and wants to increase capacity by 5,000 young people in a year, where will they go? They have to charge more fees, which is not correct. Or they have to go to a bank. Bank may not give them money. Here they can float a bond. And the bonds will be eligible instruments, and we can have an asset allocation model. Health. There are many NGOs who run hospitals. The private hospitals will earn money, 30% EBITDA, 25% EBITDA. Everybody will salivate and invest in all kind of stuff. They'll give huge valuations and go behind them and all that, right? But there are NGOs who run hospitals for the public good at the low-cost hospital. But we want them to expand. We want the social sector to expand along with the profit sector in health. Both have to expand. Why can't you allow them to have health bonds? 10, 12-year, 15-year health bonds.
So do you think, so I'll tell you just a little, input there. SEBI has this green bonds. They've not taken off.
No,
we have a very good structure.
No.
But there's no appetite.
See, put it in the social sector bonds, and then we have to see how to generate the demand. On the one side, there'll be universities and others taking the bond. IIT bonds. Let IIT go and float a bond and ask all the alumni to look at coming. See, what is the key? The color of the mice doesn't matter. The objective is education, objective is health. So we must allow these social bonds to come as the new instrument, so more money can flow into the sector, which is not for profit, which do have surpluses to pay back, but they need a longer period of time to flow back.
Actually, I fully take your point. Just to supplement, and this is coming from our experience.
And let it come on this exchange, not the regular exchange. See, it should come on this exchange, not the regular exchange, because it comes on regular exchange, it get hit by all the accounting, everything done there. It can come on this exchange, where the coupon can be lesser, and so that mark to market and all doesn't apply, and they'll get money. We can ask the banks to lend. Remember, I think ICICI Bank gave some to a social enterprise with free of interest to some enterprise long back when Kamath was there, right? And then, right? And I remember that HDFC did a fund for cancer, right? Cancer safety.
That's what I was referring to
yes.
earlier.
So those kind of innovative things can come here, which the pure profits go to the stock market, here can come. So if you are able to get 100,000 crores of bonds here in the next 5-6 years, coming from a new sector, and maybe foreign capital will come because they want to green bonds. Foreign charities can come and take this money.
So, no, it's just a wonderful idea. Only thing is we are struggling. So let me just give you a little, share my experience on the green bond so far. So idea is that investor can settle for less return, but there has to be in the green bond context, it is called greenemium. Or in our social concept, it has to be social premium on the impact premium, which will compensate for lesser financial return.
Yes.
So where is the market for that impact premium? That's what we are struggling with in the sustainability side. So there's a lot of market in Europe, but here somehow...
See, Amajit, in the green bonds, it is a for-profit business both sides. Now, I'm a financial institution, I'm a mutual fund. I want to feel good and say, I'm a great guy, so green bond. But I still want my returns. At the end of the day, I'm created for profit. Now, you need to have big global NGOs, big global funds who will come and fund education to these social bonds. And there, they can say, I will make do with the 2% lesser. Because why? I want to give long-term money. And the long-term money becomes sustainable because these are got revenue models. And what do? Instead of taking 10 years to expand 50%, they will expand 50% in 2 years and create social good now. Let us open our minds.
Yeah, we can explore this.
Let's open this mind.
Yeah,
For example, why can't the IITs put 1,000 crore bond in all of them to build the next hostels for all the young people and ask all the alumni to take 1 crore bond and say, we'll give you only 6% or 5% a year. Why not? Do it. Let them come and do it. See, we have to connect both sides of market. One side demand. So education and health can be there, and something else also can be there. For example, R&D.
Yeah.
R&D bonds. Where is there? Like, remember the calamity bonds? There's something called a calamity bonds, remember? Calamity insurance.
Yeah.
Calamity comes, it goes. Yeah, R&D doesn't work, it goes. If it works, it's a hit. But why social enterprise? Because the classification of something as social changes the mindset as to what your goals are. When you classify as social, your mindset is, I'm not looking for financial goals. I want to be seen as a hero, as a great soul who gives away money, the savior of this planet like Amit, and I want that honor, and I can do this and get this honor and do it. So think about it. But for us, what is important? We want money into education, we want money into health, we want capacity into all of them, and do it.
Yeah, if I can, you want to add?
No, I was just saying that the exchange as it is currently structured has to be realigned to meet this requirement. Because as it is, I was just thinking of the journey of the last 2 years. So we need to understand that finally it's the government which makes the policy. And convincing government, even to, I sometimes feel being an outsider to government, now being an insider to government, the very fact that the ZCZP was under the Securities Act, it took quite a bit of effort, energy to convince the Revenue Ministry that you can treat this as a donation. And because a lot of policy acts have to be amended, which is a long process in India. So maybe it's easier to have subsections within the social stock exchange the way we are structured and say one section which needs ZCZP will be ATG, one section can be, which is what Mohandas suggested, so we can offer a bouquet of options. Maybe that's something we should seriously explore, because otherwise we're going to hit several roadblocks in the system negotiating it.
So I think that should be doable, because for example, green bonds we didn't have to get the security definition amended. We also have yellow bonds, blue bonds and so on. So let me now just shift to another aspect of the social stock exchange construct. If you recall, in our reports we've also talked about what Mr. Pai just now mentioned, listing of for-profit enterprises on social stock exchange. As of now, the structure is that you are treated just like a listed entity, but there's an additional obligation of making impact disclosures. So do you think we can look at that and activate that segment?
Amarjit, first do non-profit, large-scale infrastructure, and then when it is all well set, then go for profits, because don't mess it up today, because once you say I'm going for profit like this, the mindset, everything in Delhi will change, why this, why that, becomes a mess.
Okay.
Let us stick to not-for-profit sector.
So you're saying let's prioritize non-profits over for-profit.
But let us focus on long-term products, education and health. We have to educate our young people, take it up. We need 4 crores more young kids to go to college. We have to get health, our health infrastructure has to expand.
Yeah, so that reminds me of the Educate Girl Child bond in Rajasthan.
Yes.
And which we talked about in our report. So development impact bonds, that's another section of our recommendations.
And that will be pure social. Pure social, charitable, philanthropic social.
Yeah.
This is, social or whatever it is, different sector. Like he says, categorize 1, 2, 3. So we have a variety of product for the first sector where it is fully no coupon, no principal, etc. Second, for long-term infrastructure needs at a lower coupon rate for the social sector. And the third can be some other sector where it can be for profit social enterprise, all kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So let us segment it. We have created a platform. The platform to connect people who want to do good and feel happy about it, and other side, a lot of these people who do good. Right? Yeah. We have to connect and make it bigger. So more money flows officially, and like he says, it is transparent, verifiable, and it is seen by a lot of people, right? So let us expand that first, and then we can add on many other things later.
So I think the development impact bond, just for the benefit of audience, if I can spend a quick minute on it. There the concept is that a private investor steps in, and private investor funds the activity. And the outcome pair could be a combination of philanthropists or aid organizations or even government. They pay for the success, they pay for the outcome. So they are securing their money, they are not taking the risk. And the private investor who pitches in, he has some return, there's an expectation of a small return on the investment he makes. So this is a beautiful concept, especially in the context of our economy, but it has not somehow taken off. So, Amit, you want to talk about it?
Yeah, I think, look, part of the reason I think it's not taken off is that the challenge has really been investor education. It's not been marketed to a wide range of folks, and I think also risk appetite amongst even the top, sophisticated investors has, in my view, been low. The desire for them to want to innovate with things has been limited. If I was to hazard a guess, I think its time will come. But for it to really take off, I think a couple of things need to happen, and maybe the social stock exchange has a role to play in it. The two most important things that need to happen, I think, is today it seems when you study it, and if you look at the two most successful experiments, the Educate Girls experiment and the Utkarsh experiment, they're really complex. So studying them seems like, being in a classroom for, IIT classroom. So I think they need to be a little simpler. And second is they're expensive. So they can only be done at scale and by the larger NGOs. So I think both those issues need to be addressed. I think maybe when it gets onto a exchange, exchanges can help in some ways by putting things on a lowest common denominator, and the complexity can come down. The cost of some of these things can come down, particularly if they're being done on a repetitive basis. But I think the time for this will come. I agree with I think Mohandas' framing is actually quite nice. There's so much of low-hanging fruit amongst things that we need to do that I think we should just go after some of those first. And we should have these things on our radar because we'll have a wave 1, wave 2, wave 3.
So, to my mind on the development impact bonds, I think one issue is unless the contracts, there are multiple contracts, bilateral, trilateral and so on, if we can standardize the contracts and make it available as a public good, and that's where experts and law firms
which
can
is where the
help us.
complexity, I think reducing the complexity and bringing down the cost will become...
Yeah, and then, DIB becomes a standard product.
Amarjit, when you buy a bond like this, no coupon, no principal, give the recipient a tombstone ad in a nice frame. You know what a tombstone ad is?
I know.
A tombstone ad is, you say that so-and-so raised $10 million from so-and-so bankers and all that thing, because in my house, I'll use this tombstone ad and keep it on the wall and show everybody who comes, dekho kiya hai. You understand? See, we need marketing. We need a ploy. You go to his office, he's a private equity, he'll have tombstone bonds as a banker. I raise 100 million, 200 million, 500 million, all the thing. Very nice.
ADR ka hai mera.
Now give it to individuals. See, what do the individuals, instead of a share certificate, give them a tombstone, nice thing done and a frame, and give it, keep it in the house and do puja for it every day and say, kar diya. See, we got to be innovative and think of many things. See, the key is recognition.
Get people engaged.
No. Will people get recognized for buying something on the stock exchange? Because all the reward they get is the feeling of being good. Right. But they also want recognition. Give them something. And then the big charities, they want public adoration. Tell them you allocate 10%, 15%. And if they allocate, their partners who take money from them and automatically come and raise issues. See, we need to do this kind of hard marketing now. Voluntary marketing is over. And if the big guys come and say, Tata Sons, Tata Charities, they spend maybe 3,000 crores a year. Why can't they say 300 crores will be spent by buying bonds of all the charities that we fund, let them come and place bonds. You meet them and talk to them and tell them, why didn't you do that? It's a good cause. Nothing, it doesn't matter to them, but you create a movement where more people can come in an open, structured manner, which is transparent.
Right. Yeah. Do you want to add?
No, I was adding something else. I said we are all seeing social stock exchange from a very unidimensional perspective. I think we got to see this embedded in the larger philanthropic social sector funding ecosystem, where the government is also a major player, and the government needs to appreciate that some of the decisions it takes might be counter to promoting social sector. I'll give a small example. If the moment I raise money and I start paying dividends, if I build a university, if I'm going to charge fees and that my total revenues exceeds 20% of my donations raised, then I lose my charitable status itself. So the government should make exemption clauses saying for these kind of priority tickets, I will not consider it as part of the 20%. So we have a larger ecosystem that we need to think about. So I think it's not just the social stock exchange. The social stock exchange being the addition. See, I was looking at the finance minister's budget speech in 2019. She specifically said it's a new pipeline that she's opening up. But the new pipeline is still running with the old dirty water. So we got to, that's exactly why the capacity building fund is also not taken off. Because I
have a question on that. Okay. If you don't mind, I can just pitch in right away. So I remember, Dr. Balu, you were very particular about capacity building fund, and probably we didn't fully appreciate at that point, but we definitely agreed with your recommendation. So we have a fund with initial corpus of 10 crores, but I understand utilization is less than 10%. The number is not impressive. So what can we do to kickstart, and why is it not working?
See, I think we should also appreciate that the decisions taken then were not just what is going to help for India to set up a social stock exchange. We learned lessons from 14 failures of countries before us.
Yeah.
And one of the reasons for failure is wherever countries attempted this without creating a ecosystem, it has always failed. So we said we need the 100 crores in a year or two to create the ecosystem, and we didn't do that. What did we do? The biggest mistake? We just tell the maximum donor will manage the money. That is a fundamental flaw, because the donor is trained to think of rural development, and I can name organizations. NABARD or SEBI have a different role to play. You can't operate a capacity building of an entire ecosystem with the mindset of always being suspicious of the way the money gets spent. And money spending is not just a town hall or just a ad in the paper or just addressing your same 10 NGOs. We never really had a strategic communication. As what Mohandas was saying, for 2 years that 100 crores was supposed to be educating SEBI.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
And a simple thing, SEBI is unable even after 5 years, 2 years of setting it up to give a dedicated person for this social stock exchange. We want it to succeed, but we don't put a secretariat for it. So we have structural problems, we have functional problems. If you have put the 100, like look at the Payment Gateway of India. They set up a separate Section 8 company, created the ecosystem. Today we talk about even a tender coconut fellow using UPI. Why is he doing it? Because somebody did the marketing like what you said. So we need this 100 crores to be doing it, build our capacities. And capacity building is a very different construct, because I come from the Capacity Building Commission. It is not just advertisement. It is a lot of hard work, educating everybody, the pros, cons, the benefits, doing a lot of predictive work. And so it has to be a separate Section 8 company, governed by a separate board, which has got no stake in the way the money is spent, but has got stake in the outcomes of the way money is spent. And I think we have to really activate it. The government is at the verge of deciding it. Possibly this budget session they'll announce it.
Yeah, okay. So Mr. Pai, if I can come back to you again, how do you, I'm a little mindful of the time, you have a flight also, and we should have some space for questions from the audience. So very quickly, on the technology side, application of technology for the growth of the social stock exchange, digitization, how can we apply technology, and so also especially for improving the impact transparency in the system?
Amarjit, look, the impact transparency is a function of reporting. If you don't get information and report in a proper format, it is not going to work.
Can technology help in some manner?
Technology can help, but technology is only an input. Because good NGOs are reporting. They're using technology. They got all kind of technologies to report and all that. I think that will work. But technology is not a constraint right now. What is the constraint right now is marketing. Because technology, trading mechanism, that is available and easy for them to get is a solved problem. But to me, the biggest challenge, how do you market? The fact that you have a 100 crore fund, I didn't know. I mean, I knew that you're thinking about it. I didn't know it was a fund. Why don't you give the fund to a big charity headed by a banker like him who knows how to activate it and manage it and give it away? Why should any government institution run it? Just give it to him to manage and ask him to report. See, what we need is a fresh thinking, how to market. And like I said earlier, asset allocation, call the top 20 philanthropies, tell them asset allocation karo. For them is easy. There's no headache. Yeah. And then their own NGOs will come and put a bond there, so volumes will go up, everybody will be happy.
So Nitin, I was talking to him, Nitin from Zerodha, he couldn't make it today. He said, why don't you enable UPI for donation on the social stock exchange?
Yes.
So I thought it was a wonderful idea.
No, all the things, see, I don't want to talk about it because many things that you, see, what you do in the stock exchange, you can do it here, pari passu. It's very easy, but that is not the issue.
But do you think there are a number of digital platforms globally, right?
Yes.
How do you see SSC versus those platforms?
Those platforms are marketing. They market.
What they do is they bring donors
and
the charities together.
Yes. That's what should be done, because both sides of the equation should grow up. See, if there's a platform is a dumb asset.
So can it be a more dynamic platform, social stock exchange, rather than a static platform?
Yes. Marketing karo. See, your growth fund, new growth fund. We wanted marketing, right? Marketing is the key, no?
Yeah, see, I'll try to answer your question a little bit differently. Less than 1 kilometer from here, my mentor, Mr. Bagul, started Give India about 20 some years ago. He was the first chairman. I took over from him. I was the second chairman. Sometime during our term, we and Gates Foundation and 2 others invested about 25, 26 crores to scale it up. Today, that platform every year raises over 500 crores for NGOs, right? And there are hundreds of NGOs listed on it. It's a purely digital platform with reporting, impact, everything happening on it, right? Now, let's step back and think of it. If the might of India's 2 largest exchanges, with the blessings of Securities Exchange Board, is behind a platform, what multiple of Give India can it generate, given the reach that that platform would have with all of India's 100 million retail folio investors sitting on it? Should that number be 2x? Should it be 10x? We should decide that number, right? In my view, Mohandas, what should that number be?
Well, I think it should be 10x.
It should be 10x. Balu, what should that number be? It should be much higher. That's the answer. Now, to do that, we should just look at the design of that. We should look at why is it easy for people to register on that. We should look at, to his point, what marketing they do, right? It's all simple. So I think we have covered a lot of ground, but I think there are things that we can do now in the next 1 year, which I think can help us go suddenly from 10 issues to 100 issues, from 20 crores to 2,000 crores. And that's what our aspiration should be.
Yeah. So, I have lots of questions, but I'm mindful of time. So, any final thoughts on how can we bring scale and speed to what we are doing? I know you've already given a lot of suggestions, or maybe let me add one more question, then we'll open up. What is the expectation from the government, SEBI, exchange? You touched upon it, and especially about the CSR. I think these 2-3 dimensions, and then we open up for questions from the audience.
Yeah, I think CSR has been hard negotiation in Delhi. There is some complexity in it because the CSR Act is very clear, the project timelines are very clear. So finally, the government is, I don't think I can speak on behalf of the government or the Corporate Affairs Ministry, but the current thinking is, we are different ministries with different agendas. The DEA wants it. The Corporate Affairs Ministry is concerned, and so finally we may end up saying that whatever is covered under the CSR Act, within that, those entities who are listing and registering under that can get the CSR money. That's likely to happen soon. But my view is it's not just the government. Like, let's look at SEBI or whatever. No other country has attempted this. We have ESG now maturing in our country. So can we actually look at a situation 2-5 years from today where these NGOs listed raising money on this exchange? Also, we are measuring it so the reports are very well structured. Can we give them a social credit? And can that social credit be tradable? Because at the end of the day, NGOs need to see an incentive for all the hard work they're putting in. And the corporate elements can buy those social credits, like they buy green credits, and say that...
Trading of that...
yeah, and why not? Ideally, if you're calling it an exchange, there must be some exchange there. So I'm actually seeing it. Thailand is trying to think about it. Malaysia is actually...
You have carbon credits.
Something like carbon credits. So at some point of time, until we incentivize everybody in this game, and the government should also open up for it. So I'm very hopeful and positive that maybe this budget will have something good for the National Stock Exchange.
Amarjit, in priority sector lending, if you default, you can put into RIDF with NABARD. Okay? Here also, if you default on CSR, put that money into a fund run by him, which will give it away to charity, make it mandatory. That means suppose to 2%, you do 1.5, you don't spend the money, and next year you don't spend the money, then by default you have to put money into this fund, and that is discharge of your obligation. Make it mandatory, and that money will come, and the money will be spent on this exchange. Wo karo.
So you want to commit as a requirement?
Like RIDF. See, remember, priority sector lending got to 40%. Foreign bank agriculture nahi karega. So they buy a RIDF bond. The bond is at a cheaper rate. They get the money back here. Instead of that, you have to spend this money for CSR. So the gap in CSR can be fulfilled by putting money into this fund. So you are happy, I finished by 2%, penalty nahi karega. They are happy they got some money, and they will give it under supervision to everybody who invests in the stock exchange. Do something like that. See, we must get this marginal money coming into the stock. And let me tell you, in this country, without dhamki in the beginning, nothing will work. You are a master of that. You are a master of that. Dhamki dalo. You are a master. Karo, bhaiya, karo. Then habit changes.
I'm not disagreeing with you. So, we also know that voluntary thing doesn't work. You have to make it mandatory. So,
No, beyond a point, dhamki where they're supposed to do it, don't do it. Not where they're not supposed to do it. You understand?
Okay, of course.
Find out those cases.
Amitji, any final thoughts? Especially on the disclosure side.
You should have given final thoughts to Mohandas, yeah? Not to me.
We have time for final thoughts. So.
No, I think very robust discussion. I learned a lot from it. To me, honestly, sky is the limit for this. And we really need to do this because we want to see a better society around us. What we need to do is, first of all, I think we have over-designed the exchange. So we need to reflect on that and make it easier for people, more pain-free, first of all. Second, I think we need to focus now on the supply side. And a lot of great ideas and thoughts have come out, so I will not repeat those, but making it really as easy as it is for an investor to invest in an equity issue or a mutual fund, and leveraging true digital infrastructure, I think is the most important thing. And third, be prepared. If there are accidents, don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. Learn from them and keep moving forward. If we do all of this, I think sky is the limit. I think if I was to add a fourth, I like Mohandas's idea. We attempted that, Mohandas. We tried to get as many people as forward as possible. Nitin from Zerodha and we anchored, and Vidya, sorry, 3 people anchored the top 10 issues. Maybe I think we need to do more. Next time I'm definitely counting you in. And we will try to get more people in. And if CSR happens, then I think it becomes much easier, because then we can do what has happened on the IPO side, which is we have anchor investors and retailers can follow.
Yeah, so I just quickly add only one regulatory perspective. I agree with all of the points that have been made today. So we need to be very mindful of the integrity of the system and the quality of the listings and the quality of fundraising, because if we, and this I'm saying out of our experience, if you remember early days when we opened up the market, you had a lot of fly-by-night operators and vanishing companies and so on. We don't want that to happen with this segment. So we would like very quality, organizations, social enterprises to come and list. So let me pause with that and open up the floor. We have about 7-8 minutes. We can take few questions. Yes, please. Just introduce yourself before asking the question. Somebody can pass a mic, please.
Yeah. I'm Professor Venki Panchpagesan from IIM Bangalore. Yeah. I just wanted to take up on his point of having this in an exchange as opposed to being in a platform. And I think platforms definitely are cheaper alternatives, so having it in an exchange has to have some other benefits, which is the trading part. And I'm thinking 2 parts. One is the trading of the impact, and the other thing could be the trading of the tax benefits. So if you can say that whoever is holding the bond on 31st March gets the tax benefit, then there are people who may want to pay up to get that tax benefit. So if the marginal benefits are higher, so there is a trading element where the price discovery process can be introduced into the SSC. Could make this a much more powerful thing. Otherwise, why would anybody come to an exchange and pay a higher cost when a platform like Give India can actually deliver the same thing of accessing the investors? So I think that exchange and the price discovery process has to be part of the design.
So it's a suggestion, I guess. Yep. So I think if I can summarize what you've said is that if in some manner impact credits could be, a structure around that could be created, and we could facilitate trading of that, so it would have some momentum, and also the tax incentive. Tax incentive, by the way, already is there. Make it tradable. Yeah, please, yeah.
By the way, one of the main reasons to build something like this is, I suspect, I'm not saying that I'm no longer on the board of Give India, etc., even though I've been a donor to scaling the platform. But I don't think platforms like that will necessarily be able to reach people the way platforms like this will be able to, because there's inherent scaling limitations there. Here we are sitting with 100 million folios on this platform. And so at the end of the day, once we're able to demonstrate the scale effect with, you know, even 10 successful issues, people will get that and will start, even if it means they have to, you know, it'll cost them 5% or 10% or whatever, which by the way is well lower than any retail funding benchmark. They will realize the power of this platform, and literally you'll have hundreds of people, you know, queuing up. It doesn't mean that those platforms will start suffering, but this will all be incremental to what those are doing.
Amarjit, can we have on tap, zero interest, zero principal bond on tap?
So that's what I meant by if we make it dynamic.
No, on tap means, see, today is 30th of March. I'm looking at my income, I got money, I want to give away. Where do I give away? So I just go to the exchange and put some money in 34 because available on tap, I got 10 instruments available, I get a receipt, my job is done.
So as of now, it is linked with the project. Then we have to sort of...
Project means, I'm an NGO, I list 10 crores, I raise 5 crores, and 5 crores I keep on tap.
Yeah, we had that, yeah.
I think that should ultimately, because that's how Give works, by the way.
So we can explore
and
that.
Ultimately, I think that's how what we should do, because for an NGO, for example, everything doesn't need to be project-based.
And you can say that is for a project, maybe up to 25% you can keep on-tap bonds there.
Just like shelf prospectus. Shelf prospectus. So let's pick up some other questions. Yeah, please.
I'll just... Here.
Yeah, please.
So I'm Praveen Dwivedi from Evoke India Foundation, Lucknow. My question is that, this capacity building corpus, if can this also be utilized for, when we do a lot of these awareness programs on social stock exchange, we do a lot of programs for these people. What comes out later on, these NGOs who are not very structured, not very governance driven, they need somebody's help to get the project report written, which project to finalize and all that. So can we have this fund be utilized also for an incubation center kind of a setup, which can actually at regional level help these people to go that journey in a little simpler way? I think that's something which I thought maybe.
Yeah, I think maximum number of WhatsApp messages and calls I get from NGO sector is two things. One, we don't know how to do it, so can somebody help us? Second is the exchange doesn't seem to know what they are doing. There are too many issues they're creating, and why are they not telling us once for all what the hell is the problem? I solved the problem, they say, again they find 4 problems. Okay. And this is a consistent theme from NGOs. And so that means we have to build capacity of the exchanges and we have to build capacity of the NGOs, both sides. So we need a centralized, something like a customer service center which understands both sides of the equation. We have to protect everybody's interest and give them solutions. But that must be an empowered institution. Just a consultancy or advisory is of no use because nobody listens to them.
Doc, we should ask the stock exchange to pick 200 NGOs, create shelf documents for them, standardize and give it to them so they're always ready and get them to come. Let them create, they got money, let them spend money and create that. They got expertise, they got manpower, everything. Let them do it. Create shelf documents, keep it ready for next year's thing and put it up and raise money.
Sir, yes, my question. Sir, my question. Myself, Sandeep Nirvan from Ahmedabad. I have a very small question. You can. Do we really have any kind of platform for these carbon credit transactions, or are we really serious into carbon credit platform like it is going on in other countries?
Girish, you want to answer that, please?
Yeah. At this stage, there is no credible carbon credit platform in India. There are voluntary carbon market and there are compulsory carbon credit market. In the India level, the global, learning from the global practices, we are going to create ICTS, Indian Carbon Credit Trading Scheme, which is going to be launched from April 2026. So, similar to global carbon credit markets, India would have their own carbon credit market for April 2026. Before that, if you have carbon credit and which are certified by Vera or Gold standards, you can sell in the international exchanges like Air Carbon Exchange or Carbon Exchange of Singapore. At this stage, sorry, we don't have exchange, but the work is in progress.
Hi, I'm Lakshmikant Gupta.
Mr. Pai is leaving. He has a flight to catch. Just a round of applause for him, please. Yeah, so last question, maybe.
I'm Lakshmikant Gupta.
Yeah.
Yeah, hi, good afternoon, sir. Indra Chaurasia from Tata Consultancy. My thought was, it's a loud thinking. See, in bonds market, particularly in case of mortgage-backed securities or structuring, why can't we think about something about, say, that like some sponsor who comes and provide the institutional backing in terms of packing, offering, scaling, retailing, marketing and whatnot, credibility of disclosure, credibility of impact, offsetting another part. So why don't we think, instead of having, say, like single small ticket, those like, say, issuance or listing, we have sponsors who are taking, say, theme focused, education focused, or say health sector, as highlighted by Mr. Pai. So this would be my thinking just as a part of submission. Thank you.
You want to respond?
No, I just think it's a good idea, a good point, and we should definitely keep it in mind.
I'm
Maybe one last question. Yeah, please.
I'm Lakshmikant Gupta, risk management consultant. In fact, NGOs, trusts, all such entities are generally considered more sensitive from PMLA perspective and are considered high risk counterparties. And if you look at the other aspects, for example, the audit part, which you mentioned, in fact, there is always a risk of conflict of interest with the auditors or collusion with the assessor or auditors. And even no one knows probably that their ATG validity or CSR validity, which may be 5 years or 1 or 2 years, may expire. So how will these things be tackled and will be taken care? There may be many more such issues which may be systemically important.
See, let me tell you some of the efforts we are putting from the advisory committee. I'm in serious talks with Niti Aayog. We're at the final stage where the Darpan side, many of any NGOs in this room will appreciate that from what it was to what it is today, it's come a long way. But we find that just one small tweak in Darpan, connecting Darpan to the income tax sites, where one place the information available, the exchanges don't have to keep asking NGOs for that information. They can simply, by a pull mechanism, take all the information they want so they can make ease of giving. Fundamentally, I think there's a mindset problem, I think. I'm not saying it is. Systemically, as well as in the Indian general population, that all NGOs are bad and corrupt. And so everything is built around a trust deficit mindset rather than a trusting mindset. So if I have to fill 40 pages to convince NSE that I'm credible enough to raise money, whereas similarly, if a corporate puts out a prospectus, how many of us really go back into the corporate's promoters, their background and find out are they really capable? We don't. But the kind of information we are asked to give is always, I find it's a very trust deficit mindset. I'm not saying you should not ask for information. And that is exactly what pisses off NGOs. Because if you're always, the very fact that the 10, we had to literally ask them to come into this game. Because they are very credible NGOs, they are role model NGOs, and they can really set the trend for the others. But the more it's not just lowering barriers, it's also shifting attitudes of everybody, the investors, the exchanges, the government. It's a long story. I don't want to get into that. Like what you said is very nice, that the behavioral aspect is very serious, and so we have to send out reassuring signals and minimize data, because there is so much data in the public space already. If an NGO is FCRA registered, you're half naked. If you are put a PAN number outside, you're fully naked. And now we have Aadhaar numbers, PAN numbers of every single trustee out there, and the same information is proof I have to give to NSE. Simpler thing is NSE can suck the data and ask nothing from you. So we are trying to see get that. If the Darpan small changes are done, it will get done quickly, then exchanges should change their forms. They have to simply say they'll connect and just, today we have DigiLocker, and how very seamlessly we can get information from DigiLocker. Similarly, we can get this from Darpan side. So there are a lot of small structural changes we can do, and I'm sure we are also learning. I would put it this way. But like Amit said, I'll just use this opportunity to put my 2 last closing words. I think this is possibly a game changer for India. I'm talking about this from all perspectives. There'll always be pinpricks. We're discovering new things. It's like a new software. Now all of us suffer the bugs. Every time WhatsApp changes an update, we all suffer it for 3 days and then they rectify it. So I think this is taking longer. All of us have to rectify it, but we should not see us versus them. we should see all of us together, the government, the exchanges. We can criticize each other, but finally we have to work with each other well. And I would also say, those of you who are on the investor side or advising investors, don't see a financial opportunity here, but also be broad-minded to see a social gain that comes for the country also. Otherwise, if it is just seen as a financial opportunity for consultants, for the big four and all the others, then we might lose the what you call the forest for the trees, or trees for the forest.
Yeah, so thank you very much. I am afraid we have no time. We've already overshot. Okay, one last question, very quickly.
Thanks a lot for organizing this. Myself, Dwarkesh. I'm doing BTech Computer Engineering based out of Faridabad. My question is still deviated from the topic. I think we have not addressed the elephant in the room. That is the population over here. We are 145 crores and rising. And we have, from childhood, we are seeing that we are the second most populous country. And today we are the first and growing. Don't you think that we have to address this thing as first? If ultimately we do not address the rising population with huge adoption of AI and technology, down the line 10 to 15 years, we have bottom line of less employees, not more employees. We today have 80 crores persons depending on the ration. That would be increased to 100 crores.
Yeah. Amit is very intelligent. He's pushed the question off to me. I think I'm going to give the answer I have full conviction in. So it doesn't have to be the right answer. It's what I believe in. I think India's got the lowest dependency ratios mainly because of our population. Our inability to capitalize on low dependency, the lowest dependency ratios does not mean the population is the problem. It's the problem of the people who are independent like you and me, who are not doing something about making it productive enough. So I believe India's greatest strength is the human capital we have. Our inability and the lack of enterprise in applying this human capital for discovering creative solutions for progress of this nation is the problem, not the people.
Yeah, well said, well said. So on this wonderful note, we will bring this session to a close. So when I thought of today's session's SSE 2.0, our thinking was that the session should generate, and I wrote to them that maybe I'm being a little over ambitious, but if it can lead to certain tangible, concrete suggestions, action points, and we've got a good number of them, so I'm very pleased. Harish has also got, we have a lot of work to do. Yeah, and I think in few years time we should be discussing SSE 3.0, God willing. And on that note, thank you everybody. And if you have any suggestions, comments, for paucity of time we couldn't hear them, please feel free to send us your suggestions and comments through emails. And just a big round of applause for the great energy, you know, and the richness of thought all of them brought in. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for such an insightful and thought-provoking session. Okay. May I now request Shri Amarjit Singh to hand over mementos to our esteemed panels as a token of appreciation. Shri Kamlesh Chand Vasni to hand over the memento to Shri Amarjit Singh.
I request prize winners of the quiz to come near the stage to collect their gifts. I request all our participants to be seated. We'll start the session shortly. We'll start in about 5 minutes. I request all our participants to be seated. We'll start in 3 minutes. audience to please be seated. We'll start the fourth panel discussion in a minute. I request everybody to take their seats so we can start with the discussion. We'll start with our fourth panel discussion. Market intermediaries play a crucial role in ensuring smooth transactions, liquidity, and the efficient functioning of the financial markets. Our fourth panel discussion will be on the topic Future of Market Intermediaries, Adoption of Digitization and AI. The discussion will be moderated by Shri Kamlesh Vajni, full-time member of SEBI, and he'll be joined by Shri Sundaraman Ramamurthy, MD and CEO of BSE Limited, Shri Srinivas Jain, Executive Director and Chief of Strategy of SBI Funds Management Private Limited, and Kailash Nath, Chief Technology Officer of Zerodha. May I request all panelists to come on the stage, and we'll have a group photo. Before we begin, we have another engaging quiz for our young participants here. Can we have the screen for the quiz? I request everybody to join. congratulations to the winners. And now we'll begin the panel discussion. Thank you so much.
Hello. Thank you so much. And friends, we are now at the final session of the day. I'm sure you all have had very good learning from this Samvad so far. We are on to this topic, the future of market intermediaries, adoption of digitization and artificial intelligence. We have had the quiz, and that really showed, awareness that you, particularly these young, the people in the audiences already have about artificial intelligence. So I'm sure that this session would be very useful to understand what lies ahead. So when we talk about technology, most of you may not be aware, all of you who are young people, that how trading used to happen in Bombay Stock Exchange. Mr. Sundarji, maybe if you have an occasion to visit Bombay Stock Exchange, go to the ground floor, there you will have a room. So there all brokers used to come and shout. That shouting used to happen for trading to happen. So we have moved from that phase to online trading. That shows how efficiency has increased, transparency has increased, because there was no transparency. You don't know. Broker might have quoted you a particular price. He had actually done the trading at a different price. Now it is quick, real-time transactions. There is full transparency. You know at what price your broker has entered the transaction, and which has resulted in the growth of capital market. The topic of Samvad that we have today is actually, the capital market, raising capital through security market. So this use of technology has helped it a lot. And what we are today, we owe it to technology. And not only that, those guys, young people who had ideas how to use technology to bring efficiency in security market, they are the leaders now. One of them is sitting here. Zirodha is one of those people who could foresee the trend that how can we use technology to start a new idea. Now we are at the cross stage of another evolution of technology about artificial intelligence, how artificial intelligence can change the way we are trading in security market, we are working in security market, and those who can again have a foresight, can think about it, that how to use artificial intelligence to bring efficiency and more transparency in stock market would be the new successful entrepreneur in security market. So maybe those who are young people, hopefully something will emerge, and we have 3 experts of security market here, and hopefully they will come out with ideas. Normally it is said that people don't share their ideas, but hopefully they will share their ideas that how future looks like by adopting artificial intelligence. There are also risk areas. When we talk about artificial intelligence, there are a lot of risk. So we will try to pose questions about those risks also in security market due to artificial intelligence. And I'm sure all this is probably would be very, at the end of the day, we will have a fair idea that, where do we stand and how artificial intelligence can be useful to us. So maybe if I can just take a, just fresh assessment before the start of the session. The question is whether artificial intelligence is going to be more useful than, risk it has got, or people fear that artificial intelligence can actually be a big risk and can be a big hindrance in the evolution of mankind. So maybe those who think it's going to be a great idea and going to change our life for better, artificial intelligence, can please raise their hand. Let me see how many think that way. Okay, that's good, good number. And the other way around, that it is going to be disruptive. Okay, so I mean, there are a large majority is things that it is going to be very useful. So let us start with that. How it will be useful? What do you see the future that artificial intelligence is going to change the way we are working in security market? So maybe I start with you, Sundar sir. How do you feel that way?
Thank you so much, sir. When you ask the question whether it is going to be better or a hindrance, somehow this thought crossed my mind. Artificial intelligence is more a tool. Whether it is going to be a disaster creating tool or a useful tool will fairly depend upon how we want to shape it. That is one. And second, when you sow seeds and when it grows as a farm, weeds do grow along with it. And in the larger interest of the farm, we throw away weeds. Weeds are unavoidable. Anyhow, coming to the question, sir, on a philosophical note on the thought of your, on the question, and coming to the question per se, I feel it's artificial intelligence is not new. It has been in existence for a long time. Many a times, many of the thought process come and they become more like a fad and they vanish. We all thought blockchain will change the entire world into something. Maybe yes, maybe no. Maybe it has some uses, maybe it does not have much uses, whatever it is. Same way artificial intelligence was there for a long time, but I feel currently looking at various other developments along with it that's happening, it's going to be extremely useful for us. We use a term LLM these days, large language models. Earlier on, we were thinking of only crunching large data sets to get some meaning out of it. Now we are also talking about natural languages being machine read, understood, questions answered, as if a human being is questioning. Multiple processing of various documents, including probably a video, audio clip, and a write-up, and answering you questions based on that. All that become possible when you use LLM combined with the AI. So there could be a lot of uses, in my opinion, arising out of it for the market. Maybe if we have to process the impact of a regulatory change, probably this could be useful. I bring in some 6 changes into the market, how it will impact the market based on the past order book and trade book. Maybe it could be possible to look at. A large voluminous corporate governance document, whether it has internal inconsistencies, maybe this will be able to help. A large prospectus received by you, you want to check whether there are any problem areas, maybe this will be able to help. Surveillance, the use of it, in any case we are talking manipulation, how it could be used, many people are already using. So from an exchange perspective as well, I feel this could be much better used for various good purposes. I hope I answered your questions.
Yeah, thank you. So that's a very good perspective from a regulator, that how a regulator foresee the future job of a regulator using AI. So maybe if I turn to Srinivas, like how do you see the future of intermediaries using AI?
Yeah, thank you, sir. Firstly, thank you for having me here. And your introduction kind of took me back to my days, because I started my career in the equity market and trading. And I've experienced the so-called jobbing environment in Bangalore. And then when NSE started, I was also one of the first guys to get trade, learning in the early F1, F2 concepts. So it really put me to that stage. But it also relates to something that you talked about. There was a time when, today in AI, is it good or bad we're discussing? That decade we discussed whether computerization was good or bad. You remember all the banks went on strike, people thought they will lose their jobs, and it was a large discussion. I think we are in that similar kind of a discussion today, where will AI improve productivity, or will people lose jobs? Will it create more frauds? But my answer to that is every new set of technology will create problems, but will also significantly enhance productivity, significantly progress humankind, right? And that's for us to see how we harness it, right? There is a whole lot of things that happen. Going back to the same example, in 90s, early 90s, I used to be a very young person writing contract notes the whole night till 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, we used to just write contract notes. Digitization happened. Now it was easy for me to print the same stuff and send it across to the exchange. Now, as largest asset manager, my custodian team, settlement team are lots of reconciliation issue. So I'm saying the challenges will continue because the volumes will only keep going up. So to go through these challenges, we need new technology solutions. I think AI will help us in helping some of these large burden jobs that today, which is there in terms of data, to get better at it in terms of quality checks, quantity managements, and of course risks that both you and Sundaraman sir talked about. One other thing I think AIs can definitely help is demystifying. I think one of the big things that we have seen, at least in some of the experiences, we did a program with SEBI a couple of years ago, using young tech entrepreneurs to come up with an ability to catch fraud more from a point of view of misinformation, right? And it was a very good success, but it was not scalable 2 years ago. Today, thanks to AI, those things can get easily scalable. So my view is that misinformation can actually, it can increase misinformation, but it can also solve for a lot of misinformation. And demystify investors, all these financial jargons that we throw around. We can't help it, it's part of regulations. I need to say that. But the end investor can actually understand is better because he has a front-end capability for him to demystify and says, what does it mean to that particular person? What does this particular stuff mean to him? And of course, many things like correlation analysis and all that stuff as a after, will come. But that's for more sophisticated investor. But investor at large now has the ability to look at a large set of data pools that is there. They're not even aware. They're asking some set of questions and they're getting back something which is more relevant to them because the AI's models are now able to parse, understand the context and give you that information. So these are some very interesting stuff for general users. And of course, as you get more sophisticated, trading, algorithm, regulatory oversee, all of that would get more and more refined with AI tools. I think that's a good way to look at AI today.
Yeah, thank you, Srinivas. So basically, Srinivas spoke about something very interesting, that demystifying and, making you to understand all that is happening, maybe something that you don't understand. So just to give you an example, few days back, if you remember, SEBI had passed an order on front running on a right. So that was a big order. Everybody was trying to read the order, 188 pages order. So one of my team member, what he did, he put that order into artificial intelligence in 1 minute. I can tell you in 1 minute, it produces 17 minutes audio podcast. In 1 minute, 17-minute audio podcast was produced, and the people who do not understand ABCD of front running, they heard that podcast and they knew everything about front running and what happened in that case. So, so this is a strength of artificial intelligence that is already here, right? So maybe, some of our media friends who are here, when, whenever any order is passed by SEBI, they try to start reading it. I think they should buy that tool and they should just use that AI, because there is always a race to be the first one to come on TV and explain the order. So they may find this to be very useful tool who can summarize the order completely in 1 minute. So that is the strength of AI that we are talking about. And Kailash, what do you feel? What is the future?
I think for organizations like us, like Zerodha, which is a stockbroker, which has to deliver services to a large number of people, millions of people, the breakthroughs that have hit the markets in the last 2-3 years, LLMs, voice models, text models, language models, help us attack a large number of very low-hanging fruits. Some of the efficiency gains that we at Zerodha have achieved with just one technical person working on it, with a couple of open source models, self-hosted within our infrastructure, running at practically no cost, is quite crazy. To cite one specific example, we handle lakhs and lakhs of customer calls every month. And these calls are meant to be recorded and kept for 7 years as per regulation. So we have a quality team of about 100 people whose job is to sample calls, randomly pick up samples and listen to calls and mark them on quality parameters. Was the customer satisfied? Was our support agent, did they use the right kind of language? Were they precise, etc., etc. So you could imagine 100 people picking up random calls, and calls can range from 2 minutes to 1 hour, 60 minutes, all day, every day, trying to mark quality parameters. It's absolute drudgery, and the efficiency of the quality team in itself is questionable. So there's this open source model called Whisper. It's an open source voice to text transcription model. We created this small system into which call recordings are continuously passed. Voice becomes text language, and we use a self-hosted open source language model to consume the text. And we have a bunch of prompts there looking for the parameters, the quality parameters that we care about. Now this system ingests all calls. It listens to lakhs and lakhs of calls, all within our infrastructure. It knows which calls to surface to the quality team. So now the quality team does not have to listen to tens of thousands of random calls. That's absolute drudgery. The system tells them, you might want to listen to these calls because of these reasons. So in a way, 100 jobs have been rendered obsolete there. But thankfully, those jobs now focus on better things to do. I mean, they evaluate quality. As an organization, the efficiency boost with just this one thing that we've achieved is exponential. So the quality of our customer support has gone up significantly. We have objective measures to figure this out over the last 3-4 months. And that's just one thing. There are many, many similar things happening within the org when it comes to organizational efficiency. So if we just pick one thin slice of being an organization, being a market intermediary, and we pick organizational efficiency and better service delivery for clients, just that is a huge area with exponential gains waiting to happen.
Yeah, thank you. So I think for all those our young friends, you know, he has given one example, but as Kailash said, there are number of applications similar to that they are using in their organization. So it is your thought process, how you can visualize that a particular operation is happening in a particular way, how we can use AI to streamline it and bring efficiency. So that will, you know, be the idea which will take you forward in your life and your organization. So just to, you know, supplement what Kailash has said, we at SEBI are also using voice to text. You must have heard that, you know, a lot of bad content on the social media are being taken down by SEBI and all. So those things have also been reported in the media. So how do we do that? How do we find out which particular video has wrong content? We do use these tools, audio, and these are all internally we have prepared. We have not bought it from outside, so we have wonderful young talents inside SEBI who have developed these tools, and we use these artificial intelligence to do that. Just to tell you everyone, I think there is going to be a conference on 15th. Promote this on 15th, right? So there SEBI will showcase how we are using artificial intelligence in our organization to increase efficiency, transparency, investigation, surveillance. So I don't want to preempt that, but yes, so this is one area where we are also using to a great extent. Now coming to other uses which we can do for artificial intelligence, how do you see artificial intelligence for financial inclusion? What are your thoughts, Mr. Sundar?
Sir, clearly today, we all started our journey with a very important requirement of investor awareness creation. So we used all the areas possible to create awareness in people. So that the same thing is now currently also used for creating misinformation to investors. There are quite a few concerns which come out of wrongly people advising the investors to get into things which are not good. Maybe at some point of time, the investors themselves will be able to use simple open source stuff like what Kailash was talking about, to look at some few of them and then tell based on whatever their parameters and requirements are, whether they should believe it or they should trash it. That could be a probable use. And also for regulatory agencies like us, sir, when we see such type of things happening in the market, today we are not able to sort of, we don't have a robo type of a stuff which will go and look at all the, like Twitter bot types, we should have something which will go and look at all these audio clippings and video clippings and tell us what is not probably desirable content, and we should be able to go ahead and take it down or take actions. So in that sense, we'll be able to benefit the investors. This is one. And penetration becomes easier into hinterland, and replication becomes easier if speed and efficiency improves. So there is a large part of India yet to be covered by us in creating awareness creation. I'm sure this will bring in that type of a result. That's my personal view.
Thank you. So, Kailash, your thought on using this artificial intelligence for financial inclusion and investor awareness? What's your thought on that?
I think language is key here. Inclusion begins with language, clear communication. I don't like to use the word vernacular, but people understanding things in their own language, in the language that they're comfortable with. So that's the fundamental building block, the most fundamental tenet of inclusion. And then comes digital onboarding, etc. That all of those are secondary. So the large language models specifically, the way they've enabled ingestion and production of language and language-related artifacts, which was absolutely unthinkable 3 years ago, is going to be of significant use here. For instance, we have this initiative called Varsity. We've been running it for 11 years. It's one of the largest open financial courseware modules in the world. Fully open, anybody can access it. It's written in English. Now, we've attempted manually translating it using professional translators into multiple languages, but it just never really translated, especially large financial modules with technical terms. But our recent experiments with some of these models show that it now becomes possibly 10x faster and easier to translate our content into various Indian languages. And that's just one really, really simple example, low-hanging fruit. We have research teams that research market trends or things that are, scams especially, things that are happening out there, understanding the lay of the land, and they produce bite-sized videos, which we publish, again, on the Varsity and various other channels. There, as a research assistant, some of these AI tools for ingesting massive amounts of information, ingesting videos, translating it, transcribing it, etc., stellar support from these tools. So 2 humans sitting and producing or doing X work for education, inclusion, information, I think they're able to now do 10 or 20 people's worth of work, just those 2 people. So these are all areas where language tools are being simply used as tools and aid. And then again, like I said, these are just, it's a thin slice of what is possible. And these are things that we've started doing. And another really interesting example is we get a large number of customer support tickets, all brokers get. Sometimes end users use very colloquial language, sometimes in Roman letters, they, typed up in, it could be a very local language, a certain dialect typed up in English, which none of the support agents can decipher. But you pass that to a language model, it deciphers it because it has seen the entire internet, it's consumed all possible knowledge. So even such support tickets where people speak language the way they want in ways that no other human can easily understand, we're able to process now over the last several months. So the possibilities are opening up. We are practically discovering something new on a weekly basis, really. Yeah.
Right. Thank you. So let's move to some other area. Srinivas, do you think we are using artificial intelligence in trading? I mean, you are managing a big fund. Do you see the role of AI in trading more efficiently and effectively?
More than trading, sir, I think one of the points that Kailash talked about, we are experimenting its early days because it's a very tough thing to remove human intervention when it comes to actual managing money. But what we are doing is, taking large amount of data that happens. So we have something called knowledge management tool, KMS. It's an in-house built capability. On that, we've used a large language model, Llama 3.2, and we are ingesting tons of data that happens overnight. And that data is kind of parsed to a fund manager and our research analyst. At the end of the day, they get a bite-sized knowledge about what's happened overnight, right? What's happened post-market closure to the next day morning before they come to work. There is some amount of insights that they're able to get. And all this is possible, even there was a time when Bloomberg was the place to go and get market information. Now you can take the Bloomberg feed too and add all other feed and make a much more structured, contextual aware communication. Now I wouldn't say communication, it's more a decision-making tool. So it helps you make those decisions. This is something that we've been trying to do. Second thing, sir, we are trying to, again, something that Kailash talked about is SEBI has come out with this whole front-running part of it. So it is very complex for us to not just build great features to stop when it happens, but also be much in advance, be aware of what's happening. So we are experimenting with some of the capabilities that is there in terms of using similar whisper-based tools to parse some of those communication, run through a profile filter, what regulation talks about. It's a self-learning model, so it gets better over a period of time. So some of these things today, if not for this technology, we would have just been all over the place. We wouldn't have been precise. Today, to some extent, we are able to say we are more precise. And the large thing that we are doing, sir, is the part where the customers are coming on our digital portal, where they want a self-service kind of environment. The toughest part of the self-service environment this morning, I heard Shashi talk about how Zerodha gives the whole list of products out there. The challenge there is that how do you then look at, 200 mutual funds that we offer and select the right product. So there's something to do with contextual awareness. We are not there to recommend a product, but we make it easier for them to discover. We make it easier there for them to understand. So we have a bot which is again based out of this. So you ask simple questions. Before, the bot used to have a very standard answers because these answers were all written before, right? If you ask for this, you get this. Now you don't need to write those answers. The self-learning model kind of helps them actually give you in their language what kind of solution they're looking for, and then takes them through a proper content that is there on the site. We've not only kept it to ourselves, we've kind of offered this to our partners too. So in the partner app and other assets that we have, our partners also use this kind of services. So there's multiple stuff in asset management that we do, but in all experimental stage, there's no big bang thing. Also, we are very much aware that there can be mistakes. AI can go wrong. So you have to continuously look at making sure that those mistakes are not very costly. You need to learn from those mistakes and make sure that AI models are kind of perfected.
Right. That was very useful. So, Sundar, have you seen, AI in trading, or maybe use of technology, high frequency traders and all, they are, doing something like spoofing or something which is creating a challenge for trading? Because we have seen a lot of uses of AI so far, so maybe slowly we shift to the risk areas. Have you seen any risk area in this field?
What HFT would be doing from his side, we will not know sitting on the other side. What certainly we will know is the impact of it on the market. Fortunately for us, we have a lot of stringent regulations thanks to the regulators from 1992, the way the regulatory atmosphere in India has developed. We have some persistent noise creator rule, and we have some OTR ratio stipulations, which in a way, in a big way, curtails many of those wrong type of activities that can happen associated with the trading from the HFTs. And I'm not sure whether we should single out HFTs and say they only can use AI tools they only can misuse AI tools. I'm sure that was not the intention, but having said that, I find one major problem about AI tools personally is that somebody clones me and then as if I am recommending some stocks, I find videos being circulated. That I find as a very big problem. Because I don't know much about stocks. Just because I work in a stock exchange, that does not make me a wizard in identifying good stocks and bad stocks. And therefore, if somebody misuses it, I find it as a very big problem.
Yeah, so you talk about this OTR, or this order to trade ratio. So like just for the benefit of some of our young audience, so what kind of measures we have put in place to check order to trade ratio?
So there are two parts to it. Under specific circumstances, the order to trade ratio is typically if I pump in 100 order messages, how many of them actually get converted into a trade? If I'm going on pumping order messages, that could be with various intentions of making an order book to look good and then withdraw all the orders. When people start trading, I am out of it. So there could be, this is one example, there could be various such examples of a person creating a false opinion about a market by just pumping in orders. But at the same time, people who are providing liquidity, when they provide both the sides of the order, that is they quote, they will be naturally and necessarily pumping in lot of orders. That also helps in giving liquidity to the market. So it has its benefits, it has its disadvantages. So long as a person is judicially using it for the purposes of providing liquidity and not for creating a false impression, that is acceptable for the market and it is good for the market. With that in mind, regulators have put in place a simple measure called order to trade ratio as to how much it can be and how much, if it exceeds, what type of an action should be created. Over and above that, there is another rule called persistent noise creator rule. What is noise? What is not a good sound bite is a noise. What is not going to be meaningfully in order to convert itself into a trade can become a noise. If somebody is persistently putting in such type of orders, the reaction from the regulators is much more stringent. That person's trading capability is cut across all exchanges, though he might have created that noise only in one exchange. In that way, unnecessarily pumping orders to create a false impression is curtailed.
So that's very useful. In fact, what you have said about this order does not get converted into trade, it is only to kind of create an impression, actually reminds me of a real life situation which I saw as a young child. And many times it is said that, all this virtual world, what is happening in stock exchanges is a kind of a use of technology. Virtual world also have some relation with reality. So I don't know how many of you will remember 1971 war, India-Pakistan war. Now, if we recall 21 Paramveer Chakra, there is only one Paramveer Chakra which has gone to a non-army fellow, which is Air Force fellow, and which is Nirmaljeet Singh Kehlon. So if you remember that fight between Indian net and Pakistan jet, the idea in aircraft fight is whosoever goes to the back of the aircraft shoots and shoot down the other aircraft. So the fight is who goes at the back of other, and whether I am able to give allow him to come to my back, then I'm gone. So that fight actually people saw in Pakistan, in Punjab, in field, and they saw how well this Nirmaljeet Singh maneuver over net and shoot down 2 Pakistan jet before he himself got shot down, because there were 6 jets surrounding him. So therefore he got Paramveer Chakra. So what I was trying to tell you is that this order to trade ratio is probably also something like this. You put an order and you try to, because these high frequency traders are working on strategy, looking at orders and trying to outsmart the other high frequency trader. So it is a kind of a, putting an order and then modifying the order or cancelling the order, so that you are able to create a strategy of your opponent, and then you go behind him and you have a better strategy and you put him into a loss, and you have a gain. So these kind of things do happen. And if we go back to 2010, there was a crash in the United States. It's called flash crash. $1 trillion was lost. Market came down 9% at a one go. And they took 5 years to investigate. And after investigation, it was found out that one person had put 200 million orders, and he modified them to around 20,000 times. That created the crash. So you see what kind of, the risk area of using this technology. And now if we start using artificial intelligence also in trading, so these are the risk areas that how it could have a sudden impact on the market by modifying order ratio. So therefore, we do have some system in place. But obviously, as we start using AI, we have to be more vigilant about these kind of strategies.
Yes.
So now, coming to more risk areas in this artificial intelligence. So, Kailash, what do you feel about, people talk about responsibility. So when you use AI, you should use with some kind of responsibility, because there is an issue of ethics and governance also. If your model has a bias, then the result will also carry that bias all along. And SEBI came out with a circular that anybody who is using artificial intelligence is responsible for its usage. So do you agree with that thought process, or you have some other thought? And if you agree, how do you ensure that AI usage is proper, with proper ethics and governance?
I agree with this suggestion, and I think that is perhaps the only way to regulate AI usage globally. Over the last 24 months or so, the responsible AI safety movement, especially in the US, has turned into a heated debate between various schools of thoughts. How to eliminate bias in models, how to train models in a certain way, how to align models in a certain way. These have all become their own large fields of research. But if you distill it down, and if you look at it from a first principles point of view, human beings are also extremely biased. The biological brain, biological intelligence is heavily biased. We are all biased. And we have socio-legal frameworks, societal frameworks, ethical frameworks, the legal system, justice system, etc., to keep humans in check, keep humans accountable. But you can't really peek inside a human brain and say that this has to be aligned in a certain way. It's impossible. That's not how it works. Similarly, as AI systems become more sophisticated, they are already quite sophisticated. They're black boxes. It's very difficult to figure out why a certain model, a very complex AI model, behaved in a certain way. Now, there's another field called explainability. I mean, there's a lot of work happening there where people are attempting to make models be able to explain themselves. But there's no scientific guarantee that that will ever be right. So how is it even possible to then ensure that an AI system doesn't behave in a certain way, biased or biased way? You really can't. Then we have to fall back to what has been working for human civilization and society for thousands of years, which is holding humans accountable. It doesn't matter what AI model or technology you use. If an individual uses it to do a certain thing, if an organization uses it to do a certain thing, it should conform to the existing socio-legal justice system. It doesn't matter if it's an AI model or some other model or a language model. It doesn't matter. You can't hold the piece of software or hardware accountable. It has to be the human. So after observing the whole responsible AI movement, of course we need all of that. We need philosophical research, engineering research there. I've personally come to the understanding that holding the people or the entities using AI accountable is really the only way forward anywhere.
Thank you. That was very useful. So now maybe we see what are the international experience. So Srinivas, do you have any idea how other countries are doing in AI and all these usages, and how they are managing their risk? Maybe if you have something to share with our audiences.
Sure, sir. I think India is a little late when it comes to AI revolution. Having said that, we are also very early in terms of adopting things. So we've got a good framework, and we see that in the regulator here actually adopting it much faster than other markets. But one of the things that has happened in US and Europe, and less of Europe but more of US, is the ability to access to new technology has been much faster. So some of the large trading houses, brokerage houses, even asset managers have been building AI in-house for now a couple of years, right? In fact, now every service out there has some AI or the other kind of built in. So there was recently the consumer electronics show CES in US, and if you see every product out there was all AI driven. And there is, I mean, it goes back to this whole thing about what is the right AI, biases with the AI and stuff like that. And that reminds me, 2019, 2020, there's a book that came out, and algorithm was all a rage those days, a book by Kathy O'Neill called Death by Math Destruction. So it's a very interesting book. And the book was all about how are we creating biases by building all these algorithms. And it is happening today too. I mean, when you go to social media, we won't call that AI, but they bring out the more virulent content out there. So one of the things that they're globally that's happening, especially in the security market side of it, is to kind of go behind that and find out one which is less noticed, ones which have lower and lower. I mean, so there has always been a model which was always built on market traction, right? So it's a question of if there are more tweets, then people like that, you know, the message. So now there is a movement to go back and say ones which are very unnoticed, and how can I bring that up front? And especially investment management firms and broking firms are actually working hard. There are some models, I know some of the big large asset managers globally use, which is basically to see ones which attracts the least attention. Can that be surfaced first? And can we do a little bit more research saying why is it not been surfaced as part of the... So that's one thing that's happening. Second thing is largely when it comes to the big risk that we all run is that as HFTs become a big thing, as massive amount of data is being pushed through outside and inside the exchanges, and it's becoming difficult for us to parse and see what's, and you said the dogfight example was a fantastic example. So people are now building high quality, and the regulators are building good RegTech tools too, a high quality throughput where there is a question being asked at every stage. One of the things that AI have been able to do better than previous what we call as quant models, that is the ability to reason. So this ability to reason models have now got better. And thanks to that, we are now able to get much more better quality inputs coming to fraud detection, early warning systems, and things like that. So these are some things, again, I don't see something that is path breaking yet, but in increments, a lot of these smaller things happening. You must have heard about this Twitter bot AI, which of course did very well in the initial days. Now I think that portfolio is not doing very well. That Twitter bot AI was just taking data out of all the Twitter stocks that was out there and had created a portfolio, and that portfolio was doing, I think for a few months, that was the best performing portfolio out there. But again, the point I'm trying to say is that there'll be tons and tons of use cases, and as AI gets better at what they're doing, you will start adopting that in every walks of life, more so in financial services market. I think there are banks which are now using it much more effectively. They were for many years, banks were not very happy of sharing their data. But thanks to some of this stuff now which can be done locally in your own setup, things have not got much better.
Thank you. So when we are talking about the risk area, I think Sundar, when he was answering, sharing his experience on one particular issue, mentioned something very interesting, that he is more scared of seeing his own video advising stocks. So I can tell you he is not alone. Probably all celebrities must have seen this, whether it is, industrialists like Ambani's, Bharti Mittal, or any of the financial from sectors, whether it is Sundar or Ashish Chauhan. Virtually you name, there will be, I don't know how many hundreds of such videos, fake video, deep fake videos created by AI. So today you see them, giving advices. You must have seen, even otherwise, or you must have heard people receiving phone calls with the, audio of the voice generated by AI of their relative saying that I am in trouble, Papa, please help me by doing that or that. Those kind of ads are also coming in TV to make people aware of it. Tomorrow you will actually see the video of your, relative telling you that they are in danger. All this AI generated. Now that's a real risk. when we talk about AI, this is the real risk which is there. So how do we tackle this? Do you have any thing in your mind?
So there are two parts to it. One is, of course, more and more talking about it and making people become aware that these type of things are in circulation and they should exercise caution is one part of it. The second part of it, along with it, we should also teach something philosophical to people. People should not be taken away by greed. Many a times what happens, when greed takes over, we don't see the rational. Whether it is Sundar or whether it is any other celebrity, if somebody is advising you, you can make so much of money.
That's a very important point. So how do we educate people? I think that is something very important. So maybe, Srinivas, you have an idea? Do we start having a proper course right from the school also? This is a real danger.
I agree, sir. There's another way to also deal apart from commonsensical education. This is common sense, right? But people do lose common sense when greed is behind, when they look at fancy stuff. So I think bringing up use cases, issues in public domain for discussion is the first thing. Now you see that happening all over. Even Prime Minister has talked about it. There's quite a lot of things that happen. Regulators, SEBIs have been talking about it. The next thing that can actually happen is because at that scale we can't happen. We are it's difficult for the commonest man to actually have all the digital sense. We have to find technology solutions too to solve for this. So there have been now ability for you to watermark AI generated content. So even platforms are doing it. I think one of the responsible AI requirement is that anything that gets generated through an AI should have some referencing about it's being generated through AI, so that it can be cross-checked. Second, you can create dedicated portals where people can go and cross-verify that there is actually, this is actually use case. So this whole WhatsApp, viral stuff that happens, can somebody actually go back and look at a portal and say, yeah, this is actually a fraud and I should not give up. So some of the technology solutions also are possible to solve for it. But I think nothing beats common sense. We have to get more and more people being more, use their brains when it comes to the last mile. But it's most easier said than done. We've heard judges, we've heard, law firms, lawyers who have fallen prey to some of these scams. But I guess as awareness gets better, sharing of OTP has been a biggest issue, which is the most easiest thing. But, people do share, right? AI is even more complicated thing to do. But I guess over a period of time, this can get it done. But I think the way to do in the initial days is to find anti-AI detection tools and then try and stop them while we educate the masses at large.
So just like we have antivirus, we will have anti-AI tools, right?
Sir, just one interruption. Recently, I came across a piece of information that somebody got digitally arrested and they had to give away money. The people who got digitally arrested were not uneducated or illiterate people. How fear and greed can clearly cloud common sense, sometimes very tricky.
So about this, just last question, because I can see the reverse clock showing 8 minutes and few seconds. Just last question on you, Kailash. Srinivas talk about some anti-AI tools or something, and we in SEBI are also in discussion with social media platform that you have the capability to detect, let's say Sundar video is coming, right, is being played on social media. We believe, maybe we are wrong, that there is a technology to actually know whether it is a fake video or real video of Sundar, right? So is that technology there, some kind of?
There are attempts, there are many tools that look at certain weird artifacts that show up in videos and make an educated guess that this looks fake. But I think that pursuit is futile. In today's deepfake videos, if you do it really well, you can't figure out. But if you use an off-the-shelf tool, you can figure out small little anomalies. Your eye blinking here, your face slowly coming off. These are the things that these tools look for. But in 5 to 10 years, AI-generated videos will be indistinguishable from photographic videos. So I think a technological pursuit of tools to detect AI-generated digital artifacts such as audio and video is most likely futile. It will only work for the short term.
Okay.
And awareness, education, absolutely. But you're aware that the most common form of the most widespread scam that happens in the stock markets is somebody convincing somebody else that I'll give you X returns. People were doing that 10,000 years ago. People are doing that today. Today, they use Telegram and whatnot. No matter how much we educate, no matter how many SMSs we send saying, please don't share your password, people willingly share. So the biggest kind of fraud that we handle at Zerodha when customers come to us is customers willingly sharing their credentials with someone because someone promised them X returns. So as long as humans are humans, as long as there's greed, and there is going to be greed, unless we evolve to higher beings, these scams are all going to happen. Whether it's a specific kind of AI tool or not, or deepfake videos as a medium, I think it's largely immaterial. That said, people will figure it out very easily. I think a couple of months ago, my mother got a call from the RBI governor, not even an employee at RBI, asking for an OTP. She immediately hung up. So at this point, she's learned that you should never share OTP. So I think that level of awareness will grow. But beyond that, I think it's not possible. So as a society, we'll have to evolve to probably distrust everything we see on a screen. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you everyone. And probably now we have 5-6 minutes, so we can take some questions. I can see one hand over there. Maybe some mic which can be given. There are lots of hands.
Good evening. One of the question asked was how to control the fraud or cyber fraud. So one way is to verify and trust, which touched upon by the Kailash also in our last comment. We need to verify what we are saying and then you have to trust. Mostly we blindly trust and we fall prey to the cyber criminals. So that's something which we need to have follow the even Israel way of doing it. I will verify although I don't want to trust them. So that's something which you can incorporate, and in learning, common sense cannot be learned overnight. So we need to inculcate critical thinking in our education, where we need to learn we need to question why there is an unreasonable return is being given to me. So that kind of a thinking need to inculcate in a system, which in AI world is very difficult. Copilot will give you summary of email also and draft email response also. So we are going, depending on AI, we are conceding control to the AI. So AI, uncontrollable AI would be very difficult to live with. And sorry, it's not a question coming.
Thank you. So that's a good suggestion. Yeah. So there, somebody can give there. I think he was there first.
Sir.
Any mic over there, please.
Sir. Hello, sir. I'm also having a question to Kailash, sir. Sir, if I am running any algo, whether my broker will come to know the logic behind the algo, and the direct question is to you, do you come to know any profit-making algo?
Like I said, people have been trying for the last 10,000 years to figure out magic ways of making money. No, you can't really look at a bunch of orders coming from anyone and figure out what algorithm they're using. The algorithm could be in their head, could be a system, could be an Excel sheet. It's not possible. But Indian markets have very strict regulations on how to run algos. And when you collocate your algorithm inside the exchange, you have to disclose certain bits of logic, etc. So you don't have to show your full secret sauce to the exchange, as far as I understand it, but you have to reveal certain aspects of it. But brokers can't. You can't just look at a series of orders and figure out the reason behind them. No, you can't.
Yeah, next one. Yeah, please.
Yeah, my name is Amit Naik. I am a MFD, and my question is to Kailash sir. Kailash sir, see, the thing is, being a discount broker, Zerodha, how do you take care of the risk surveillance with the help of the AI? Because risk is, I would say, it is the heart of the trading. So if someone is calling you, so how do you make sure that the person is real and not fake? Thank you.
This is not specific to Zerodha. Every single online broker has to deal with many risks. But thankfully, again, Indian capital markets have a very strict, extremely robust way of handling pretty much all scenarios that we've seen. I think the only market in the world where two-factor authentication, strong 2FA, is mandatory by regulation. So there are a series of cyber security measures, there are a series of all kinds of risk check measures, all prescribed by regulations that all brokers follow.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, here, somebody here, please.
Hello, sir. My name is Vishesh Kothari. So my question is regarding data breaches and data leaks. So there have been incidences with market intermediaries where data breaches have happened. So now these attacks have also been accelerated with the help of AI, and they pose cyber threats for our infrastructure also. So how market intermediaries are tackling with this? And is there any regulation which have been in use?
Very good question. Yes, please.
I mean, we live in a world where it's difficult to ensure that there is zero data breach. Having said, because there is a cyber criminal out there always looking for a way to bring in. But there are some simple design principles which most of the large institutions, and of course now SEBI through the new CSRF guidelines and others, have tried to enforce on all the regulated entities and market participants. And if you follow these basic principles, right, because one of the big mistakes we make is giving easy access to everything without a proper regulatory control environment, and we've gone through that phase, right. We've had episodes where we've integrated fintech without much kind of a robust frameworks, and then we suddenly realize that, you know, there is some misuse, or if not misuse, there is a data leakage or whatever that is there. So there are environments for you to do, like SEBI has provided a fantastic sandbox for you to experiment on this rather than you try and experiment directly onto this. So that's one part of it. Second part of it is that I think there is a lot of investments that have gone into cyber security today. You know, anti-malware is one part of it, but the whole tierization of network, the way the protection of the network has gone up significantly. Third, and the most important thing is that despite most data now being in cloud, the security of the cloud has gone up significantly better than an on-prem today because of the lots of capability that clouds are able to provide. So all in all, things are getting better, but you never know, the bad actor, the threat actor out there is always trying to be one step ahead. So regulated entity always have to be highly invested and definitely much aware of what's happening.
Okay, hi, can you hear me? Okay, my name is Chintan, and my question is, there's an opportunity to use AI to scrap draft red herring prospectus to showcase the risks and opportunities, you know, to the prospective investors. So, considering we are a diverse, multilingual country, is there a plan to come up with a legal schema, right, like for every language, that what are the pre-approved words which we could scrap, and then, you know, we are in a better position to showcase the risks and opportunities in a simplified manner to a diverse country, because without a legal schema it's going to be very difficult. At the end of the day, it's a language, what he said. So if there is if it comes from a regulator's point of view or from a government's point of view, there will be nothing like it. So is there any initiative which is happening at a regulator's level where, you know, some sort of language schema for different Indian native languages is sort of created?
There is a Bhashini project, if you may be aware, which is basically, so that's a known thing. Regulatory, would you know anything?
Yeah, there are in fact a bunch of initiatives. So there's this organization, Daksh, they're a non-profit, big org in the legal sector. They and I think IIT Delhi have together been working on defining a legal ontology for the entire Indian legal system. So collect every single term in the Indian legal system and define metadata, ontologies, etc. So it's a big project that's happening. And there are other attempts as well.
It's called Daksh, you're right. Okay.
Thank you. I think I have to close it here because it shows time is up. I'm really sorry.
Sir, one question please.
Okay, chalo, last question.
Yes, sir, that is for you, Kamlesh sir. Recently there was a consultation paper on the algo trading for the retail user. So there was a consultation paper for the retail users on algo trading.
Yes.
Is there any use case or scenario in the history that shows that a retail user using algo, crashed the market, did a manipulation in the market price, maybe in India or across the globe?
No, so that is a consultation paper. It is under consultation. Whatever your feedback, you can give it to us. We will examine it. But yes, it is basically to enable, have a proper framework for retail participation through algo. Okay, so why? Because normally our investor education is that generally we have shown that retail investors are in general lose money in F&O operations, but there could be a retail, algo writer. There are good engineers around in our country. They can participate as a retail trader writing their own algo. So there should be a facility for them to participate in this market, and therefore we have come out with that circular.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much for an interesting discussion. I would now request Kamlesh sir to felicitate all our panelists.
Yes, sure. Thank you, everyone. I must say all of you really gave a very good sharing of your experiences, and they will be very useful for all of us about this AI. While very difficult to say how AI will change our life, but one can be sure that you cannot ignore it. It is going to be the thing in future. There are risk areas which we will have to address, but surely the advantages will outweigh and will hugely benefit the mankind. You correctly answered, Srinivas, I think you correctly answered that, when we were in the technology phase, even then there were talk about unemployment. I saw in the previous session somebody had raised that question of unemployment. But the economy itself changes in a manner that more jobs are created. Like you see, actually technology created more jobs in India. While we were talking about that, all those strikes that you spoke about in India, that if you introduce computer, we are going to lose job. Actually, IT jobs are created in India, right? And it gave job to our youth in thousands number. So same thing, economy will realign and jobs will not be a problem. That is what I feel, but it will change our life. Thank you.
May I also request Shafi Krishnan sir to felicitate our moderator today. I would also request Dr. Tadhankar Patnaik to come on stage to felicitate our panelists with the NSE bells. I also request the quiz winners, if they are here, to collect their awards. Are they here? Okay. so much. We have just concluded a very successful day one. We had interesting discussions, very thought-provoking conversations, and we look forward to you joining us tomorrow. We have interesting sessions for tomorrow as well, so please do attend. There's high tea for all our guests in the round ticker where you had your lunch earlier. So please join us there for a snack. Okay, so we have found a power bank. In case you have lost yours, please contact the NSE team. Please contact the NSE team if you have lost your power bank.